Chapter 50-60. You are right. This kind of level 29 Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill is used to help one break through to the Desolate Venerable Realm. Yi Xian seemed to have seen through Lu Zhangjing's thoughts. He nodded with a smile and admitted it. Level 29. Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill. Lu Zhangjing was stunned. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Then his eyes flashed, and he asked, "What does level 29 mean? Don't tell me there are levels 28 and 30. That's right. There are indeed levels 28 and 30. Yi Xian was gratified that the other party was able to get to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. He immediately explained, this kind of treasure pill is suitable for consuming when one is at the peak of the 9th step. Basically, consuming one will allow one to smoothly break through to the next realm in a short period of time. For example, the level 29 Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill that I just made, with a total of 90 pills, can allow 90 great beings at the peak of the 9th stage to smoothly break through to the Desolate Venerable Supreme Realm. There are basically no accidents. I am very confident about this because I made this kind of treasure pill from level 1 all the way to level 29, Xiao. Xiao, xiao, xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out beams of light toward Lu Zhangjing. In the blink of an eye, these beams of light stopped in front of Lu Zhangjing. They were small green bottles containing various levels of treasure pills. 2 level 15 Venerable Treasure Pill. 2 level 16 Eternal Lord Treasure Pill. Level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. 2 level 18 Supreme Treasure Pill. There was one of each. Hiss, as expected. Judging from the aura, these 4 treasure pills should be from the Universe Night Realm to the Desolate Venerable Supreme Realm. Seeing the 4 treasure pills floating in front of him, Lu Zhangjing's expression changed again. He gasped and said softly, "If the Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill that you just made is a level 29 item, then these 4 treasure pills should be from level 25 to level 28. This guy really did see through him." Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled and nodded, but didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he quietly waited for him to continue. "Fellow Daoist, you've refined a level 1 treasure pill all the way to level 29 treasure pills. Your attainments in the Tao of pills are truly admirable." After a short moment of silence, Lu Zhangjing continued, "Furthermore, judging from the way you refined it just now, you are clearly very familiar with this level 29 Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill. This is definitely not your first time refining it. I wonder if you can refine the level 30 pills after that." When the last sentence left his mouth, Lu Zhangjing's eyes shone brightly. His chest rose and fell, and even his breathing quickened. Although he was shocked by the so-called level 29 pill, he was not interested in it at all. This was because his cultivation level was already at the peak of the 9th rank Desolate Supremacy. He had no use for the level 29 Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill. What he was really concerned about was the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill after the level 1 Treasure Pill. This was because he had been preparing for all these years. He had been at the peak of the 9th rank Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill for many years. It was time for him to make another breakthrough and attempt to break through to the true Heavenly Tao realm. However, even he didn't have much confidence in breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm. He had been collecting all kinds of top precious materials and medicines. He wanted to refine a kind of treasure medicine to consume when breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm as a supplement. At this moment, it just so happened that he met Yi Xian and saw his various level of treasure pills. It could be said that he was shocked. Only because of this, Lu Zhangjing secretly rejoiced that he didn't come to the wrong place. Otherwise, he would have missed an opportunity. However, if this thought was known by the middle-stage devil antelope that had been killed by his hoof, it was unknown how angry it would be. I naturally have a level 30 treasure pill. Although I have yet to begin refining it, I have already deduced the perfect pill formula. Since the other party had finally brought up the serious matter, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said, "In fact, other than the perfect pill formula, I have already collected all kinds of materials for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. I can refine it at any time. However, the reason why this matter has yet to happen is because I have always had a strong feeling that the refinement will definitely fail. Although there is no problem with the pill formula's deduction, I have a nagging feeling that something is missing. The reason why I invited you to watch me refine the treasure pill is because of this. Previously, I heard you say that in order to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm, you have been studying the Tao of alchemy for many years. You are preparing to refine a treasure medicine that can help you break through. Although I am confident that my attainments in the Tao of alchemy are extraordinary, the Tao of alchemy is endless. Stones from other mountains can also be used to improve jade. Therefore, I wish to discuss this matter with you. However, my perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill is no small matter, and not just anyone has the right to see it. Before I take out the pill formula, you have to at least prove your attainments in the Tao of pills to me. Otherwise, I'll have to give up on this matter, and you can leave at any time you wish, so that's how it is. At this point, Lu Zhangke was enlightened. He immediately waved his hand and said, "You are right, fellow Taoist. This is the result of my meticulous research over the years. It is a kind of treasure medicine that is similar to the great flesh medicine refined by the survivors. However, it has a unique effect. However, although the formula for this treasure medicine is almost perfect, it has been constantly revised. This is because the formula requires several kinds of treasures to be transformed into the 5 elements. However, these treasures are impossible to obtain. Therefore, I was forced to revise it. Until now, it has yet to be completed. Phew." As he spoke, a ray of light shot over and abruptly stopped in front of Yi Xian. Shockingly, it was a jade slip. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony. He immediately took the jade slip and extended his spiritual perception into it. He immediately began to investigate. There was indeed a formula in the jade slip. In addition, there were detailed notes, as well as the cause and effect of every revision of the formula. The formula was indeed imperfect. According to the formula, the refined treasured medicine could increase the chances of a perfected desolate supremacy expert attempting to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. However, this chance was at most 30%. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that the breakthrough would succeed. Therefore, compared to Yi Xian's level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, this kind of treasure medicine that was beneficial to the Heavenly Tao realm was more than a little inferior. However, it also had its merits. For example, it mentioned the idea of using 5 kinds of treasures to transform into the 5 elements as a medicinal catalyst. This made Yi Xian's eyes light up. However, Lu Zhangke's heavenly velvet was also used in this heavenly path medicinal formula. It was the wood elemental medicinal catalyst of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst. As for the other 4-5 elemental medicinal catalysts, they were all blank. Lu Zhangke had changed them again and again, but until now, he hadn't been completely sure. One thing was certain. Lu Zhangke did have good ideas when it came to pills. At the very least, he was qualified to take a look at the perfect formula for Yi Xian's level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Chapter 5061. Although fellow Taoist's elixir formula isn't perfect, and its medicinal effects are much worse than my level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill, your formula does give you a unique insight. Yi Xian retracted his divine sense and smiled. He raised his head and looked at Lu Zhangke. Just based on this point, fellow Taoist is qualified to take a look at my level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill formula. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent a beam of light over. It stopped abruptly in front of Lu Zhangke. It was also a jade slip. Inside this jade slip was a copy of the perfect level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill formula. This kind of thing could be said to be heaven-defying and too precious. If it were someone else, it would be impossible for them to leak it. After all, it was related to the existence of the Heavenly Path realm. However, Yi Xian didn't have such misgivings. Not to mention the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill, even the level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill and the level 28 Almighty Treasure Pill had to be refined with 9 colored flames in order to ensure that the treasure pill could be successfully refined. It was impossible to successfully refine its pill flame. Hiss. It really is the Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. Lu Zhangke's eyes flashed with excitement as he took the jade slip that was suspended in front of him. He immediately extended his divine sense and began to investigate. Only with just a glance, his expression changed. His chest rose and fell violently, and his body trembled slightly. With his attainments in alchemy, he could naturally see the value of this elixir formula. It could be said that if this level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill could really be refined, its effects would be many times better than his Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. His Heavenly Path Treasure Pill could at most increase the chances of a successful breakthrough by 30%, which was only about 1/3 of the chance. However, as long as one could refine Yi Xian's level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill, the chances of a successful breakthrough would be at least 95%. This was basically a done deal. Lu Zhangke had studied the Tao of alchemy for many years, but he knew that if he were to study the formula of a treasure pill by himself, he wouldn't be able to reach the level of Yi Xian's level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill even after 10,000 years. Just based on this point alone, the current him was completely convinced by Yi Xian. Fellow Taoists' attainments in the Tao of elixir are so profound that this old man has never seen anything like it before. I'm truly in awe. Lu Zhangke withdrew his consciousness, and the expression on his face turned solemn. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed deeply toward Yi Xian. Today, I've only seen fellow Taoists' level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill recipe, but I've already benefited greatly. This bow of mine is from the bottom of my heart. Then, he paused for a moment and changed the topic. However, although fellow Taoists' level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill recipe is indeed rigorous and can be said to be perfect, your feeling is right. It's indeed missing something. If you don't believe me, fellow Taoist can add in the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts from this old man's Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill recipe. It'll be different in an instant. Of course, among the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, the wood elemental medicinal catalyst has already been indicated. It's this old man's heavenly velvet, but this old man didn't list the other 4 elemental medicinal catalysts in the recipe. At this point, Lu Zhangke shook his head and smiled bitterly. The reason for this is because this old man simply doesn't have the ability to obtain those 4 heavenly Tao treasures. Even if I listed them, it would be useless. However, it's different for fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, you have the ability to obtain those 4 heavenly Tao treasures. Then, Lu Zhangke immediately transmitted his voice to Yi Xian and told him the 4 heavenly Tao treasures. He also explained their effects and origins. Apart from the heavenly velvet, there are actually these 4 heavenly Tao treasures. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He cried out involuntarily, "It seems that my exchange with fellow Taoists today is indeed fruitful." Previously, he had never heard of the heavenly velvet that Lu Zhangke had taken out. That was why he suddenly had the idea of exchanging pointers with him. He didn't expect that he would actually gain something. Just based on the 4 heavenly Tao treasures that Lu Zhangke had mentioned, together with the heavenly velvet, he could definitely form the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately closed his eyes and activated his powerful divine sense. He added the effects of the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts into the perfect level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe and began to deduce once again. Boom. In the next moment, his mind exploded with a loud bang. He was suddenly enlightened. It was as if he had been enlightened. In an instant, he completely understood everything. First, previously, he had felt that the perfect level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe was still lacking something. Now that he had added the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, it was finally complete. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt as if his state of mind had been elevated. The opportunity for him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation had arrived. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Beast was summoned. It stood in the void outside the star. Yi Xian cupped his hands and said to Lu Zhangke, "Fellow Daoist, please wait for a few days. I suddenly have an important matter to attend to in seclusion. After I come out, I will immediately go with fellow Daoists to get the 4 heavenly Dao treasures." After saying that, he directly ignored the confused and dumbfounded Lu Zhangke. With a flash, he went to another star and went underground. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the shrunken farmer god's treasured cauldron. He stepped inside and sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand. In an instant, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In his line of sight, fine rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to carry out the breakthrough this time. 10,000. Evil origin fluid, 9-colored divine herbs, and so on were a dazzling array. All of them were top-grade cultivation resources, and all of them were emitting an incomparably rich energy aura. After calming himself down, Yi Xian took a deep breath and activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain. He compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fish, swallowed them into his stomach, and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble! Swallow! The resources instantly dissolved in Yi Xian's body. Immediately after, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from inside his body. A majestic river of energy formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, covered the sky and covered the earth. The critical moment had arrived. Yi Xian didn't dare to be distracted. He focused his mind and immediately began to circulate the heavenly Dao treasures continuously until they were completely refined. 3 days later, the river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely integrated into his divine soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. Only if he could tear it apart, this seclusion would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Oh brain! As all of this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately thought of something. With just a single attack, the shackles had already been broken. Next. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 5th Order Primordial Venerable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, 5th Order Primordial Venerable. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. 5th Order Desolate Venerable. In just 3 short days, he had finally broken through. Chapter 5062. At present, Yi Xian had already left the primordial world and arrived in the primordial void. In the primordial world, the primordial heavenly Tao was a supreme existence. All living beings were suppressed by the primordial heavenly Tao. Therefore, without the primordial heavenly Tao's approval and permission, no one could forcefully enter the heavenly Tao realm. In the primordial void, the heavenly Tao realm was not the strongest existence. There were cultivation realms stronger than the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, the heavenly Tao realm was not deliberately suppressed here. It was the same as other realms. As long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could break through. Therefore, in this place, the 9 transformations of the demonic ape that came with the demonic ape bloodline in Yi Xian's body would not be suppressed within the heavenly Tao realm like in the primordial world. It would lose its effect once it touched the edge of the heavenly Tao realm. As such, with his current 5th rank desolate supremacy cultivation, once he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body, he would instantly possess the cultivation of a 6th rank desolate supremacy. And once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline, Yi Xian's cultivation would soar by another realm, reaching the 6th rank of the heavenly Tao realm. He was already at the peak of the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was just one step away from the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As for the primeval heaven's eye, he was only at the 8th rank of the heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian's 6th rank heavenly Tao realm cultivation was only 2 small ranks away from him. Although he was still not a match for him, he was definitely qualified to fight the primeval heaven's eye head-on. This was also the reason why he was in such a hurry to make a temporary breakthrough before he went out with Lu Zhanke to search for the 4 special treasures. This time, there was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. When the time came, Yi Xian's aura would disperse. It was very likely that he would attract the primeval heaven's eye. Therefore, he had to be on guard. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the shrunken Shinong treasure cauldron transformed into a beam of light and was absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Following that, his figure rushed out of the seclusion planet's underground and arrived at the Forbidden Land's cosmic void. On another planet in the distance, Lu Zhanke was sitting cross-legged on the peak of a towering mountain. He had been like this for the past 3 days and had not left. In the void of the universe beyond the star, the 500-million-mile-long Emperor Beast was also guarding it. Yi Xian was still a little worried about Lu Zhanke, so he needed the Emperor Beast to intimidate him when he was in seclusion. Oh whoa! In the depths of the Forbidden Star area, there was a long howl. The old pig spirit's figure shot out. Although he was only a few feet tall, the aura of the complete rank 9 Baron Sovereign was extremely powerful. Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to Old Pig Spirit. In the following days, he would go out with Lu Zhanke to search for the 4 powerful existences and seize the precious medicines needed for the 4-5 elements medicinal catalysts. Century there was bound to be a great battle, and it was very likely to attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. However, his target was likely only Yi Xian. A supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm like him naturally had no interest in the so-called Magic Hall army. Therefore, Yi Xian instructed Old Pig Spirit to restrain the upper echelons of the 6 major Magic Hall armies during this period of time, including the ferocious beasts from the Xiaya Forbidden Land and the Sikong Forbidden Land that had just been incorporated. They were to stay in the Forbidden Star area as much as possible and not attract unnecessary trouble at such a critical moment. Although Old Pig Spirit was not very reliable, he was still a peak complete rank 9 Baron Sovereign and a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence. It was enough for him to preside over the Magic Hall. Again in addition, this old fellow had just made a mistake and almost brought a great disaster to the Demon Palace. This time, Yi Xian had specially instructed him to be honest for a period of time and not have any intentions of causing trouble for the Demon Palace. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian was immediately relieved. After Old Pig Spirit left, he waved his hand and stored the autarch beast into his body. Then, he looked at Lu Zhanke. At this moment, Lu Zhanke had already walked out of the distant planet and had been quietly waiting in the void of the star area. When he saw Old Pig Spirit leave and the huge autarch beast being stored into Yi Xian's body, he shook his shoulders and shot over, stopping abruptly 1,000 feet in front of Yi Xian. Here at this moment, the aura in Yi Xian's body was still concealed. Not a single bit of cultivation aura could be sensed. Therefore, Lu Zhanke had no idea that Yi Xian had made another breakthrough in his cultivation in the past 3 days. Clang, however, even if he were to tell him, Lu Zhanke would not believe him. Although Yi Xian had not spoken to him after coming out of seclusion, Lu Zhanke could already tell that Yi Xian was about to leave. He had called Old Pig Spirit over to give him a series of instructions. "Fellow Daoist, have you settled the matter at hand?" Lu Zhanke smiled and cupped his fists. Then, he continued, "If this old man's guess is correct, fellow Daoists should be going out immediately to look for the other 4 special treasures needed for the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, right?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking." Yi Xian nodded and replied with a smile. Previously, fellow Daoist only mentioned the names and effects of these 4 special treasures, but did not say where they came from. However, the wood-guiding medicine, heavenly velvet, only grew little by little in the body of a sentient fierce beast like fellow Daoist after entering the desolate venerable realm. Judging from the names of the other 4 treasures, the situation should be more or less the same. In other words, in order to obtain these 4 treasures, we have to find 4 sentient fierce beasts of the desolate venerable realm. My guess is correct, right? Indeed. Lu Zhangke nodded. Lu Zhangke nodded and explained, the other 4 treasures are indeed slowly grown in the body of a sentient fierce beast after entering the desolate venerable realm. Moreover, although we don't need many treasures, this kind of sentient precious medicine that contains a trace of heavenly energy grows extremely slowly. Therefore, the sentient fierce beasts that can provide us with enough treasures have entered the desolate venerable realm for many years. Fellow Daoists should be able to guess this from what this old man said just now about not being able to collect these 4 treasures with his own ability. The cultivation of those 4 existences is not weaker than this old man. Among them, the weakest is a half-step heavenly way at the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate venerable realm. To be honest, if it wasn't for fellow Daoist, I wouldn't have thought about these 4 sentient precious medicines at all. All along, the names of the other 4-5 elements medicinal catalyst have been missing in the prescription. Because of this, we have been changing the substitutes back and forth. At this point, a look of helplessness appeared on Lu Zhangke's face. He shook his head and sighed softly before continuing. The 2 pieces of heavenly velvet that this old man gave fellow Daoist just now is the wood catalyst origin of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst. As for the remaining 4 sentient medicinal catalyst origins, this old man's intention is to first go to the demon wolf forbidden area and obtain a heavenly eye from the half-step heavenly way realm demon patterned sky wolf. This demon wolf heavenly eye is slowly growing in the body of the demon patterned sky wolf after it entered the desolate venerable realm. It belongs to the metal catalyst origin of the 5 elements. Demon wolf heavenly eye. Demon wolf forbidden area. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "May I know where the demon wolf forbidden area is located? What's the general situation in the forbidden area?" Chapter 50-63. The demon-patterned skywolf was also a connate ferocious beast. After entering the primordial supreme realm, its body would similarly contain a sliver of heavenly Tao powers. It could be used as a 5-elemental medicinal catalyst to grow flesh and blood medicine. The demon-patterned blood deer's heavenly velvet was a wood elemental 5-elemental origins treasure medicine. It could be used as wood attractions origins. While the demon-patterned skywolf had a heavenly eye in its body. It was a metal elemental 5-elemental origins treasure medicine. It could be used as gold attractions origins. Just based on this point, Yi Xian was instantly extremely interested in the demon-patterned skywolf. He immediately asked the demon-patterned blood deer about the demon-patterned skywolf, as well as the general situation of the Fey Wolf forbidden ground it presided over. The demon-patterned blood deer originally planned on leading Yi Xian to the Fey Wolf forbidden ground to obtain the gold attractions origins treasure medicine, which was the demon-patterned skywolf's heavenly eye. Therefore, it naturally did not hide anything. It immediately recounted everything it knew in detail. The Fey Wolf forbidden ground is located in the middle of the Milky Way's right bank. It's adjacent to the demon-patterned deer forbidden ground that I presided over. The strongest person presiding over the entire Fey Wolf forbidden ground is the demon-patterned skywolf I mentioned. Its cultivation level is at the peak desolate supremacy of the perfected rank 9 realm. Furthermore, it has been in this realm for many years. It is only a few hundred years behind me. This demon-patterned skywolf is extremely strong. It is definitely one of the best among half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. If I were to fight it, we would be evenly matched. Neither of us would be able to do anything to the other. In fact, my demon-patterned deer forbidden ground and his demon-patterned wolf forbidden ground are hostile existences. Although they are adjacent, they do not get along well. The demon-patterned blood deer mostly live in the demon-patterned blood deer. Even the ferocious beasts vassal of other species are similar to the blood deer. They are docile in nature. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. However, the demon-patterned sky wolf is the exact opposite. This species is extremely ferocious. It is also because of this that the other ferocious beasts in the demon-patterned wolf forbidden ground are also ferocious and bloodthirsty existences. At this point, Lu Zhangke shook his head and sighed. His face was gloomy, but his eyes were filled with anger. Fellow Daoist, you should be able to guess that my demonic deer forbidden area has been bullied by the demon wolf forbidden area for many years, even though that seven-striped heavenly wolf can't do anything to me, and we've only fought to a draw in the past few times. It's impossible for me to intervene every single time the low-level vicious beasts of the two forbidden lands kill each other. If I did, I wouldn't be able to do anything and would be exhausted to death. However, fellow Daoist, don't worry. Luring you to the demon wolf forbidden area this time was absolutely not due to this old man's selfishness. Everything I said earlier was absolutely not a lie. Not only is that demon-marked sky wolf tyrannical in nature, the heaven's eye within its body is indeed the best source of metal attraction. Clearly, he was worried that Yi Xian would be oversensitive, so he deliberately spent more time explaining. However, it was only a 9th rank perfect perfection demon wolf. Yi Xian really didn't think much of it. Dong! He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Since I'm friends with fellow Daoist, even if this demon wolf is useless for the Heavenly Path treasure pill, it's just a small matter for me to kill it for the sake of our friendship. Other than the demonic mark sky wolf at the peak of the 9th rank perfect perfection, there are 4 other desolate supremacy realm ferocious beasts." Lu Zhangke immediately felt relieved after hearing Yi Xian's words. He continued to explain, however, although these 4 vicious beasts are also primordial supremes, they are only at the middle and late primordial supremes. To fellow Daoist, they are nothing. Moreover, these 4 fellows are also vicious and merciless people who seek revenge for every grievance. If it's convenient, it's best to get rid of them as well to avoid future troubles. While speaking, Lu Zhangke cupped his fists again. Of course, after the demon wolf forbidden area is destroyed, although it is adjacent to this old man's demon deer forbidden area, this old man has no intention of annexing it. Those starry sky ferocious beasts are all cruel and bloodthirsty people. This old man doesn't like it. Therefore, after killing the 5 desolate supremes, this demon wolf forbidden area should be taken by fellow Daoist. This was what it should be. Lu Zhangke was so tactful and self-aware, which made Yi Xian quite satisfied. He immediately nodded. In that case, fellow Daoist will lead the way. Let's set this demon wolf forbidden area as the first stop. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhangke immediately waved his hand. With an incomparably clear sound of ripping cloth, a void crack that was 100 feet wide instantly appeared in the void in front of them. Here at this time, Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke were both in their human forms. Yi Xian was in his original appearance, while Lu Zhangke was a red-bearded black-robed old man. A void crack that was 100 feet wide was enough. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, Lu Zhangke cupped his fists at Yi Xian and immediately shook his shoulders. His entire body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the void crack in front of them. Yi Xian wasn't on guard at all, because it was completely unnecessary. The difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. No matter what schemes Lu Zhangke had, in front of absolute power, he was nothing more than a chicken or a dog. He immediately followed behind and entered the spatial rift. Very soon, the spatial rift was mended at a speed visible to the naked eye under the influence of the laws of the primordial chaos, and the 2 of them vanished, in the middle section of the right bank of the river, in the demon wolf forbidden area. At this moment, a small-scale battle was breaking out in the periphery of the star domain of the demon wolf forbidden area. This kind of thing was actually quite common in the void surrounding the forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. There were too many forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank. Each forbidden area had a large number of ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial chaos. Although they would not invade other forbidden areas and star domains to fight and hunt, it would be regarded as an invasion. The powerful figures and even the old monster Huang Zun in the forbidden area would not sit idly by and watch. They would be suppressed and killed. However, in the void outside the Forbidden Land star area, if there were occasional encounters and conflicts, it was normal for them to kill each other. Even if it was close to the periphery of the Forbidden Land star area, the powerful figures in the Forbidden Lands, such as the Desolate Sovereign, would not easily protect their own. At this moment, although the battle outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden area was only a small-scale battle, there were still many people on both sides. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 people on each side. 2 days ago, a team of ferocious beasts from the Demon Wolf Forbidden area went out to hunt and happened to pass by this place. The ferocious beasts in the Forbidden area of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area noticed the situation and immediately rushed out. After 2 days of fighting, both sides suffered a lot of losses. However, in general, the Demon Wolf Forbidden area had more casualties. Although there were still more than 1,000 ferocious beasts in the Immortal Realm, they were all injured. On the side of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, all the ferocious beasts were extremely ferocious and violent. Although their cultivation strength was similar to the ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, they did not suffer much damage. At this moment, in the area 10 billion miles away from the battlefield, there was a sudden crisp sound of ripping silk, and a void crack appeared quietly. Chapter 5064. Far away from the battlefield, in the void 10 billion miles away, there was a crisp sound of ripping silk, and a void crack appeared silently. Then, 2 figures walked out of the crack, one after the other. The figure in front was wearing a black robe and had a blood-red beard. The cultivation aura emitted from his body showed that he was the peak 9th stage Desolate Master. This person was the strongest person in the Demon Deer Forbidden area, the Demon Pattern Blood Deer, Lu Zhangke. While, the one following behind him was naturally Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian's cultivation was still hidden, and no aura could be sensed. If it wasn't for the fact that he could be seen with the naked eye, it would be as if this person didn't exist at all. However, although Yi Xian's cultivation aura was hidden, Lu Zhangke didn't. At this moment, as he and Yi Xian walked out of the void crack, the thousands of fierce beasts that were fighting fiercely in the void outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden area all turned to look at them. The fierce battle came to an abrupt end. The 2,000 to 3,000 fierce beasts from the Demon Wolf Forbidden area had fear and vigilance in their eyes, but they didn't retreat or escape. One behind them was the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, and the strongest person in it, the Demon Pattern Sky Wolf, was not weaker than the Demon Pattern Blood Deer. Another on the one hand, this kind of battle outside the Forbidden area was usually ignored by the powerful people in the Forbidden area, such as the Desolate Master. Because, in order to make frequent outbursts, the scale of the outbursts varied. If they took action every time the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden area fell into a disadvantageous situation, they would be exhausted to death. Therefore, the fierce beasts of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area had been besieging the fierce beasts of the Demon Deer Forbidden area for 2 days. In less than half a day, this battle would end, and they would reap the rewards. Therefore, if they took the initiative to retreat now and escape into the Demon Wolf Forbidden area behind them, they would naturally be unwilling. However, for the remaining 1,000 or so ferocious beasts of the Demonic Deer Forbidden Land, suddenly seeing the strongest person in their Forbidden Land was tantamount to seeing the dawn of life. Overjoyed, they immediately cried out to Lu Zhangke for help. In fact, with the current situation, if it had been before, even if Lu Zhangke just so happened to pass by, he would have pretended not to see them and quickly left. After all, this was the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. Moreover, the battle was taking place in the void of the universe outside the star field. Moreover, the number of ferocious beasts participating in the battle was about the same. It could be said to be relatively fair. In such a situation, if he were to attack, the 7-marked Heavenly Wolf and the monstrous Wolf Forbidden area would definitely not leave the matter at that. Although Lu Zhangke was not afraid of the seven-marked heavenly wolf, this sort of meaningless entanglement was completely unnecessary. Thus, even if he were to pass by, he would turn a blind eye and quickly leave. He would not give the ferocious beasts under his command the opportunity to call for help. But now, he was leading Yi Xian straight to the demon wolf forbidden land. He was not just passing by, so he couldn't just turn a blind eye and leave immediately. What's more, even if he left now, it was too late. The team of ferocious beasts that was about to be slaughtered in the Forbidden Land had already called for help. It was one thing to not see it and just pass by quickly. But now that the ferocious beasts under his command had already called for help, it was another matter. If he did not take action in such a situation, once the news spread, not only would the subordinates in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land be disappointed, but the ferocious beasts and experts in other forbidden lands and star fields would also secretly laugh at him. Again, like I said, Lu Zhangke did not come with good intentions this time. He could not wait for the seven-marked heavenly wolf in the depths of the forbidden land to rush out and die. So, now that there was an opportunity in front of him to instantly enrage the other party, he naturally would not let it go easily. Roar. Bastards of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land, you are getting bolder and bolder now. This old man is a subordinate of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. How can you kill me at will? Today, all of you will die. After raising his head and roaring angrily, Lu Zhangke's spiritual perception voice was instantly transmitted. It was filled with endless indignation as it rumbled into the depths of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. He did not delay either. Before his spiritual perception voice faded, he had already waved his hand. Boom. Boom. Bang. 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 The thousands of ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land 10 billion kilometers away were only at the immortal realm. How could they withstand the furious strike of a half-step heavenly Dao realm expert? Boom. After this shocking explosion, the thousands of fierce beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden area all exploded and died. Moreover, because their cultivations were too weak, neither Lu Zhangke nor Yi Xian were interested in collecting the boundless blood mist that was formed from their bodies exploding with a wave of their hands. Lu Zhangke lived up to his reputation as a veteran peak desolate supremacy who had stepped into the half-step heavenly Dao realm for many years. At that moment, despite being separated by 10 billion kilometers, he attacked in anger. However, the control of his strength remained extremely precise. The thousands of ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land exploded and died instantly. However, the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts from the demonic Deer Forbidden Land, including the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts' corpses in the void, were not damaged at all. At that moment, they were all scared silly. This was because such a thing had never happened before. Even when Lu Zhangke occasionally rescued his subordinates who were besieged by the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land outside the Forbidden Land, he would usually only take away the ferocious beasts on his side. That was why even when he punished the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land's ferocious beasts, he would not truly kill them. After all, although the two Forbidden Lands were evenly matched in strength, the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land was filled with a bunch of extremely vicious beasts. They were overly bloodthirsty and brutal. The ferocious beasts and upper echelons of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land were already used to tolerating them. But this time, Lu Zhangke's attack was decisive. With a wave of his hand, none of the thousands of ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land were spared. All of them exploded, turning into a blood mist. Most importantly, this was not the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land, but the periphery of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land's stellar domain. Lu Zhangke's actions were overly sensitive. The demon-patterned Skywolf in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land would definitely not let this matter rest. It was because they realized this that the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land were so shocked. They were scared silly in the void. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for him to come out and kill all of you? Seeing their reaction, Lu Zhangke's expression sank. With a light shout, he immediately attacked. With a wave of his hand, an invisible and terrifying power swept forth. It swept up all the ferocious beasts in the demonic deer forbidden area, as well as the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were already dead, into the void 100 billion miles behind them. Whoa! At the same time, in the demon wolf forbidden land stellar domain ahead, a shocking aura soared into the sky. Accompanied by a long and shrill howl, a divine sense voice rumbled, "Old Lou, what are you up to today? You actually took the initiative to provoke us. Are you tired of living?" "Humph, the one who is tired of living is you." Lu Zhangke was not polite at all as he retorted, "This old man came here today for one thing, to borrow your demon wolf heavenly eye." Chapter 5065. "Humph, you're the one who's tired of living." Lu Zhangke did not hold back in the face of the demonic wolf's provocation. He retorted, "I came here today for one thing, to borrow your demonic wolf's heavenly eye." "Whoa, old man Lu, did you take the wrong medicine today? How dare you talk to me like that?" As he spoke, the shocking aura in the demonic wolf forbidden land soared into the sky again, accompanied by a long, mournful howl. The voice of the divine consciousness rumbled, "My demonic wolf's heavenly eye is in its skull. Let's see if you have the ability to cut it open today." A whoa, rumble, as the last howl sounded, a figure rushed out from the depths of the demonic wolf forbidden land ahead. Its body was extremely huge, more than 10 million miles long, like a small star. It was a demonic wolf with a shiny green mane, dotted with a large number of blood-colored demonic patterns. It was extremely obscure, giving off a mysterious, simple, and heavy aura. It only referred to the demonic wolf's fur. In addition, the aura emitted from its body was extremely ferocious and violent. Its eyes were as red as blood. At a glance, one could tell that it was an extremely bloodthirsty ferocious beast. Although there were many types and races of ferocious beasts in the primordial void, innate ferocious beasts were extremely rare. The so-called innate ferocious beasts referred to the bloodline descendants of the chaos demon gods that were born in the 3,000 nests at the beginning of the primordial era. Only with the bloodline of the chaos demon gods in their bodies, they could be called innate ferocious beasts. For example, the demonic patterned blood deer and the demonic patterned heavenly wolf that was roaring and rumbling over belonged to this category. Only in the bodies of innate ferocious beasts, after they grew to the supreme primordial realm, would special flesh medicine appear in their bodies because of the gradual atavism of their bloodline. Such as the demonic blood deer's heavenly velvet, the demonic wolf's heavenly eye, and so on. These special flesh medicine were extremely rare because when innate ferocious beasts advanced to the supreme primordial realm, the bloodline in their bodies would begin to atavism. Therefore, they all contained a trace of the primordial law power. Of course, this kind of innate flesh medicine that contained the primordial law power had different attributes. After all, there were thousands of great Tao laws in the primordial void. But what Yi Xian needed now was innate fleshly medicines that contained the laws of primordial 5 elements, and that was even more difficult to find. 5 of the 5 elemental guiding herbs, he had already obtained the wood guiding essence, which was the heavenly velvet of the demonic patterned blood deer. The heavenly eye and the skull of the demonic patterned sky wolf was the metal guiding essence of the 5 elemental guiding herbs. It would have been fine if he hadn't met him, but since he had found him, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his luck if he had to search elsewhere. Therefore, when he saw the 7-striped sky wolf appear, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already decided the end of the 7-striped sky wolf. Unfortunately, the demonic marked heavenly wolf didn't realize this. He was too confident. Moreover, he had fought with the demonic marked blood deer many times. Although neither of them could do anything to the other, the demonic marked heavenly wolf clearly didn't realize this. But the demonic marked heavenly wolf was ferocious by nature, while the demonic marked blood deer was much more docile and peaceful. Therefore, even though the demonic marked heavenly wolf couldn't do anything to the demonic marked blood deer, in the end of every battle, the demonic marked blood deer would basically give in. he didn't know what was wrong with the demonic marked blood deer. It actually dared to take the initiative to attack outside the demon wolf forbidden area and even provoked it verbally. But because the two of them were too familiar with each other, he didn't think that the demonic marked blood deer had any means to do anything to him. In fact, before the demonic marked blood deer met Yi Xian, it was indeed like this. So therefore, even though the demonic marked blood deer's actions were a little abnormal today, the overconfident demonic marked heavenly wolf still didn't think too much about it. Yi Xian, at this time, was standing far behind the demonic marked blood deer. His remnant form was inconspicuous. Compared to the demonic marked blood deer, which had already revealed its bloodline true body and was also tens of millions of miles large, it was like a star and a speck of dust. In addition, he deliberately concealed his aura, so when his figure was blocked by the demonic marked blood deer, the demonic marked heavenly wolf couldn't see him at all. There was no trace of him with its divine sense, so it didn't know the existence of Yi Xian at all. Roar! Old Ghost Lu, you actually dare to provoke me. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this matter is not over. Rushing out of the demon wolf forbidden area, the demonic marked heavenly wolf appeared at the edge of the star domain tens of billions of miles away. The demonic marked heavenly wolf raised its head and roared. The aura in its body was violent to the extreme. It raised its four claws, and the entire terrifying body of tens of millions of miles large instantly pounced forward. Like a huge meteor, it opened its bloody mouth and roared at the demon-patterned blood deer in the air. Roar! Old Ghost, you're still so stubborn even in the face of death. Seeing that we've known each other for countless years, this old man will send you on your last journey today. When the demonic marked heavenly wolf on the opposite side pounced, the aura in its huge body was extremely fierce. Clearly, it was ready to kill. The demonic marked blood deer's anger seemed to have been aroused. It raised its head and roared. As the voice of its divine sense spread, its huge body shook and it looked like it was about to attack. These two old guys were old enemies. After so many years of fighting, neither of them could do anything to the other. If they really fought, it would obviously take a long time. Enough, this king doesn't have the time to watch you fight blindly. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian curled his lips. The voice of his divine sense rang out, and his figure flashed in front of the demonic marked blood deer. Standing proudly in the void, he raised his hand and punched out, bang. Although Yi Xian had only lightly punched out this strike, not to mention his figure, his shoulders didn't even shake. However, his current cultivation level was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm. It was terrifying to the extreme, so it was naturally impossible for the demonic marked sky wolf to withstand it. Following that, with a loud boom, the massive body that was still pouncing through the void instantly exploded with a bang. Not a single hair was left behind as it transformed into a bloody mist that dissipated. Oh, that's not right. Although not a single hair was left behind, there was a fist-sized blood-colored bead. It was clearly visible amidst the spreading bloody mist. Phew! When he saw this blood-colored bead, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a playful smile. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he instantly waved his hand and shot out an incomparably boundless, formless energy. Soon, the demonic marked heavenly wolf's massive body exploded into a bloody mist that swept over. It was sucked into Yi Xian's body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. From there, the blood essence condensation began. At the same time, the fist-sized bead amidst the bloody mist shot over as well. It was now in Yi Xian's hand. He fiddled with it for a moment before putting it away with a flip of his hand. This fist-sized bead was the heavenly eye in the demonic marked heavenly wolf's head. It was also the gold essence that Yi Xian needed. Now, he had finally obtained it. Chapter 5066. With just one punch, Yi Xian had easily finished the battle. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, his strongest combat strength had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He was just short of stepping into the late stages of the heavenly Tao realm. He was truly too powerful. No, after all, this demon-patterned skywolf was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection, which was also a half-step heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was the same as the demon-patterned blood deer. It was a senior existence that had stepped into this realm for many years. It could be said that his peak desolate supremacy cultivation level was thick and solid. He was not very far from the true heavenly Tao realm. If in a head-on battle, although the demon-patterned skywolf would ultimately die if he used all his strength, he would barely be able to last a round or two against Yi Xian. He would definitely not be instantly killed. All of this was because he was overconfident. The demon-patterned blood deer's actions were so abnormal that it failed to raise his guard. It deserved to end up in such a state. With the demon-patterned skywolf killed with one punch, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He originally had 33 desolate supremacy blood essences. Now, after killing the demon-patterned skywolf, he had an additional blood essence, reaching a whopping 34. And this demon-patterned skywolf was a senior peak desolate supremacy. It was an existence that was extremely close to the true heavenly Tao realm. The blood essence refined from the massive blood mist formed from its body's explosion was definitely of high quality. If it was used to refine a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, one would be equivalent to 2. Based on this alone, the harvest this time was incomparably huge. Even more, not to mention that other than this top-grade desolate sovereign blood essence, Yi Xian had also successfully obtained the source of the gold guide. As a result, among the 5 elements innate medicine, only the source of the fire guide, the source of the water guide, and the source of the earth guide had yet to be obtained. The mission of collecting the connate 5 elements herbs was nearly half completed. However, since the demonic wolf Forbidden Land had already arrived and even killed the 5 desolate supremacies, the strongest demonic striped sky wolf, it was only natural that they would delay for a while. Previously, the demonic patterned blood deer had said that other than this demonic patterned sky wolf that was at the peak of the 9th rank perfection realm, there were 4 other desolate supremacy realm ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden grounds. Although the 4 beasts were supremacy of the primordial era, they were only at the mid and late stages. To Yi Xian, who was already at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, they were nothing. As long as he wanted to take action, the 4 old bastards would have no way of escaping. This is, after all, it was 4 desolate supremacy blood essences. Furthermore, the demonic patterned blood deer had previously said that these 4 fellows were vicious and merciless people who would definitely seek revenge. If it was convenient, it would be best to get rid of them as well to prevent future troubles. Furthermore, this old fellow was extremely tactful. He had already made it clear that after the demon wolf forbidden grounds was destroyed, although it was adjacent to his demonic deer forbidden grounds, he had no intention of annexing it. Those starry sky ferocious beasts were cruel and bloodthirsty, so he was extremely displeased with them. Therefore, after eliminating the 5 desolate supremacies guarding the demon wolf forbidden grounds, the demon wolf forbidden grounds would still be taken over by Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian naturally would not refuse to take over a powerful ferocious beast forbidden grounds. Therefore, after waving his hand to collect the heaven's eye in the demonic patterned sky wolf's head and the boundless blood mist that was formed after its body exploded, Yi Xian immediately turned to look at the dumbfounded demonic patterned blood deer in the void behind him. His tone was light, as though he was talking about a trivial matter. Let's go. There are still 4 desolate supremacies inside. Let's finish, whoosh. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already transformed into a weak beam of light that shot forward. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the edge of the demon wolf forbidden grounds. Roar! Seeing this, the demonic patterned blood deer raised its head and roared. Without any hesitation, its huge body shot out like a blood-colored meteor in the void, following closely behind, charging into the demon wolf forbidden grounds in front of it. Demon wolf forbidden grounds. Demon, there were a total of 5 desolate supremacies guarding the wolf-forbidden grounds. Other than the demonic patterned sky wolf that had been blown up by Yi Xian's light punch, there were 4 other desolate supremacies. The bloodlines of the 4 desolate supremacies were different. Only one of them was the same as the demonic patterned sky wolf, but it was only a desolate supremacy. Its 3 of them belonged to other bloodlines and were not innate ferocious beasts. Dang! When Yi Xian and the demonic patterned blood deer descended upon the demon wolf forbidden grounds and attacked at the edge of the stellar domain outside the forbidden grounds, the 4 desolate supremacies in the demon wolf forbidden grounds had sensed it. However, as the strongest demonic patterned sky wolf was the first to attack, they remained dormant. Although they did not appear, they were secretly observing everything. At the instant the demonic patterned sky wolf perished, the 4 desolate supremacies were dumbfounded. They almost could not believe that all of this was real. Only when Yi Xian's figure flashed and charged into the demonic patterned forbidden ground stellar domain did they suddenly snap to their senses. Nearly simultaneously, they rushed out of their respective cave abode stars and fled in horror. At that moment, they were nearly scared out of their wits. Demon, the demonic patterned sky wolf, was a desolate supremacy, a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the 9th stage of perfection. Yet, it was instantly blown up by a single punch. Before it perished, it did not even have the time to let out a shrill howl. Only just from this point, they could roughly infer how terrifying the cultivation level of the remnant expert they had previously overlooked was. It was definitely a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was basically impossible for it to be at the early stages of the heavenly Tao realm. It was very likely that it was a terrifying old monster at the middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm. Upon realizing this, they instantly felt an intense sense of danger that they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. No, after a moment of hesitation, the 4 old fellows made a decision in an instant. They rushed out of their respective cave stars at the same time, but they did not escape in the same direction. Instead, they rushed in 4 different directions: north, south, east, and west. Who lived and who died was up to fate. Bam! In the void beside them, a desolate supremacy had pushed its cultivation to its limits as its entire body transformed into a beam of light that shot forward. Unfortunately, his luck was really bad. This direction happened to be right in front of Yi Xian, who was charging into the stellar domain. Yi Xian curled his lips and with just a punch, his massive body instantly exploded with a bang. Not a single hair was left behind as it transformed into a bloody mist that dissipated. Phew! As the bloody mist dissipated, a ghastly glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He instantly waved his hand and shot out an extremely majestic and invisible force. The bloody mist formed by the desolate supremacy's body's explosion swept over. Yi Xian absorbed it into his body and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Phew! In just an instant, one of the 4 desolate supremacies perished. Although the remaining 3 did not turn their heads, they sensed everything. Their entire bodies trembled as they hurried off. Instantly, they were nearly frightened out of their wits. It's useless. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Yi Xian's voice sounded out through his spiritual perception. With a flash of his body, he instantly vanished from his original spot. Chapter 50-67. As Yi Xian rushed into the demon wolf forbidden ground, one of the 4 desolate supremes in the forbidden ground died in an instant. Although the remaining 3 didn't turn their heads, they sensed everything. Their entire bodies trembled, and their momentum suddenly accelerated. They were all frightened out of their wits. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian curled his lips, and at the same time the voice of his divine sense was transmitted, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. Swish! Swish! A sharp sound was heard. An incomparably sharp sound broke through the air, and it was so ear-piercing. When the demonic pattern blood deer rushed into the demon wolf forbidden ground star field, Yi Xian's figure was already hundreds of billions of miles away, appearing in another direction. While, about 10 billion kilometers in front of where his figure suddenly appeared, a dark blue ball of light was fleeing in that direction, emitting a sense of endless shock and panic. This is. It was a mid-stage fifth-order desolate supremacy old monster. He did not reveal his bloodline true body. His entire body had transformed into a dark blue ball of light that was only 1,000 feet long. This was beneficial for escaping and could achieve the fastest speed. But, unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not compare to a true Heavenly Dao realm expert. Even when he was escaping, Yi Xian only needed to teleport behind him. The moment he appeared, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately circulated the power in his body and punched out, "Fellow Daoist, let's talk nicely," as if realizing that he could not escape. The desolate supremacy old monster, who still had a trace of wishful thinking, suddenly stopped in the void. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, revealing the intention of begging for mercy. But, unfortunately, it was all too late. Bang! The majestic power of Yi Xian's punch directly enveloped the dark blue ball of light. Everything that happened next was without suspense. An earth-shattering boom instantly sounded. In the blink of an eye, the berserk power of this attack had already smashed into the old man's body. This old monster Huang Zun was already at the middle stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, but he didn't have the time to react when facing the full strength of Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. The blue light ball only shook slightly. Electricity in less than 1/10 of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc within his body. His entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Who? At the same time, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Along with the howling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, causing the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the desolate elder's enormous body to sweep over. It was sucked into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region's volcano in the cauldron space. From there, it began. Blood essence condensation. This scene happened to be seen by the demon pattern blood deer that had just charged into the stellar domain. The old fellow's body trembled violently as a look of shock appeared on his face. After drawing a cold gasp, he exclaimed in horror, "Heavens, he's actually at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. He's just one step away from reaching the late-stage Heavenly Dao realm." Back in the stellar domain of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian had not taken action. He had guessed that Yi Xian was definitely at the mid-stage Heavenly Dao realm since his avatar was already at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. However, he believed that Yi Xian was likely at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Following that, he arrived outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. With the appearance of the demon pattern Demon Wolf, Yi Xian suddenly took action. With a punch, he instantly killed the defenseless demon pattern Demon Wolf. Due to his fast speed, the demon pattern blood deer failed to capture Yi Xian's cultivation aura. Previously, when Yi Xian killed his first target in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land, the demon pattern blood deer was still outside the Forbidden Land. It had yet to charge into the stellar domain, so it did not have the opportunity to sense Yi Xian's cultivation aura. But now, when Yi Xian attacked a second time after charging into the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land, he killed the mid-stage desolate Zun monster with one punch. Although it was a fleeting glimpse, the demon pattern blood deer was able to keenly capture the information that it had always been curious about. 6th stage Heavenly Dao realm. This mysterious and young remnant expert had reached the terrifying 6th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Although the 4th and 6th stages were both at the mid-stage Heavenly Dao realm, the concepts were completely different. The Heaven's A 4th stage Heavenly Dao realm expert was bound to be crushed when encountering a 6th stage Heavenly Dao realm expert. The sixth stage was already close to the late stages of the heavenly Tao realm. It was just one stage away. To the demon-patterned blood deer, who was only at the perfected ninth stage of the desolate Zune realm and had yet to step into the true heavenly Tao realm, such an existence was something it could only look up to. He never did it imagine that it would one day reach such a height. Screech, just as the demon-patterned blood deer was reeling in shock, a shocking screech sounded from another direction of the void. Looking over, the mysterious remnant expert had already arrived 5 billion kilometers behind his third target after teleporting. No hesitated for a moment, but he still threw out a light punch. Bam! A boundless force enveloped the desolate Zune monster. Before the screech from his mouth could fade away, an earth-shattering boom sounded. Everything happened too quickly. In a blink of an eye, a boundless force surged into his body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc in his body, causing his entire body to explode. It transformed into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Immediately after, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Along with the whistling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, causing the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the desolate elder's enormous body to sweep over. In just a few seconds, he had attacked 3 times in a row. Each attack killed a desolate Zune monster. Such terrifying and valiant strength caused the demon-patterned blood deer's body to tremble. He had lived for countless years, but he had never seen such a powerful existence. Thankfully, he was not an enemy, otherwise, he would probably have died here today even if he had 10 lives. Roar! Why? Why are you so ruthless? Bam! At this moment, in the void on the right, the last desolate Zune monster, who was originally rushing away, stopped abruptly. He knew that he couldn't escape and gave up struggling. Raising his head and roaring, his entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a blood mist that spread out. Yi Xian approached him in a flash, waved his hand, collected the blood mist that exploded, and sent it into the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body, starting the blood essence condensation. It was too fast, from the moment Yi Xian rushed into the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land star field, to now, everything was settled. In less than 10 breaths, the 4 powerful desolate Zune monsters had all fallen. All of this fell into the eyes of the countless fierce beasts in the Forbidden Land. They were so scared that their souls had already left their bodies, and their bodies were crawling on the ground, trembling. Yi Xian's figure also stopped abruptly at this moment. The power of divine sense extended out, enveloping the entire Forbidden Land star field, and said coldly, "From this moment on, I am the Demon Wolf Demon Lord." Chapter 50-68. As Yi Xian charged into the star domain of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Grounds, he brazenly attacked and killed 4 desolate supremacies within 10 seconds. All of this fell into the eyes of countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds. They were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Yi Xian waved his hand and absorbed the last wisp of blood mist into his body. His figure came to an abrupt halt as his divine sense extended out and enveloped the entire Forbidden Grounds. He said coldly, "From this moment onwards, I am the Demon Wolf Demon Lord." Whoosh! 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 This time, there was no need for Yi Xian to urge them. Beams of light shot out from all around the star domain. They stopped abruptly when they were 5 billion kilometers away, transforming into massive ferocious beasts. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Yi Xian's words had already revealed that he would not attack again. The mighty figures of the primordial era in the Forbidden Grounds felt as though they had been granted amnesty. They naturally did not delay any further. They immediately rushed out and prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their submission. It was as though they were afraid that if they were half a step slower, Yi Yi Xian would think that they were refusing to submit and would attack again. It was truly speechless that mighty figures were frightened to such an extent. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. They had not even reached the desolate supremacy realm. Against a powerful 6th-stage heavenly Dao realm expert, they had the realization that they were nothing more than ants. Yi Xian swept his gaze over. There were nearly 50 ferocious beasts prostrating in the void 5 billion kilometers away. All of them were mighty figures of the primordial era, but at this moment, they were like ants. Their bodies were trembling, and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without any delay, he immediately waved his hand and shot out beams of light into the bodies of these ferocious beasts. There were no exceptions. From then on, with nearly 50 mighty figures of the primordial era under his control, the entire demon wolf forbidden grounds fell into his hands. It became a vassal of the magic hall. Deng, however, due to other considerations, Yi Xian did not announce his name as the master of the magic hall. Instead, he referred to himself as the demon wolf demon lord. The two words demon wolf here naturally refer to the demon wolf forbidden area. Therefore, the beasts in the forbidden area should call him the demon lord. If there are no major changes, without my order, you are not allowed to go too far from the demon wolf forbidden area. Otherwise, if I find out, you will be executed without mercy. After doing all this, Yi Xian's soul consciousness spread out. The entire monster wolf forbidden land could hear it clearly. Countless beasts in the forbidden land roared in unison, replying respectfully. This time, Yi Xian's harvest could be said to be extremely shocking. Other than the gold guiding origin demon wolf's heaven's eye, he had also obtained several desolate supreme blood essences. Boom! After killing the demonic patterned sky wolf, he had obtained 34 desolate supreme blood essences. Now, he had obtained 38. He was only 2 desolate supreme blood essences away from 40. More importantly, he had successfully obtained the gold guiding origin. As a result, among the innate 5 elements herbs, only the fire guiding origin, the water guiding origin, and the earth guiding origin had not been obtained yet. The task of collecting the innate 5 elements herbs was almost completed. However, Yi Xian had no clue where the next 3 innate 5 elements herbs were. He had to rely on Lu Zhangke to lead the way so that he could smoothly obtain them. He immediately turned around and left the monster wolf forbidden land. He did not even go to the neighboring demonic deer forbidden land. Instead, he went straight to the next stop. At this time, Lu Zhangke also removed the bloodline true body state and transformed into the appearance of a remnant. He was an old man with blood and blood beard. He looked a little mysterious and strange. Reverse Yi Xian was not very eye-catching and was extremely young. This was a combination of remnant powerhouses. Generally speaking, the old man should be an elder or a powerful existence, while the young remnant should be his follower or junior. However, the truth was the opposite. Now, the two of them were flying in the void. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back and was calm and relaxed. Lu Zhangke followed beside him. Although he seemed to be leading the way, he would occasionally look back with a flattering smile on his face. He took the initiative to talk to Yi Xian. Fellow Daoist, the next stop is the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. While rushing, Lu Zhangke explained the general situation of the next destination to Yi Xian. This Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a little special. It is located in the right section of the right bank of the Milky Way. The strongest powerhouse in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a water-patterned blue unicorn. This water-patterned blue unicorn is also a connate ferocious beast. There is a dark blue liquid in its body called heavenly liquid. This liquid is a substance that the water-patterned blue unicorn, a connate ferocious beast, slowly accumulates in its body because of its connate ferocious beast bloodline after its cultivation has advanced to the desolate venerable realm. Because it contains a trace of the power of the primordial law and its attribute is water, it is called heavenly liquid. It is extremely precious. The strongest water-patterned blue unicorn in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land has also reached the peak of rank 9 Desolate Venerable, which is half a step into the heavenly path. It is similar to my cultivation and that of the water-patterned Sky Wolf. There is not much difference. In addition to this water-patterned blue unicorn, there are 2 desolate venerable old monsters in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. Their cultivation is also very strong. They are both rank 8 desolate venerables and are not far from the peak of rank 9. Hence, although there are only 3 desolate venerable old monsters in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land, their overall strength is not weak. Among the many supreme Forbidden Lands and supreme starfields on the right bank of the Milky Way, they are quite famous. However, the situation in this Forbidden Land is a bit special. The other supreme Forbidden Lands have a large number of space beasts. Although their bloodlines are different, they gather together and live in the forbidden starfields. However, there are not many space beasts in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. There are only a few hundred of them. The weakest one is a Universe Supreme, and they are all space beasts that like water and cold. The reason for this is because the entire Blue Chelan Forbidden area is a world of water and ice. The Fire Chelan's entire body is crimson red, and its attribute is fire, while the Blue Chelan is of the water attribute, and likes water and cold. The Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a world of water. There are not many stars, and they are all immersed in the endless cold liquid. Also, when the water-patterned blue unicorn is cultivating, there is a large amount of cold air coming out of its body. If it stays there for a long time, the entire starfield's endless cold liquid will be frozen. That scene is spectacular, as if the entire space is frozen. All the space beasts in the starfield, as well as a small number of stars in the starfield, are all frozen. Such an extreme environment, even some powerful space beasts can't withstand it. They don't like it, so there are very few space beasts that rely on the water-patterned blue unicorn. Now, the hundreds of space beasts living in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land, although their bloodlines and races are different, without exception, they all like water and cold. When the water-patterned blue unicorn cultivates, the entire starfield is frozen in an extreme environment, which is beneficial to their cultivation. Hence, they gather there. From this point of view, these hundreds of space beasts are more or less dependent on the water-patterned blue unicorn. Hence, if we want to kill the former, we have to kill them as well. Leaving them alive would be a disaster in the future. Chapter 5069. When the water-patterned blue Chelan cultivates, it freezes the entire stellar domain in an extreme environment. It is beneficial for the hundreds of ferocious beasts that are attached to the Blue Chelan Forbidden Land. Therefore, they are gathered there. Upon saying that, a cold glint flashed in Lu Zhangke's eyes. From this point of view, the hundreds of astral beasts are somewhat reliant on the water-patterned blue Chelan. Therefore, if we want to kill the former, we have to kill them as well. Leaving them alive will only lead to future trouble. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Upon hearing that, a faint glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As he spoke, he swept his gaze to Lu Zhangke and gave him a meaningful look. Before heading to the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land, the old bastard had reminded Yi Xian not to spare the remaining 4 desolate supremacies in the Forbidden Land after killing the water-patterned Sky Wolf. This was because they had a good relationship with the water-patterned Sky Wolf. They got along very well, so if they were not killed, it would probably cause trouble in the future. Back then, Yi Xian did not think too much about it. After all, Lu Zhangke's performance back then was extremely ingratiating. In order to curry favor with Yi Xian, a heavenly Dao realm expert, it was understandable that he would take the initiative to remind him. Furthermore, the old bastard was clearly worried that Yi Xian would misunderstand. Back then, he made his stance clear that he would not covet the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land. Furthermore, he gave a reasonable reason. That was, the astral beasts in the demonic deer Forbidden Land were the mild type. As for the astral beasts in the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land, they were the exact opposite. Even if they were to incorporate the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land, it would not be a good thing. Instead, they would be inviting trouble, everything was reasonable. Yi Xian did not think too much about it. But this time, when the old bastard brought him to the blue Qilan forbidden land on the right bank of the Milky Way's right bank, he seemed to ingratiate himself by reminding Yi Xian that he had to kill all the few hundred astral beasts in the forbidden land after killing the water-patterned blue Qilan. And this time, the reason he gave was just as reasonable, so Yi Xian wouldn't have thought too much about it. But this old man had always said that he had a gentle temperament. Now that he said these words, it seemed as if they came out of his mouth without any pressure at all. It gave people a strange feeling. In an instant, Yi Xian's mind flashed, and he became vigilant. This time, although he had only casually mentioned it, Lu Zhangke seemed to have immediately realized something. He gave a dry laugh and explained a few words, then no longer said anything. That was even more suspicious. Yi Xian sneered inwardly, but he didn't point it out. He followed behind the other, spreading his wings and shooting toward the right section of the Milky Way's right bank. Although it was not far from the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way to the right section, it was not close either. With Yi Xian's current cultivation at the 6th level of the Heavenly Path realm, it should have been faster. But because Lu Zhangke, who was leading the way, was only at the half-step Heavenly Path realm at the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy, it took 2 full days before the two finally arrived at the edge of the blue Qilan forbidden land. At this point, the temperature in the void suddenly rose by hundreds of degrees. Even a breath could instantly turn into ice shards. Perhaps it was because of this that there was no sign of any ferocious beasts in the nearby starfields. Even the two forbidden lands on the left and right of the blue unicorn forbidden land were extremely far away, avoiding the cold air that was emitted from this place. Looking ahead, in the void at the end of the line of sight, there was a light blue ice block that connected the sky to the earth. This light blue ice block was too big, and it extended to the end of the line of sight. Clearly, the entire star sector was frozen. Through the translucent ice block, one could vaguely see some stars in the ice block. There were not many of them. Within a radius of a few 100 billion miles, there were only about 600 to 700 of them. This number was about the same as the number of astral beasts in the blue Qilan forbidden land that Lu Zhangke had mentioned earlier. If there were no accidents, among the hundreds of stars in the giant light blue ice block, there should be an astral beast hibernating in the interior of each star. The weakest among them was a universe supremacy, and there were dozens of primordial antiquity almighties. The rest were the water-patterned blue Qilan, which was at the 9th level of perfection, and the other two desolate supremacies, which were at the 8th level. Hundreds of astral beasts had bloodlines that were fond of water and cold. Now, the endless liquid sea that covered the sky and earth in the blue Qilan forbidden land had all turned into a solid light blue ice block. This meant that the water-patterned blue Qilan was cultivating, which was why its body emitted cold air. Gradually, the entire star sector of the blue Qilan forbidden land, along with the endless liquid sea, was frozen. While the hundreds of astral beasts attached to the blue Qilan forbidden land had their eyes on the extremely cold air emitted by the water-patterned blue Qilan when it was cultivating. This was also beneficial to their cultivation. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the hundreds of astral beasts hibernating in the hundreds of stars should all be in a state of closed-door cultivation. Xian and Lu Zhangke were standing right outside the blue unicorn star field. About 10 billion miles ahead of them was the Forbidden Land, which had been completely frozen and turned into a giant ice cube. He tried to extend his divine sense, but he discovered that the light blue ice block had a mysterious effect on his divine sense. Even though Yi Xian was a supreme existence at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm, his divine sense might not be able to envelop the entire area in an instant and detect that the water-patterned blue Qilan was in closed-door cultivation on that star. However, it didn't matter. Since the light blue ice block had an effect on his divine sense, he could just blow it up with a single punch. With Yi Xian's terrifying cultivation at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm, even if this giant ice block was the size of a star sector, he could still blow it up with a single punch. Since he had decided, he had to do it. Bang! In the next instant, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he punched out. Void the space exploded as an invisible, majestic force enveloped the giant light blue ice block in front of him. What happened next was without a doubt, an earth-shaking rumble resounded in an instant. The ice that covered Pang Da's entire star field instantly exploded, and the entire vast void trembled as a result. This force was too powerful. Not only did it explode the giant light blue ice block that froze the entire star sector, more than half of the hundreds of stars in the ice also exploded. As the stars exploded, a bloody mist spread out. Clearly, the astral beasts hibernating in closed-door cultivation on the stars were also killed by this punch. Phew. With some hesitation, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Following the whistling sound of a gale, an incomparably boundless force whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that had exploded within the light blue ice. It was absorbed into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. What surprised him was that there was actually a blood mist of the desolate venerable old monster's flesh. Clearly, among the stars that were blown up, one of them belonged to one of the 2 8th-ranked desolate venerables in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. This old fellow was really unlucky. Before the sun even rose, he was blasted apart by Yi Xian along with the star that was hibernating in closed-door cultivation. It left him speechless. Chapter 50-70. Yi Xian threw a punch, and an earth-shattering boom was heard. The ice in Pang Da's star sector exploded instantly. This power was too strong. No. However, when the giant light blue ice that froze the entire star sector exploded, more than half of the hundreds of stars in the ice also exploded. As the stars exploded, a bloody mist spread out. Very clearly, the ferocious star beasts that were hibernating in seclusion within the star were also killed by this punch. Among them, there was an 8th-level desolate venerable among them, which made him speechless. In fact, other than this 8th-level desolate venerable, there were also 14 blood mist from the bodies of powerful beings of the primordial era. The rest were all primordial supreme beings. Yi Xian did not waste any of this. He collected all of them and sent them into Shenong Cauldron. The bloody mist that exploded from the bodies of universe supreme beings could also be used to refine a level 28 supreme beings treasure pill. There were more than 700 space beasts in Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. Apart from, there were 3 desolate venerable old monsters and dozens of primordial supreme beings. The rest of the 700 were all universe supreme beings. It was rare to encounter such a high-density group of universe supreme beings. After killing them easily, he could obtain about 700 supreme beings' blood essence. Of course, Yi Xian would not refuse this kind of thing. As for the possible conspiracy of that old man Lu Zhangke, Yi Xian did not care at all. In front of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes were just fleeting clouds. If this guy was honest, it would be fine. If he really had any schemes in private, he would be seeking his own death. At most, he would just kill him with one punch. Roar! Roar! Screech! In the next moment, a figure rushed out from each of the 400 surviving abandoned planets in the gigantic ice block that was exploding. They were all ferocious beasts of the universe. They had different bloodlines and races, but they were all extremely arrogant. They lifted their heads and roared endlessly. They looked up and roared endlessly. It was unknown where these space beasts got their confidence from, but they dared to act so arrogantly in front of a terrifying existence that could shatter a giant ice block that sealed an entire star field with a single punch. Rumble, old Lu, it's you. Are you tired of living? How dare you invade the Blue Chelan Forbidden Area? Along with a heaven-shaking roar, a ferocious space beast, tens of thousands of miles long, roared over from the right side of the front. It was the other 8th-stage old monster, Huang Zun. He obviously knew Lu Zhangke. When he saw that the intruder was actually Yi Xian, he was instantly enraged. He directly ignored Lu Zhangke, whose aura was not obvious, and rushed toward Lu Zhanke with murderous intent. Bang! Xian wasn't interested in talking to him at all. He didn't have the slightest intention of pestering him. He immediately punched out. Pounds an incomparably boundless and terrifying power directly enveloped the ominous chariot. Everything that followed was without suspense. An earth-shattering roar instantly resounded. Although this desolate supremacy old monster was already a rank 8 desolate supremacy, it was not far from the peak of rank 9 perfection. However, in the face of Yi Xian's all-out attack, who was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm, he didn't have time to react. In a split second, a majestic force rushed into his body. In less than half an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in its body. Its entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Yi Xian gently waved his hand. With the sound of a strong wind whistling, an incomparably majestic power whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist formed by the explosion of the desolate supremacy old monster's huge body and directly absorbed it into its body. At this point, 2 of the 3 desolate supremacies in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land had been destroyed in a single exchange. Only the 9th stage perfection water pattern Blue Qilin was left. This water pattern Blue Qilin was the main target of Yi Xian's arrival. After killing the rank 8 desolate supremacy with a punch, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He shifted his gaze and directly locked onto the water pattern Blue Qilin's aura. Hiss! This power is actually at the heavenly Dao realm, and it's at the middle stage. As the rank 8 ferocious beast was blown apart by Yi Xian's punch, he shifted his gaze. In front of him, in the left side of the void, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came. Damn it! What the hell are you doing, remnant expert? And you, Lu Zhanke, as a ferocious beast, you colluded with the remnant. Today, you wreaked havoc in my Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. Do you have a death wish? The one who roared was the strongest expert in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, the water pattern Blue Qilin whose cultivation had reached the 9th stage perfection of the desolate supremacy. Its figure wasn't very large, and it was merely around a few million kilometers in size. However, it was completely dark blue in color, and its entire body was suffused with boundless light blue cold mist. It seemed extremely mysterious, and it even imperceptibly emanated an extremely noble and ancient aura as it coiled around the mist. At this time, even when it spoke to Lu Zhanke, there seemed to be a hint of condescension, which made Yi Xian extremely uncomfortable. No. Regardless of whether the water pattern Blue Qilin was pretending or really had something to rely on, Yi Xian did not care. He was not even interested in learning about it because today, he had to obtain the water guide origin no matter what. If this water pattern Blue Qilin had to die. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he did not say a single word of nonsense. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he directly punched out. Bang! Yi Xian only lightly punched out this strike, and his shoulders didn't even shake. However, his current cultivation level was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm. It was terrifying to the extreme, and the water pattern Blue Qilin couldn't withstand it at all. With a loud bang, the huge body that was still roaring in the void instantly exploded, leaving not a single hair behind. It turned into a light blue blood mist that spread out. Within the light blue blood mist, there was a blue liquid that was about 10 feet in radius. It was condensed and did not disperse. It was clearly visible in the spreading blood mist. Who? Seeing this deep blue liquid, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a playful smile. A light flashed in his eyes as he immediately waved his hand. An invisible force surged out. Very quickly. Soon, the blood mist formed by the explosion of the water pattern Blue Qilin's huge body swept over. It was absorbed by Yi Xian and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Similarly. At the same time, the blue liquid in the blood mist also shot over. At the same time, it was compressed by Yi Xian's invisible force of the heavenly Tao. When it landed in Yi Xian's hand, it had already turned into a mysterious liquid the size of a fist. It was deep blue, but it did not condense and did not disperse. Yi Xian played with the fist-sized ball of blue liquid for a while before putting it away with a flip of his hand. The ball of blue liquid that did not disperse was the heavenly liquid in the water-patterned blue Qilan's body. It was also the water essence that Yi Xian needed. Now that he had finally obtained it, he heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a lot more relaxed. There were only 2 connate 5 elements herbs left to find. As long as he found them, he could start refining the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian could not wait any longer. However, now was clearly not the time to leave. In the void ahead, there were still more than 10 blood essences of mighty figures and hundreds of blood essences of supremes waiting for him to harvest. Chapter 50-71. With the water guide origin in his hands, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and he felt much more relaxed. Next, there were only 2 types of innate 5 elements herbs left. As long as he could find them, he would be able to refine the level 30 pill of heaven path. The most. Yi Xian could not wait to find the last 2 types. However, it was obviously not the time to leave yet. There were still hundreds of ferocious beasts in the void space in front of him that had not been dealt with. To him, these were the blood essences of more than a dozen powerful beings and hundreds of supreme beings. Howl. Damn you. You actually killed him. You actually killed him. Howl. Do you know who I am? You must be tired of living and want to die. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack and deal with the 300 universe supreme beings and more than a dozen powerful beings of the primordial era with one punch, a shocking roar suddenly came from the depths of the blue unicorn forbidden land in front of him. After the roar, there was another roar, and it sounded even more arrogant than the water-patterned blue unicorn that had just been killed a moment ago. The being that was roaring and jumping in the void space was one of the hundreds of ferocious beasts that had survived in the blue unicorn forbidden land. It was a ferocious bird with light green mysterious markings on its body. It was unknown what bloodline it had. Its head was like an owl's, but its body was like a giant eagle's. The body of this owl-headed eagle was not very big, only about 1,000,000 miles long, but the energy in its body was not weak. It had reached the peak of the 9th stage, which was a half-step desolate master. Obviously, in this blue unicorn forbidden land, besides the 3 desolate masters that had already been killed, this owl-headed eagle's cultivation was the strongest. Even so, with his power at the peak of the 9th stage, he should not have the confidence to be so arrogant in front of Yi Xian. After all, he had just seen Yi Xian attack and kill all 3 desolate elder monsters of the blue Qilan forbidden land, including the water-patterned blue Qilan, one by one. He was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th rank great perfection realm. Even the water-patterned blue Qilan, who was an entire realm higher than him, was not Yi Xian's match. His body was blown apart by a single punch, yet this fellow was still clamoring at Yi Xian. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either he was stupid, or he was confident that his identity or background was not weaker than Yi Xian's and had something to rely on. Since it was obviously impossible, the only explanation was the latter. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slowly curled into a playful smile. He turned to look at Lu Zhangke, who was standing behind him. But he didn't say anything. His line of sight quickly shifted to the owl-headed eagle that was roaring and jumping in the void ahead. He curled his lips and replied lightly, "I'm sorry, who are you?" "I am not interested in knowing." Bang! Bang, 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 the voice of his divine sense sounded again, and there was no suspense about what happened next. The terrifying pressure of a sixth-order heavenly Tao realm instantly filled Xian's body and crushed the void of the blue Qi forbidden land in front of him. The aura was too terrifying. An earth-shattering roar was instantly heard. Blink. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying and violent force had already blasted the bodies of hundreds of space beasts in the star field, although they were universe supremes and powerful figures of the primordial era. Facing Yi Xian, who was at the sixth-order heavenly Tao realm, they couldn't react in time. The difference in strength between them was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Electricity in the blink of an eye, a majestic force rushed into their bodies. In less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in their bodies. A series of earth-shattering explosions were heard. Including the dozens of powerful figures of the primordial era, all the huge bodies of the space beasts exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood fog that rapidly spread, enveloping a corner of the void. Who? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately waved his hand and shot out a majestic invisible force. The rapidly spreading blood fog swept over and was absorbed into his body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. Until, at this time, the blue Qi forbidden land was completely destroyed. In the entire star field of the forbidden land, there was not a single living space beast. It had turned into a barren land like a dead zone. In this battle, Yi Xian's harvest was so great that it even surpassed the demon wolf forbidden land from before. Division with the water guide origin, he also obtained 3 pieces of desolate sovereign blood essence. He already had 38 pieces before, and now with the addition of 3 pieces, he had a total of 41 pieces. Division in addition, he also obtained 36 pieces of blood essence of powerful figures this time because there were exactly 36 powerful figures of the primordial era in the blue Qi forbidden land. In addition to the 3 desolate sovereign old monsters and the 36 powerful figures of the primordial era, there were a total of 713 universe supreme beasts left in the forbidden land. Now, all of them were killed, and the majestic blood fog that exploded from their bodies was collected by Yi Xian and sent into the Shenong cauldron. Soon, it will turn into more than 700 supreme blood essences. Congratulations, my friend, you have also obtained the water guide origin. After the cut, Lu Zhangke, who was following behind, immediately rushed over to Yi Xian with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists and bowed to him, repeatedly congratulating him. TSK, TSK, TSK. My friend, I have never seen such a powerful cultivation in my life. I have been thinking about the 5 elements guiding herbs for many years, but I never thought that one day I would have the ability to gather all of them. On the other hand, fellow Taoist, it has only been a short period of less than 10 days, yet you've already gathered 3 of them. I presume you'll be able to easily obtain the remaining 2 as well, and you'll be able to obtain them very soon. Just thinking about it really makes me sigh with admiration. My friend, you are too polite. As for the 5 elements guiding herbs, aside from your heavenly velvet, I have already obtained the gold guide origin and the water guide origin. My friend, you also contributed. Turning around, Yi Xian nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. He paused for a moment before continuing. Although you did not participate in the battles in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land and the Blue Qi Forbidden Land, if you did not lead me here, I would not have known that the 5 elements guiding herbs were in need of these 2 forbidden lands. Therefore, in the future, when the 5 elements guiding herbs are gathered, I will open the furnace to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. If the treasure pill is successfully refined, I will give you one. This is what I meant, and it is what my friend deserves. So, there is no need to politely decline. Oh, by the way. While speaking, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Lu Zhangke again, and a light flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, just now, that owl-head eagle, who was at the peak of the 9th stage, seemed a little strange. He clearly saw me kill the water-patterned blue Qilin with one punch, but he still shouted and roared so arrogantly. It was as if he had something to rely on. My friend, you should have seen it too. Do you know that guy? Do you know his origin and background? This matter is indeed a little strange. Hearing this, Lu Zhanke was startled, and a blank expression quickly appeared on his face. He immediately shook his head, but that owl-head eagle is very unfamiliar. This old man has never seen it before. Chapter 5072. Never seen it before. Then forget it. Yi Xian seemed to have expected Lu Zhanke's answer. He was not surprised at all and immediately glossed over the matter. Anyway, that owl-headed eagle's cultivation level is only at the perfect stage 9. Even if he has a background, how strong can he be? At most, he's at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It's fine if an existence at this level doesn't come looking for me. He's lucky. If he dares to seek death, I'll just kill him. Yes, yes, yes. Fellow Daoist's cultivation level is shocking. A mere half-step desolate supremacy dares to be so presumptuous. What a joke. Hearing this, Lu Zhanke's eyes flashed, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. He changed the topic without leaving a trace. Oh, by the way, fellow Daoist, the matter of the blue unicorn forbidden land has come to an end. We should go to the next stop. As for the general situation of the next target, this old man will tell you as we walk. That's good. We've already obtained 3 of the 5 elements medicinal catalysts. It's not convenient to delay the remaining 2 for too long. Let's talk as we walk. Yi Xian nodded. As he spoke, his shoulders shook, and he immediately rushed out of the blue unicorn forbidden land, which had long been a dead zone. Behind him, a cold light flashed in Lu Zhanke's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. His face was once again filled with a smile as he chased after Yi Xian. At the same time, in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, in an extremely powerful forbidden area, which was famous throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out without warning. Screech! Who is it? How dare you attack this lord's youngest son? In the blink of an eye, the soul lamp has been extinguished. This is clearly an instant kill. It has to be at least a peak desolate supremacy at the perfect stage 9. It might even be at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. No matter who you are, this lord will definitely find you, burn your bones, and burn your soul. Screech. This forbidden land was called the demonic condor forbidden land. The strongest person in the forbidden land was a supreme existence at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. Such as the one who let out the earth-shattering roar was the dark-feathered demonic condor. Caught off guard, countless fierce beasts in the forbidden land trembled in fear. They did not even dare to breathe. Silver in the right bank of the river, in the universe void not far from the blue unicorn forbidden land. 2 silhouettes were flying through the void, almost side by side, only a body's distance apart. Slightly the one in front was an old man in a blood-red robe with a red beard. Behind him was a young human expert. These 2 were none other than Yi Xian and Lu Zhanke. While they traveled, Lu Zhanke, who was half a body's length ahead of them, would occasionally turn his head around with an ingratiating smile on his face. He would tell Yi Xian about their next target and the situation in the forbidden land where they were stationed. Fellow Daoist, at this time, we have to temporarily leave the right bank of the Milky Way because the next 2 targets are both on the left bank of the Milky Way. Furthermore, these 2 targets are very special. They are supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, fellow Daoist, you have to be mentally prepared. There might be a fierce battle coming up. But of course, with fellow Daoist strength at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it won't be a problem at all. At this point, Lu Zhanke stole a glance at Yi Xian. Seeing that he only raised his eyebrows and did not say anything else, Lu Zhanke heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "Let's first talk about the next target. This target is a scarlet-patterned black crow. It is said that it has the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow in its body. It is also a connate ferocious beast with a type of scarlet crystal in its body. It is a crystal that slowly grows in the scarlet-patterned black crow's body due to its ancestral bloodline after it enters the desolate supremacy realm. It is also a special connate treasure medicine. It is of the fire attribute and can be used as a fire source. This scarlet-patterned black crow's cultivation level is extraordinary. It has already entered the true heavenly Tao realm, but it is only at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. With fellow Daoists' terrifying cultivation level at the sixth stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it won't be a problem to take it down. At most, it will be slightly troublesome and there will be a huge battle. The scarlet-patterned black crow presides over a forbidden area known as the Black Crow Forbidden Grounds. It is located on the right side of the left bank of the Milky Way. It is considered famous in the left bank region. Now, we are heading to the right bank. When we reach the end, we will follow the edge of the Milky Way star domain to the left bank. Using this route, we will reach the left bank, and the Black Crow Forbidden Grounds that the scarlet-patterned black crow presides over is located near the end of the right bank. Therefore, after circling around it, we will quickly reach our destination. Compared to the right bank of the Milky Way, the Forbidden Grounds on the left bank are much stronger. There is a reason for this. Although the entire Milky Way is protected by an invisible primordial chaos nomological force, it does not allow any experts to enter. Even a true heavenly Tao realm expert would not be able to forcibly tear through this invisible primordial chaos nomological force. All we can do is wait until the next primordial chaos era is about to begin. The conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain will allow some experts to enter. Only when we are vying for the next era's primordial chaos providence will we be able to enter in small numbers, but in fact, the ultimate goal of all the ferocious beasts and survivors lurking in the forbidden lands and star regions on both sides of the Milky Way is actually that mysterious mother planet. The Milky Way star domain is extremely vast, and the homeworld is only a mysterious ancient star domain. Although it is in the Milky Way star domain, it is located on the left bank of the Milky Way star domain. It is also for this reason that after the Milky Way star area was discovered, the ancient beasts and survivors who rushed here first gathered on the left bank. It was not until the left bank could no longer accommodate more forbidden areas that a large number of the most powerful forbidden areas and star areas slowly gathered on the right bank of the Milky Way. From this point of view, it can be seen that although both sides of the Milky Way are the most powerful forbidden areas and star regions, the one on the left bank is obviously more ancient and powerful. If it wasn't strong enough, it would have been destroyed by the powerful existences that came later. Therefore, there are still very few true heavenly Tao realm experts on the right bank of the Milky Way. Even if there are, they are lurking in the mysterious unknown void, typically not revealing themselves. But on the left bank, although not every forbidden ground or ancient star domain has a heavenly Tao realm expert presiding over it, more than a third of them do. As for the remaining two-thirds, even if there are no heavenly Tao realm experts in the ancient star domain, they are definitely in hibernation or in seclusion. Without a heavenly Tao realm expert presiding over it, the forbidden grounds and ancient star domains are destined to be unable to survive on the left bank of the Milky Way star domain. They would have long been wiped out. Having said that, Lu Zhanke stole another glance at Yi Xian before exhorting, therefore, on this trip to the left bank, if fellow Daoist wants to take action, it is best to finish it off. After killing that scarlet-patterned black crow, escape immediately. As for the remaining desolate supremacies and mighty figures, there is no need to worry about them. It is to avoid attracting the heavenly Tao realm experts from the neighboring forbidden grounds, which would cause unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 5073. Previously, Lu Zhanke had instructed Yi Xian to eliminate the other beasts' upper echelons in the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land and Blue Qilin Forbidden Land after killing the demon-patterned Sky Wolf and water-patterned Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. Yi Xian did not think too much about it the first time in the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land. But the second time in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, Lu Zhangke, who always claimed to be gentle, did not show any abnormalities when he mentioned the matter of exterminating the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. It was as though he had blurted it out naturally. This immediately aroused Yi Xian's suspicions, making him keep an eye on Lu Zhangke. But this time, when they headed to the Black Crow Forbidden Land at the end of the left bank of the galaxy, the old man acted out of character. Not only did he not advise Yi Xian to kill the scarlet-patterned Black Crow, he also attacked the other upper echelons of the beasts in the Black Crow Forbidden Land. He instructed Yi Xian to retreat after a single strike to prevent attracting the Heavenly Dao Realm experts from the other Forbidden Lands on the left bank that bordered the Black Crow Forbidden Land. It would appear as though he was doing everything for Yi Xian's sake. Either the old man realized that Yi Xian was already suspicious, so he deliberately did this. He wanted that was the method he used to scheme against Yi Xian. He did not target the scarlet-patterned Black Crow, but the final target after the Black Crow. To Yi Xian, he was clearly leaning towards the latter. And previously, he could not figure out how Lu Zhangke had the guts and confidence to scheme against a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. But now, after learning of the situation on the left bank of the galaxy, Yi Xian was finally enlightened. Since 1/3 of the Supreme Forbidden Lands and Stellar Domains on the left bank had Heavenly Dao Realm experts permanently stationed there, as long as the benefits were great enough, it was clearly not too difficult for Lu Zhangke, who was a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th Order, which was equivalent to having a half-step Heavenly Dao Realm cultivation level, to request the help of some Heavenly Dao Realm beasts, as long as the benefits were great enough. Previously in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, the identity and origin of that peak mighty figure all-headed eagle at the great perfection of the 9th stage were clearly extremely suspicious. With his half-step desolate venerable realm cultivation, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing a supreme existence like Yi Xian, who was at the middle stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. From this point of view, the power behind the other party was probably not weaker than Yi Xian. They were likely at the peak of the mid-stage Heavenly Dao Realm at the very least. It was even possible that they were at the late-stage Heavenly Dao Realm at the 7th stage. This is Lu Zhangke definitely knew about this. It was also because of this reason that he secretly instigated Yi Xian to attack the owl-head eagle. He was determined to kill it. Such as this was equivalent to helping him ensure that he would be able to invite a Heavenly Dao old monster, who was not weaker than Yi Xian, and who was most likely at the late stage of the 7th Order, when he made his final calculations. When the time came, even if the Heavenly Dao old monster ate the meat while he followed behind and drank the soup, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be much more than what Yi Xian gave him. Yi Xian was only scheming in his heart. He basically had a plan in mind, but he did not expose it. He even pretended not to know. He still had not obtained the final 2 Fire Guide Origins and Earth Guide Origins. He still needed this old fellow to lead the way. It was far from the time to fall out with him. Phew. Phew. In the air, a sharp sound tore through the air. 2 beams of light, one in front and one behind, streaked across the right end of the Milky Way's right bank. Soon, they disappeared into the endless black bank ahead. After circling around this incomparably deep and dark region, one would reach the left bank of the Milky Way. When that happened, one would once again see the resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way star field. However, this deep and dark region was extremely vast. There was nothing that existed in the void. Furthermore, there was no resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way star field as a guide. If one was not careful, it was very likely that they would get lost here. Thankfully, as an ancient half-step Heavenly Dao Realm expert, Lu Zhangke had clearly been to the left bank of the Milky Way more than once. With him leading the way, it prevented Yi Xian from taking a roundabout route. From this point of view, this old fellow was indeed valuable. Furthermore, the idea of the 5 elemental catalyst was originally proposed by him. Although he did not personally hunt for the subsequent 5 elemental catalyst, he was the one who led the way to the Forbidden Land. This saved Yi Xian a lot of time. Just based on this, Yi Xian would not be stingy. Once a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill was refined, he would definitely get one. Guan regarding this matter, Yi Xian had already made it clear to him that this was his intention. However, if this old fellow was blinded by greed and insisted on scheming against Yi Xian to obtain more, he would only be courting death. Yi Xian had already given him a hint. If he failed to comprehend it, he would definitely deserve whatever fate awaited him. In this endlessly dark region, Yi Xian and Lu Zhanke traveled at full speed. After spending a total of 9 days in the void, the resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way star field finally appeared at the end of the darkness in front of them. They had arrived at the left bank, but there was still a certain distance between them. They did not delay and continued forward. Another day passed. After a total of 10 days, the surrounding darkness finally receded completely. In the void ahead of them, large amounts of starlight emitted from the resplendent Milky Way star field. At this point, they could be considered to have truly arrived at the left bank's void. Even with Lu Zhanke's peak desolate supremacy cultivation at the peak of the 9th stage, which was equivalent to a half-step Heavenly Dao realm cultivation base, it took him a total of 10 days to travel at full speed. If Yi Xian were to travel alone in the void using his physical body, it would probably take him 6 to 7 days at full speed. From this, it could be seen how vast the 2 dark regions that separated the left bank and the right bank of the Milky Way star field were. Fellow Daoist, our destination is 100 billion miles ahead of us. It's the Black Crow Forbidden Land at the edge of the right bank of the left bank. At this moment, Lu Zhanke, who was leading the way, had already stopped. He stood in the void and turned to look at Yi Xian before pointing ahead. Forward Yi Xian, who was in the Supreme Forbidden Land, also saw it. He nodded slightly when he heard what Lu Zhanke said. Then, his eyes flashed as if he suddenly thought of something. He casually asked Lu Zhanke, "The Black Crow Forbidden Land is located at the edge of the right bank of the left bank of the Milky Way. It seems that the cultivation level of the scarlet-patterned Black Crow is not very high here. He's a 2nd stage Heavenly Dao realm existence, but he's still the same. Just based on this point, the water on the left bank is indeed much deeper than the water on the right bank." His words seemed to be hinting at something, but halfway through, Yi Xian did not continue. When Lu Zhanke heard this, he chuckled and echoed a few words, but did not explain too much. Very quickly, the 2 of them did not hesitate. This time, Yi Xian was in front and Lu Zhanke was behind. Both of them fully activated the strength in their bodies. Their bodies turned into a beam of light and shot toward the Black Crow Forbidden Land. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from sight and entered the star field of the Black Crow Forbidden Land. At the same time, in the left bank of the Milky Way where the water was deeper, an army of foreign forces suddenly arrived without warning. The commander at the front of this army was a huge green heavenly eye that was as huge as a star. Chapter 5074. Due to the homeworld's location in the Milky Way, it was closer to the left bank. Therefore, after the discovery of the Milky Way stellar domain, the first ancient beasts and survivors to gather were gathered on the left bank. It was only when the left bank could no longer accommodate more forbidden zones that the right bank of the Milky Way slowly gathered a large number of powerful forbidden zones and star domains. From this point of view, the forbidden zones and star domains on the left bank were clearly more ancient and powerful. If they weren't strong enough, they would have long been destroyed by powerful existences. Therefore, on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were still very few true Heavenly Dao realm experts born. Even if there were, they would hibernate in the mysterious unknown void and typically would not show themselves. However, on the left bank, nearly 2/3 of the feral beast forbidden lands and the remnant star region had Heavenly Dao realm experts appear. Such a situation had not occurred more than 10 years ago. At that time, whether it was the left bank or the right bank, the strongest experts in the ominous beast Forbidden Lands and the remnant star field were all almighty experts of the primordial era. Although there were also primordial supremes, they were very few. Especially after the appearance of the Void Turtle, all the desolate supremes in the forbidden zones and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way went into hibernation, except for the few that were killed by the Void Turtle. However, this situation did not last long. 10 years ago, Heavenly Tao Realm astral beasts and star domain experts began to appear on the left bank. It was also for this reason that the Void Turtle disappeared from both sides of the Milky Way after that. If there were no accidents, he should be searching for a place to enter seclusion. The injuries he suffered in the Battle of the Primordial Era had been completely healed. In the Primordial Era, breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm was a necessary choice. And ever since the Void Gigantic Turtle vanished, the desolate supremacy and Heavenly Tao realm experts that were hibernating in the various beast forbidden lands and remnant stellar domains on the left bank began to appear. As the Void Turtle was of famous existence in the Battle of the Primordial Era, his appearance was extremely sensitive. It made the ancient existences that were hibernating in the forbidden zones and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way realize that the end of the Primordial Era was approaching. After the end of the Desolation Era, it would be the beginning of the next Primordial Era. At that time, the Milky Way star field would be fully opened. However, before that, the Milky Way star field would still have a conditional opening. Experts who met the conditions would be able to pass through the invisible barrier formed by the primordial law that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field and enter the Milky Way star field to compete for the primordial providence of the next era. With the arrival of the Desolation Era, the opportunity to seize the primordial luck of the next era was very close. Therefore, those old fellows who had been in hibernation for countless years had come out one after another. It could be said that compared to the right bank, the waters of the left bank of the Milky Way were deeper. These ancient existences had sharper divine senses, and they had realized all this before the upper echelons of the right bank of the Milky Way. Such as today, when Yi Xian, led by Lu Zhangke, rushed to the Black Raven Forbidden Land at the end of the right section of the left bank, an army of foreign forces suddenly arrived at the left bank of the Milky Way, where the waters were even deeper. The commander at the forefront of this army was an azure heaven's eye that was as huge as a star. No, that was not right. This army was from the desolation world that had just fully descended and fused together like a broken mirror. The leader of this army was the primeval heaven's eye, who represented the will of the desolation world's heavenly Tao. The entire desolation world was created by the demon god of power, one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial era. And now, the primordial era was coming to an end, and a new era was about to begin. The primeval heavens eye was indignant, so he led the desolation world army to the left bank of the Milky Way in order to seize the primordial providence of the next era. Boom. Rumble. At that moment, in a dark void on the left bank of the left bank, an earth-shattering boom was heard. Such as, a huge void rift appeared in this area. It was as vast as a star field, and it was a ghastly sight. Such as, a void rift of this magnitude was probably not something the typical Heavenly Tao realm expert could tear apart. After all, this was the primordial chaos void. The formless nomological forces were just too powerful. However, the Heavenly Tao's eye was far from the typical Heavenly Tao realm expert. It had already stepped into the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm and was not far from the peak of the 9th stage's perfection Heavenly Tao realm. Whoosh! The Heavenly Tao's eye, which resembled a gigantic star, charged out of the terrifying void rift. Immediately following that, there was a crashing sound that blanketed the world. Netherworld the cauldron had also arrived. It was similarly incomparably large, as if it was a cauldron, and possessed its own consciousness and life. The 20,000 rune chains on the exterior of the cauldron were like tentacles, waving about with incomparable agility. Following closely behind the Netherworld cauldron was a massive army of living beings. Be it in terms of numbers or auras, they far exceeded the Magic Hall army that Pig Spirit had brought from the Desolation World. this terrifying army was made up of all living beings from the Desolation world. Both there were astral beasts, as well as all sorts of human battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. There were even planetary regions that humans had built over the years. Some of the battleships were painted with all sorts of emblems. Among them, one could clearly see the emblems of the first universe's original slave races. There were also the Blood Wyrm race, Blue Rock race, Battle Lion race, Inji race, Raging Bull race, Golden Eagle race, Colored Python race, Ravenous Wolf race, and Tree Spirit race. Even the human army of the Third Universe was among them. The Heaven Extinction Palace, which resembled an energy stellar vortex the size of a planet, the 10 Stars of Eternity, and the Temple of Glory that resembled a continent could all be seen. However, they were all located at the back of the Desolation World Army. Clearly, they were not the main force. Even though the slumbering patriarchs of various eras in the ancestral grounds of these races and factions had been awakened, and their respective armies had the auras of many primordial supremes and primordial supremes, they were still placed at the back of the Desolation World Army. As for the front of the army that followed behind the Netherworld Cauldron, they were all gigantic astral beasts. The auras that emanated from their bodies were at least that of primordial supremes. Most of them were desolate supremes and extremely ancient. These pharaohs were all ancient existences that had followed the heavenly axiom's green eyes since the primordial war. Over the years, they had been in hibernation to heal their wounds. Some of them had yet to fully recover from their injuries, but they still came out into the world, following the heavenly axiom's green eyes from the end of the primordial era to the primordial void. As for the 9 pharaohs closest to the Netherworld Cauldron, the auras emanating from their bodies had all reached the true heavenly axiom realm. However, they were only at the early or middle stages. Among them was a weeping soul blood ape with a single horn on its head, Roar. No matter who the forbidden zone in front belongs to, give up the forbidden zone at once, or die. At that moment, as the army rushed out of the void rift, the heavenly axiom's green eyes roared angrily, heading towards the forbidden zone on the left bank ahead. From this day forth, this place shall be renamed as the Forbidden Zone of the Primordial Era. Chapter 5075. No matter who the Forbidden Land in front belongs to, immediately hand over the Forbidden Land star region. Otherwise, die. Roar. As the entire army rushed out of the void rift, the heavenly Tao's green eye roared and rushed towards the Forbidden Land on the left bank. From today onwards, this place will be renamed as the Primordial Forbidden Land. It was clear that regardless of the situation of the Forbidden Land in front and the cultivation level of the strongest person in the Forbidden Land, since it was the closest, he would successfully snatch it and make it the resting place of the Primordial World's army. No, needless to say, the Heavenly Tao's golden eye was indeed in existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now, what he was doing was the same as when Pig Spirit led the Fiend Hall army to the right and left banks. However, compared to Pig Spirit, he was a lot more domineering. In fact, he did have the confidence. He knew that the waters on the left bank of the Milky Way were deeper, and that the supreme forbidden lands and star regions on the left bank were more powerful than the right bank of the Milky Way. However, the Heavenly Tao's green eye was not far from the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage. He had the confidence and strength. No, although the Heavenly Tao's green eye was strong, the unknown forbidden land in front of him was not weak either. Just as the Heavenly Tao's green eye's voice rumbled out, a shocking roar suddenly came from the unknown forbidden land star region hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Roar. You are the primeval heaven's eye. Why? Has the primordial world's apocalypse really descended? You actually left the primordial world with your primordial world army and came to the primordial world. From the looks of it, the conditional opening of the Milky Way star region is not far away. The time to enter the Milky Way star region and fight for the providence of the next era is coming. I have been waiting here for countless years. Now that everything is about to open, you want to chase me away. Green Eye, what right do you have? Roar, boom. Rumble, as the last roar resounded, numerous figures instantly rushed out from the unknown forbidden area 100 billion kilometers away. All of them were extremely large, easily hundreds of millions of kilometers in size. Although there were all kinds of dire beast bloodlines and races, almost half of them were in the form of tigers. There were dark void, white tiger, piebald tiger, and even winged tiger. At the very front of this army of beasts was a blood four-head tiger with a slanted eye that was 15 million kilometers long. Its entire body was covered in white fur, and there were bloody marks that exuded a ferocious aura. There was a red mark on its forehead that was as dense as blood, and it looked like a third eye. The slit-eyed blood four-head tiger was the strongest person present. The cultivation aura emanating from its body was so powerful that it left one trembling. It had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was on par with Yi Xian, who had activated the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power and cast it to the 9th transformation. Division with the slit-eyed blood four-head tiger, there were 2 other tiger species dire beasts following closely behind. They were also extremely large in size. One of them had a mane as black as ink, while the other had an ordinary yellow mane. However, it had a pair of wings on its back. The black tiger was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the winged tiger was at the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It had probably just broken through not long ago. Further back, in the majestic army of dire beasts with different bloodlines and races, there were more than 10 desolate-level dire beasts and more than 100 primordial era mighty figures. The rest were basically all Universe Supremes, Universe Masters, or Universe Knights. There were nearly 10,000 of them. Just from this alone, one could tell how powerful the forbidden area on the left bank was. It was on a completely different level from the forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank of the Milky Way. Of course, in some of the forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were heavenly Tao realm mighty figures. However, they had yet to appear in the world. They were not in their respective forbidden areas or star domains. Instead, they were hibernating and lying dormant in unknown voids, and although the forbidden area overseen by the slit-eyed blood four-head tiger was extremely powerful, it was still much weaker compared to the primordial army that Heavenly Tao's Green Eye had brought along, which was made up of all the living beings in the entire primordial world. At that moment, the human race from the 3 main dimensions of the universe, as well as the armies from the other races, had already stopped behind the primordial army. This was Heavenly Tao's Green Eye's command because they were not qualified to participate in such a huge battle. However, at the front of the army, the ancient dire beasts that followed closely behind the netherworld cauldron all raised their heads and roared. The auras in their bodies were extremely agitated, and their ferocity was overwhelming. Clearly, they were the forces that were about to participate in this expedition together with the primeval Heaven's Eye. Double the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was too obvious. Ignoring the number of mighty figures and desolate supremacies, just the strength at the heavenly Tao realm left the slit-eyed blood four-head tiger in a clear disadvantage. He only had 3 heavenly Tao realm existences on his side, but the primordial army, including Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, had 10 of them. Furthermore, Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, who was the strongest, was even a late-stage expert at the 8th stage of the realm. He was not far from the peak Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of the perfected Heavenly Tao realm. However, the slit-eyed blood four-head tiger had no choice. The Milky Way stellar domain's conditional activation was about to begin. He absolutely could not abandon the forbidden star domain that he had been defending for years. Furthermore, the dignity of a Heavenly Tao realm expert absolutely did not allow him to escape. Dang, however, the slit-eyed blood four-head tiger was not bent on seeking death. The reason why he chose to fight despite his immense disadvantage was naturally because he had his own considerations. After all, this was the left bank of the Milky Way. Nearly 2/3 of the supreme forbidden lands and star domains had Heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over them. Furthermore, he was a veteran expert here, while the primordial army opposite him was an outsider. First, once the battle began, the phenomena would be astounding. Most of the supreme forbidden lands and star domains on the left bank of the Milky Way would be alarmed. When that happened, the Heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star domains would rush over. With the primordial army led by Heavenly Tao's Green Eye failing to take down the enemy after a prolonged battle, the only choice left was to unwillingly retreat. On this point, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger was quite confident. Although he knew that he was no match for the primeval Heaven's Eye, he was still at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. He was just one step away from the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm. Heavens! Even if he were to fight the primeval Heaven's Eye head-on, he was confident that he could last for a period of time. It would be enough for the Heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star domains on the left bank to arrive in time. Roar! 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 With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger immediately raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Immediately following that, the two Heavenly Tao realm experts, the black tiger and the winged tiger, did the same. The void quaked violently as a result. It could be heard clearly from more than 500 billion kilometers away. Screech! In that case, all of you can die. Roar! Noticing the other party's insistence on fighting, a green light flashed in Heavenly Tao's Green Eye's eyes. At the same time, it charged forward with a rumble. Behind it, 9 Heavenly Tao realm beasts of different bloodlines followed closely behind. The battle instantly unfolded, and the moment it began, it was already in full swing. Chapter 5076. On the other side, the slit-eyed blood-headed tiger, the black tiger, and the winged tiger behind it raised their heads and roared at the same time. Their roars traveled billions of miles, and even the void trembled. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle to the death. Screech! If that's the case, then all of you can die. Roar! Seeing that the other party was determined to fight, a green light flashed in the Heavenly Tao Green's eyes. At the same time that the voice of the Divine Spirit echoed, it charged out, followed closely by 9 Heavenly Tao pharaohs of different bloodlines. Behind them were even more desolate sovereigns and primordial great beings, as well as powerful pharaohs of the 3 realms of the universe. Their numbers were equal, and they clashed in the void, creating sparks of blood. A terrible battle descended, and it was already in full swing from the moment it began. The battle was taking place at the outskirts of the unknown Forbidden Zone. There were definitely more pharaohs of the Forbidden Zone in the star domain, but their cultivation was too weak. Without reaching the 3 realms of the universe, they were not qualified to participate in such a celestial battle, which was why all of them were cowering in the Forbidden Zone, trembling in fear. Similarly, the various legions behind the Primeval Legion had already stopped 100 billion miles away. The upper echelons of the various races in the 3 main planes of the universe were gaping at the earth-shattering battle, subconsciously holding their breaths as their bodies trembled slightly. Among them, one could see the silhouette of the Immortal Emperor, as well as the various palaces lords of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces, as well as the Grand Elders of the Temple of Glory. Countless champions from various races in the 3 main planes of the universe were all here, standing. Amidst the various battleships, fortresses of various sizes, star fortresses, and star battleships that blotted out the sky. Back then, as the fragments of the primeval world fused together again like a broken mirror, the primeval world reappeared, and every living being in that world became the slaves of the Heavenly Tao Green Eye. Even the Grand Masters of the Primordial Era and Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era who had been sleeping in their ancestral lands were all awakened. No matter how angry they were, they could only grit their teeth and be enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye. Now, although they had entered the legendary primordial chaos void, they had lost their freedom. Moreover, they were not afraid of the Heavenly Tao. Everyone knew that in the eyes of the primeval Heaven's Eye, they were just cannon fodder sacrificed at a special time. Unfortunately, Even though they knew this and felt great hatred in their hearts, no one dared to express it unless they were not afraid of having their body and soul destroyed. This is along the way. As the primordial heavenly Tao Green, I moved from the primordial world's doomsday void where the power of the heavenly Tao laws was gradually drying up. Almost everyone was filled with endless regret. They had long since known that Yi Xian had left. Not only had he left, but he had also left with the countless subordinates of the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Moreover, it was said that they had also entered this mysterious and ancient primordial void. But, the only difference was that they had been brought here by the primeval Heaven's Eye, as if they were being held hostage, with the purpose of enslaving them. They would be used as cannon fodder at a certain time in the future. The heavenly Tao was not benevolent, and it treated all things as dogs. This was vividly reflected in the primeval Heaven's Eye. However, the countless experts of the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun were different. Although they had also been brought into this mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void, the Yi Xian who had brought them here was not to enslave them, but to protect them. The gap between them was simply enough to make one weep. Thinking of this, in one of the incomparably huge command cabins with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 meters, the folded space inside was even more vast. In the two universes, the Blood Wyrm clan, the Cyan Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, the Yinji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, a group of powerful experts and desolate venerable realm elders from the 9 major clans suddenly sighed faintly. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Even their careful mutterings revealed endless regret and unwillingness. I really envy the experts of the various clans who had been captured by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. They are now official members of the magic hall. That's right, this can be seen from the fact that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, did not abandon them. Instead, he took them with him and entered this mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void. Thinking back, the various clans of the second universe hated Yi Xian so much and swore to rescue the clansmen who had been captured by him. Now, it seems that those words were really laughable. Those guys are probably secretly happy. Although they were captured before, now they are living more comfortably than us. At least they didn't lose their dignity. At this point, a group of higher-ups of the various clans of the second universe looked at each other and sighed faintly. In the entire command cabin on the top floor of the huge star fortress, the atmosphere was gloomy and oppressive to the extreme. The same scene was playing out in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress where the higher-ups of the various clans of the first universe were gathered. It was as if it was replicated. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with deep annoyance and regret. It was even more so for the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious clan, and the higher-ups of the desolate Venerable realm. Their 3 clans had formed an alliance with the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they were obsessed and cut off this friendship. If otherwise, not to mention the other clans of the first universe, the Space Rat, Hell Ant, and Giant Ferocious clan would never have fallen to such a state. They would have left with Yi Xian's magic hall army and entered the post-apocalyptic chaos world. God, would there still be a scene of them being mercilessly enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye. But in fact, among the various clans and factions that were enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye and forcibly brought from the post-apocalyptic chaos world to this chaos world, the ones with the most intense regret were far from the higher-ups of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, and Giant Ferocious clan. You and I compared to them, the higher-ups of the 2 human factions were even more regretful. It was not an exaggeration to say that their intestines were green with regret. At this very moment, on the undying star of the human faction, the immortal emperor and the other higher-ups of the human faction, as well as the higher-ups of the cultivation faction in the sky and palace that was like an energy star vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that was like a giant star continent, all of them seemed to have a tacit understanding of the past. They all shook their heads and sighed. How did we fall to such a state? Even the greatest beings and desolate supremes of our clans were all awakened, and yet we were still enslaved. Even our most basic dignity has been lost. I really miss the past. If it wasn't for the fact that I became enemies with Yi Xian, with the relationship between him and my eternal dynasty, I'm afraid that the Imperial Army would be able to occupy an extremely important position in the Demon Palace. It's all fate's fault. The heavens are heartless and treat living beings like dogs. And yet, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, values friendship and righteousness. Why didn't we understand all of this back then? Sigh. Now, it's too late for regrets. Chapter 5077. Hundreds of billions of miles away, amidst the huge army of the ancient universe, the various powers and the higher-ups of the races from the three main planes of space were all regretting their decision. Ahead of them, primeval heavens, I led the ancient beast army and charged forward, starting a huge battle at the edge of this unknown forbidden land. Both sides didn't have many soldiers, less than 1 million. However, any one of the ferocious beasts that participated in the war was at least a universe knight or above. These were definitely two elite beast armies. Even undying emperors weren't qualified to participate in the battle. Close to 2 million powerful beasts were fighting together. Even though this was the primeval world, where the laws were incomparably strong, the universe void was still torn apart from time to time. The aura was too chaotic. Looking from afar, one wouldn't be able to see the details of the battle. One could only see the raging aura raging and tumbling. Occasionally, the silhouettes of some ferocious beasts would be caught a glimpse of amidst the chaotic aura that roiled without end. Sometimes, a bloody mist would spread out, and sometimes, an enormous bang would resound out. This was clearly the sound of flesh and blood exploding, and it was extremely terrifying when one thought about it carefully. Rumble. Rumble, roar. Roar, the sound of thunder resounded incessantly, and there were countless beasts roaring and howling. This kind of high-level, large-scale close combat battle was extremely rare. It was different from the space battles between armies of the current era, where there were cannons and energy beams from battleships wreaking havoc. Inside, there was only blood and fire. It was all close-quarters combat. The powerful beasts on both sides relied on their chi and blood, their powerful bodies, and the supernatural powers of their bloodlines to fight. This kind of battle was like a miniature version of the primeval war that had once destroyed the entire primeval world. Looking at it from afar, it gave people a dazzling feeling. Green Eye, you're destined to return empty-handed. At this time, as the battle unfolded, the godly awareness of the slanted-eyed blood-headed tiger suddenly sounded in an area of the space hundreds of billions of miles away. So, your great desolate world has already entered the end of the world and is about to disappear completely, swallowed by the endless turbulence of the void. All of you are just history. In the next primordial era, there will be no place for you. You are destined to fail in this battle. Although you are at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, you will not be able to kill me in 12 hours. 12 hours is enough for all the heavenly Tao realm upper echelons of the left bank's forbidden zones to rush over. You will be expelled. They will not allow the originally peaceful forbidden land of the Blood Eye to be replaced by an external force with uncertain factors. You will not have a chance. Roar. Is that so? 12 hours. You are really thinking too much. In response to such a warning and provocation, the voice of the Way of the Heavens of the Untainted Land responded. It paused for a moment, and then its tone suddenly turned fierce. I just want to kill you. I can do it now. Weeping Soul. Roar. The Heavenly Tao's Eye's final sentence was clearly a call for action. And as it finished its final roar, an angry bellow sounded. With the bellow, a figure charged out of the chaotic void. It had a body like an azure ape and a blood-colored horn on its head. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. This, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, was similarly a heavenly Tao realm expert. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely be alarmed to see it. The blood ape was too mysterious. It had once appeared in the heritage images of supreme divine powers like the heaven-falling bow. In the heritage images that Xian saw, the entire great desolate world was embroiled in a shocking bloody battle. Countless powerful desolate world creatures were engaged in a life-and-death battle in the void. Every moment, lives were lost. Every moment, a rain of blood would splatter across the sky. There was a weeping soul blood ape that stood out from the scene of blood and fire. It had converged all of its aura and was lurking in a shadowy corner of a gigantic abandoned planet. Its eyes emitted a dark glow as it secretly observed the entire battlefield. Just from the heritage images, it was impossible to tell which faction the weeping soul blood ape belonged to. The Heavenly Dao's Eyes faction. No, the Infant Corpses faction. No, that was all, but now, it had come with the primeval Heaven's Eye, descending into the primordial chaos void. The mystery was finally solved. The weeping soul blood ape was a subordinate of the Heavenly Dao's Eye. Dang, in the beginning, Yi Xian had obtained a weeping soul blood horn under a planet in the Fiend stellar domain. Furthermore, this weeping soul blood horn was related to the Cage stellar domain. Back then, Yi Xian believed that the mysterious blood ape that had escaped from the Cage stellar domain and was killed by the Azure Eyes avatar. Its body was embedded in the walls of the Cage stellar domain's entrance, leaving only its soul to escape. It transformed into a blood horn and lay dormant under the planet. However, he later learned that it was only a descendant of the weeping soul blood ape. Such as the weeping soul blood ape that was following the primeval Heaven's Eye now was the true owner of the weeping soul blood ape that he had seen in the heritage images of the heaven-falling bow. Of course, there was also a weeping soul blood ape by the side of the mysterious guest from the home planet who had transformed into Devourer. However, its whereabouts were unknown later on. If there was no accident, the weeping soul blood ape by the side of the mysterious guest from the home planet should be the one by the primeval Heaven's Eye. After all, the primeval Heaven's Eye and the mysterious guest from the home planet were originally on the same side. Screech, at this moment, as soon as its figure appeared, the weeping soul blood ape raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. Its voice was extremely sharp. When it entered the eardrums instantly burst. Even the divine soul was affected. Furthermore, when the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the weeping soul blood ape's head emitted circles of invisible blood-colored ripples that rapidly radiated outwards. It was very fast, and wave after wave of ripples surged out in all directions. The raging battle instantly slowed down. However, the target of the weeping soul blood ape's bloodline divine power was clearly specific. The ferocious beasts on the Heavenly Dao's side were not affected in any way. However, on the blood forehead tiger side, all the ferocious beasts trembled and stopped their attacks. Their eyes revealed a dazed look, and even their divine souls were in a trance. It was as though they had been instantly pulled into some kind of illusion. Even the three Heavenly Dao realm existences, including the Black Tiger, the Winged Tiger, and the Blood Forehead Tiger, were the same. The battle should come to an end. Phew! In the next instant, the voice of the primeval Heaven's Eye's spiritual perception sounded once again, as though it was murmuring in its sleep. As the voice of the divine sense sounded, the green eye suddenly opened after it was closed. A huge green light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, it blasted into the forehead of the Blood Forehead Tiger, who had temporarily fallen into a daze. It directly penetrated the head of the Blood Forehead Tiger, leaving a huge bloody hole. With just one strike, the Blood Forehead Tiger perished. The forbidden land that belonged to it had changed owners. From this moment onwards, the primeval forbidden land appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 5078. Boom. Rumble, roar. Screech. After a momentary silence, the sound of thunder resounded incessantly once again. There were also countless ferocious beasts roaring angrily. This time, they were all from the Azure Eye faction. After the azure eye closed, it suddenly opened as a gigantic azure beam shot out. In a blink of an eye, it struck the glabella of the blood-forehead tiger, who had momentarily fallen into a daze. It tore through his head, leaving behind a gigantic blood-colored hole. With one strike, the blood-forehead tiger perished. The outcome of the battle was instantly decided. There was no suspense to the final outcome. Roar! Bam! Screech! With a resounding boom, there was no need for the primeval Heaven's Eye to take action. 8 of his 9 heavenly Tao realm beasts charged forward together. While Black Tiger and Winged Tiger were still in a daze, unable to react in time. In just a few seconds, the 2 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences were blasted to death. In less than 30 seconds, the 3 powerful heavenly Tao realm experts were completely finished off. If Yi Xian were to see this scene, he would definitely be alarmed as he raised his guard. But, the one who was wary was not the heavenly Tao's azure eye, but the weeping soul blood ape that was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. His bloodline divine power was just too astounding. When he let out a roar, the blood-colored horn on his head emitted invisible blood-colored ripples. Even the blood-forehead tiger, who had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, was unable to withstand it. Caught off guard, his consciousness was pulled into an illusion as he fell into a daze. If not for that, the blood-forehead tiger would not have been killed so easily. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Black Tiger and Winged Tiger, who perished one after another, would not have perished so easily if their consciousness had not fallen into a daze as though they were in an illusion. Heaven's which supreme existence at the Tao realm did not have a trump card to protect their lives. How could they be so easily killed? One, he knew that the current Yi Xian was only at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm after activating the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and using it to the 9th transformation. Yuan's eye, this blood-forehead tiger with slanted eyes, was the same. From this point of view, if it was Yi Xian here, he would most likely have fallen victim to that attack as well. Roar! Screech! Ruthless, 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 ruthless. At that moment, with the death of the 3 powerful heavenly Tao realm experts, the sky-eyed blood-forehead tiger, Black Tiger, and Winged Tiger, nearly 1,000,000 powerful beasts in the heavenly Tao's green-eyed camp raised their heads and roared angrily and violently. Tight then, an incomparably tragic massacre unfolded. Wrong, it was a massacre. This time, it didn't encounter much resistance at all because practically all of the near 1,000,000 ferocious beasts in the blood-forehead tiger's camp still had infatuated expressions and hadn't struggled free from the influence of the weeping soul blood ape's bewitching howl. Here at that moment, they were like motionless targets of flesh and blood in the void. They were destined to be slaughtered in a short period of time. The experts led by the heavenly Tao's green eye to participate in this battle were all astral beasts with ancient bloodlines. Among astral beasts, they relied on flesh and blood to raise their cultivation levels. Right to them, the treasured bodies of their opponents who perished in battle were the best source of flesh and blood. This scene was extremely tragic and filled with endless blood. Hundreds of billions of kilometers away, countless experts in the various factions and races of the 3 main astral planes trembled as they watched. These ferocious beasts with ancient bloodlines were too brutal. After the battle, they devoured the flesh and blood of their opponents. It left them shuddering. Unknowingly, a thought flashed through some people's minds as their faces turned as white as a sheet of paper. They were suspicious. With their insignificant battle strength, they were all brought from the primitive world to this mysterious primordial void by the primeval Heaven's Eye without leaving a single one behind. To the heavenly Tao's green-eyed, apart from being used as cannon fodder at certain moments, could there be another use for them? That was just like the large number of powerful ferocious beasts in the enemy camp that were being slaughtered on the battlefield and then devoured bite by bite. They were clearly temporary supplies of flesh and blood. Some people thought of the source of all evil star field. In the depths of that star field, there were originally a large number of astral beasts, all of whom were the bloodline descendants of ancient ferocious beasts. However, later on, when the netherworld furnace wreaked havoc, most of those astral beasts in the depths of the star field were devoured by the netherworld furnace. Only a few were rescued by the Yi Xian, such as the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. Even the space beasts in the depths of the star zone, the source of all evil, and the bloodline descendants of the ancient beasts under his command, were treated like this by the eyes of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land. What was he worth? Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle was about to end, and it was also at this time that the netherworld furnace also rushed forward. It was still incomparably enormous, as if it was an enormous life star in the shape of a cauldron, and it possessed its own consciousness and life. The 20,000 talisman marking chains on the exterior of the cauldron were like tentacles that fluttered about with extreme agility. As they waved, large amounts of remnant ferocious beast flesh and blood were collected and sent into the netherworld furnace. This included the remnant corpses left behind by the black tiger, the winged tiger, and the slab-eyed blood-forehead tiger after their deaths. Clearly, even supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm could not escape being devoured by the netherworld furnace after their deaths. Following that, their flesh and blood would be ground into blood, and after the final purification, they would be transformed into the origin liquid of all evil. When they thought up to this point, the figures of countless experts from the various clans shook violently and trembled. Perhaps they weren't afraid of dying, but to be treated as food by the ancient army of ferocious beasts under the command of the primeval Heaven Tao's green eye and be devoured bit by bit was something that no one could accept. That was a great terror, and just thinking about it caused their souls to disperse. At that moment, as such guesses grew in their minds, a seed was planted in the hearts of countless experts from various races in the massive army that was spread out in the void billions of kilometers behind them. Roar! Roar, rumble, the battle came to an end. Under the netherworld furnace's sweep, the remnant ferocious beast flesh and blood were quickly cleaned up and sucked into the netherworld furnace. At this moment, as the huge millstone in the netherworld cauldron rotated, the green eyes of the great Tao of the untainted land immediately gave the order. All the battleships and battleships of the untainted land army that were spread out in the void billions of miles behind them started to move, rushing towards the forbidden land ahead. At that moment, a few powerful heavenly Tao realm auras extended over from the distant void. It had been less than 2 hours since the battle began. The few heavenly Tao realm experts had arrived extremely quickly. They were likely guests from the neighboring forbidden lands, but unfortunately, they were still too late. Upon seeing the slab-eyed blood-forehead tiger perish, the few powerful heavenly Tao realm auras only stayed for a brief moment before silently retreating. Chapter 5079. It was also on the left bank of the Milky Way, but it was on the right side of the left bank. Furthermore, it was at the edge of the right bank. This was the Black Crow Forbidden Land. Just as the primeval heavens, I led a huge army of primordial creatures and tore through the void. They arrived at the left bank of the Milky Way and killed the black tiger, the winged tiger, and the slit-eyed blood-headed tiger in a short period of time, causing the primeval Forbidden Land to appear. Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke, who were leading the way, had also arrived at the star sector of their next target. No hesitation. After arriving at the Black Crow Forbidden Land, Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke immediately charged into the star sector. However, this time, Lu Zhangke was at the back while Yi Xian was charging forward alone. He wanted to end the battle. He wanted to end the battle in the shortest time possible so as not to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star sectors around the Black Crow Forbidden Land. Although Yi Xian was not afraid, if there were too many powerful heavenly Tao realm existences, even with his heavenly Tao realm stage 6 cultivation base, it would be a headache for him. This time, Yi Xian's target was a scarlet-patterned black crow. It was said that it had the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow and was also a connate ferocious beast. The scarlet-patterned black crow had a type of scarlet crystal in its body. It was a crystal that slowly grew in the scarlet-patterned black crow's body due to its ancestral bloodline after it entered the desolate supremacy realm. It was also a special connate treasure medicine with a fire attribute and could be used as a fire source. The scarlet-patterned black crow's cultivation base was extraordinary as it had entered the heavenly Tao realm. However, it was only at stage 2 of the heavenly Tao realm. With Yi Xian's terrifying stage 6 cultivation base, there was naturally no problem in taking it down. However, if they were to fight head-on, it would obviously take some time, which was somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, before entering the Black Crow Forbidden Land, Yi Xian had a private discussion with Lu Zhangke and Lu Zhangke on how to kill the scarlet-patterned Black Crow. At this moment, Yi Xian shot forward in front of him. The instant he charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Land, he activated the mental energy in his body with all his might and activated the perfect vibration mental energy secret technique. Such as now, he was a powerful existence at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. He was just a step away from reaching the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm. Edison with such a terrifying cultivation level, Yi Xian's figure was concealed. Even his aura was perfectly concealed. Even the primeval Heaven's Eye, who was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, could not detect him. Only a 9th-order consummation Heaven's Path Pinnacle expert would be able to do so. As for the scarlet-patterned Black Crow in Black Crow Forbidden Ground, it was only in existence at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was still in the early stages of the realm, so it was clearly impossible for it to sense Yi Xian's aura. No, however, Yi Xian did not know his opponent's current location, so he could not determine where he was hiding. If he extended his divine sense to investigate, his aura would leak out and be detected by the other party at the first possible moment. Century at that time, even if the 2nd stage scarlet-patterned Black Crow did not escape, it would take a certain amount of time to kill Yi Xian in a head-on battle. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't extend the power of his divine sense to investigate. He had already discussed this matter with Lu Zhangke before he charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground. The latter would be in charge. Lu Zhangke had yet to step into the true Heavenly Tao realm, but he was still a veteran peak desolate supremacy. Among all the powerful half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences, he was considered one of the strongest experts. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was infinitely close to the Heavenly Tao realm. Roar! As Lu Zhangke charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground, he, who had transformed into an elder of the Blood-Beard tribe, raised his head and roared. He instantly revealed his bloodline true body. It was thousands of miles wide, and his blood was astonishing. His half-step Heavenly Tao realm cultivation was instantly pushed to the extreme. Boom! Rumble! After hesitating for a moment, Lu Zhangke immediately raised his front hooves and stomped on an abandoned planet in the void hundreds of millions of miles in front of him after his bloodline true body appeared. Alarmed! There was an explosion in the sky. The abandoned planet exploded in the blink of an eye, and there was a bloody mist spreading out. It was clear that some of the fierce beasts in the forbidden area were caught off guard and didn't have time to escape. Under this stomp, they directly exploded and died. This was definitely a blatant provocation. A demon-patterned blood deer that was infinitely close to the true Heavenly Tao realm actually charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground like a madman. Without saying a word, it raised its front hooves and killed tens of thousands of beasts in the Forbidden Ground. Such a scene was absolutely unacceptable to the scarlet-patterned Black Crow. Furthermore, Lu Zhangke deliberately stirred up all the aura in his body. The commotion was so great that it immediately alarmed the crow. Caw! Blood deer, are you courting death? Following an extremely hoarse and ear-piercing cry, a figure instantly rushed out from a corner on the right side of the void. It was a black-red blob of light. The blob of light emitted a powerful aura at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was clearly the scarlet-patterned Black Crow. Yi Xian did not hesitate when the main body appeared. He continued concealing his body and concealing his aura. He immediately approached and threw out a punch, bam. At that instant, the boundless strength of Yi Xian's punch enveloped the black-red blob of light. There was no suspense in what happened next, an earth-shattering boom rang out in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying and berserk power had already smashed into the old fellow's body. Although he was a powerful existence at the second stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, he was unable to react in time against the full-powered strike of Yi Xian, who was at the sixth stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. The black-red blob of light only shook slightly before exploding. At that moment, the boundless strength surged into the scarlet-patterned black crow's body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc in his body. As his entire body exploded, the scarlet-patterned black crow perished. Its massive body transformed into a rapidly spreading scarlet-red blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Amidst the spreading blood mist, there was clearly a scarlet-red crystal that soared into the sky. That crystal was Yi Xian's main target. Phew! With some hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. Following the howling of a strong wind, a boundless strength whizzed out. Half in less than a second, the Heavenly Dao old freak's massive body exploded into a blood mist that swept over him. He absorbed it into his body and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. With a flip of his hand, a scarlet-red crystal the size of a head appeared in his palm. This item was named Heaven Crystal. It was a Khanate Origins item in the scarlet-patterned black crow's body. It contained a sliver of the primordial chaos Heavenly Dao nomological powers. Furthermore, it was fire elemental. It was the fire catalyst origins that Yi Xian needed. Now, with the scarlet-red Heaven Crystal in hand, Yi Xian was finally, short of one of the five elemental catalysts that he needed. Chapter 5080. Whoosh! With the sound of a strong wind whistling, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a majestic force whizzed out. The Heavenly Dao old monster's huge body exploded into a bloody mist and was absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. After that, he flipped his hand, and a scarlet crystal the size of a head appeared in his palm. It was the innate source of the scarlet-patterned black crow's body. It contained a trace of the primordial Heavenly Dao law and was of the fire attribute. It was the fire guide source that Yi Xian needed. Until, with the fire guide source in hand, Yi Xian only lacked the earth guide source among the 5 elemental guides that he needed. Previously, they had agreed that after killing this scarlet-patterned black crow, they would immediately leave this place and not stay any longer. Although there were still many desolate supremes and primordial ancients in the Black Crow Forbidden Land, this time, Yi Xian did not continue to attack. Roar! Lu Zhangke raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, Peng Da's terrifying true body suddenly disappeared and turned back into an old man in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. With a shake of his shoulders, he immediately walked toward Yi Xian with a fawning expression. Fellow Daoist's method is indeed amazing. With one strike, you instantly killed a second-stage Heavenly Dao realm cultivator. Congratulations! You've finally obtained the Heavenly Crystal. He did not say these words through voice transmission but through his mouth. For the Black Crow Forbidden Land's desolate supremes and primordial ancients who were hibernating in the abandoned stars in the distance, it was obvious that they heard it clearly. Yi Xian looked at him meaningfully, but he did not expose him. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the Black Crow Forbidden Land star region and into the distant void. Ha ha! Lu Zhangke let out a hollow laugh. Without any hesitation or delay, he immediately followed her. Soon, the two of them reached the end of the void outside the forbidden area and disappeared. Roar! 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 As the two left, the Black Crow Forbidden Land, which had become deathly silent because of Yi Xian's attack, was instantly filled with shocking roars. Just, the dozen or so desolate elders in the Black Crow Forbidden Area had clearly seen everything that had happened, including what Lu Zhangke had said to Yi Xian. Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land's strongest powerhouse was killed in the blink of an eye. It was easy to imagine how angry these desolate supremes were. Although they weren't Yi Xian's match, it was impossible for them to let this matter rest. As the furious roars rang out, the voices of divine senses circulated amongst the dozen or so desolate elders of the Black Crow Forbidden Area. I've seen the guy who transformed into a remnant. He comes from the right bank of the Milky Way. He's the strongest powerhouse in a forbidden land on the right bank. He's famous because he's the most proficient in the Tao of pills among all the fierce beasts. That's right. I've heard of this person. He calls himself Lu Zhangke. He's a fierce beast with an innate bloodline and a half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation base. Although he's a fierce beast, he's been studying the Tao of pills. It's said that he has a treasure pill formula that can refine a supreme treasure pill that can increase the chances of breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, this pill requires 5 types of innate 5 elements origins as medicinal catalysts. His heavenly velvet is one of them. Just now, Lord Black Crow was killed and the heavenly crystal in his body was taken away. That's the fire catalyst essence. The one who attacked is a remnant. Although it's just a glance, I can roughly tell that this person is at least a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm expert at the 5 stars realm. Otherwise, even if he launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't have been able to kill Lord Black Crow in one strike. This demonic patterned blood deer is too arrogant. As a fierce beast, it actually colluded with the remnant to kill Lord Black Crow of our Forbidden Land. It looks like he wants to refine the heavenly Tao treasure pill. We also need this pill, but with our desolate supremacy cultivation base, we can't obtain it. We have to spread this news and stir up the waters. Only then can we have a share of the pie. Roar. Roar. Roar, screech. Having said that, the desolate supremacy stopped talking. They raised their heads and roared. With a flash of their bodies, they transformed into beams of light and shot out. They rushed out of the Black Crow Forbidden Land and headed for the depths of the Milky Way's left bank. They wanted to spread the news that Lu Zhangke had colluded with the remnant to refine the heavenly Tao treasure pill. Whoosh. Whoosh, an empty sound rang out. In the dark void, 2 beams of light streaked across. They were very fast as they shot toward the endless darkness ahead. The 2 figures were Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke. Now, Yi Xian already had the wood guiding origin heavenly velvet, water guiding origin heavenly liquid, metal guiding origin heavenly eye, and fire guiding origin heavenly crystal in his hands. The only thing he lacked was the last kind of earth guiding origin. Yi Xian had no idea what the earth guiding origin was or where to find it. Therefore, as the 2 moved through the void, Lu Zhangke was still leading the way. However, after the 2 left the Black Crow Forbidden Land, they did not head for the depths of the Milky Way's left bank. Instead, they followed the original path and rushed toward the deep darkness between the left bank and the right bank, where there was no trace of the Milky Way's starlight. Yi Xian was puzzled. Could it be that the earth guiding origin was not on the 2 banks of the Milky Way, but in the endless dark void between the 2 banks? Brain, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately glanced at Lu Zhangke and asked without batting an eyelid, "Tell me, where is the source of the earth guide?" "It's in the endless darkness ahead," Lu Zhangke replied. Lu Zhangke had obviously expected him to ask such a question, so he was not surprised. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at the endless darkness ahead. Speaking of which, this can be considered a coincidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find a similar innate origin that contains a trace of the primordial law's power and has the attribute of earth. The earth guiding origin that I'm talking about is a kind of heaven pill. This kind of heaven pill is contained in the shell of a void giant turtle. The void giant turtle is a primordial fierce beast with the chaos demon god's bloodline in its body. It's famous in the eldritch world. Even in the Eldritch World's Great War that destroyed the entire Eldritch World, it was an extremely eye-catching existence. Countless years ago, this void giant tortoise was already at the peak of the 9th stage perfection realm, the Desolate Supremacy realm. Therefore, there is definitely more than one heavenly pill in his giant tortoise shell, and what we need is only one. However, this void giant turtle is not easy to deal with. It's extremely ferocious. Not long ago, it wreaked havoc on the two banks of the Milky Way. At that time, there were basically no primordial supremes guarding the two banks of the Milky Way. They were all hibernating. It's precisely because of its appearance that the upper echelons of various parties realized that the Eldritch World was about to end. Therefore, a large number of Desolate Supremes and Heavenly Path experts appeared one after another. Chapter 5081. More than a decade ago, it was because of the appearance of this famous void gigantic turtle from the primordial desolate era that made the upper echelons of various factions realize that the primordial apocalypse was approaching. Therefore, large numbers of Desolate Supremacy Old Freaks and Heavenly Tao Realm experts appeared. Ever since then, the void tortoise that wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way disappeared. The outside world believed that it was afraid of the Desolate Supremacies and Heavenly Tao Realm experts that appeared in the two sides of the Milky Way, so it left. However, that wasn't the case. At this point, a smug look appeared on Lu Zhanka's face. "Fellow Daoist, you are lucky to have met me this time. Otherwise, even if you encountered other existences that knew about the connate ferocious beasts, they would only be able to lead you to the first 4 connate herbs. As for the earth essence, you would definitely not be able to obtain it. I have always been researching a supreme treasure pill that can help me smoothly break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. Although I know that I don't have the ability to gather all 5 elemental herbs, I have always been secretly paying attention to existences with 5 elemental origins herbs in my body. Among the 5 elemental herbs, the earth elemental connate herb is the rarest. It has never appeared before. Therefore, when this void tortoise appeared, I hid in the dark and observed its movements. Although it is an extremely ancient existence with a cultivation realm of peak desolate supremacy at the perfected rank 9 realm, its true combat strength is comparable to a rank 1 Heavenly Tao realm expert. However, I am also a half-step Heavenly Tao realm expert. Furthermore, with a mystic technique to conceal my aura, I was able to spy on it from the distant void. It was similarly undiscovered. This void tortoise has indeed hibernated, but it hasn't gone far. Instead, it tore apart a corner of the void in the darkness at the end of both sides of the Milky Way and hid within it. It entered seclusion to attack the Heavenly Tao realm. If you didn't know about this beforehand, even with your powerful rank 6 Heavenly Tao realm perception, you probably wouldn't have been able to find the entrance to the void tortoise's seclusion grounds. As he spoke, Lu Zhanka raised his hand again and pointed to the right. He said smugly, "Hey, a corner of the void has been torn apart 100 billion miles away from that area. However, that void tortoise has used some means to conceal the entrance. Once you enter, you'll be able to reach the void tortoise's place of seclusion. Although that old bastard's true combat strength is comparable to the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he is nothing to you. You can finish him instantly." Whoosh! Whoosh! After saying that, Lu Zhanka didn't say anything else. His feet tightened, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed hundreds of billions of miles of void and came to an abrupt stop in front of him. At this moment, although Yi Xian had not said anything, the expression on his face was extremely strange. Who would have thought that the final earth-guiding origin that was required would actually land on the void giant tortoise? This demon-patterned blood deer could be considered extremely daring. The void tortoise was not an existence to be trifled with. That fellow looked like a simple and honest giant tortoise, but in reality, it had a very violent temper. Furthermore, the last time the void tortoise appeared, it was with the primordial Yiksha. Desolation. The primordial Yiksha was an existence in no way weaker than the void tortoise. It was also a famous existence in the primordial war that had caused chaos in the primordial world. It was even more infamous than the void gigantic turtle. This was because the primordial Yiksha had a powerful divine power, the heaven-falling bow. In the battle of the primordial desolate supremacy, although the primordial Yiksha was only a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th order perfection realm, its combat strength was comparable to that of a first-stage heavenly Tao realm existence. And if one were to use a supreme divine power like the heavenly fallen bow, any heavenly Tao realm expert would feel apprehensive. Back in that epic battle, the primordial Yiksha had once used the heavenly fallen bow to nearly shoot down the primordial heavenly Tao Azurite into the void. Therefore, when the void tortoise and the primordial Yiksha were together, even with Yi Xian's powerful cultivation at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it was basically impossible for him to kill the void tortoise and obtain a heavenly core from it. Desolate, the primordial Yiksha's heaven-falling bow was just too intimidating. Even Yi Xian had to be wary of it. Thankfully, this battle clearly wouldn't result in an explosion. This was because Yi Xian, the void tortoise, and the primordial Yiksha were not considered enemies. Due to the headless infant's corpse, Yi Xian had long been branded and labeled as part of their faction. Furthermore, Lu Zhangke had said it himself. There was definitely more than one heavenly core in the void tortoise's body. If that was the case, it shouldn't be difficult for Yi Xian to obtain it if he asked. Besides, this old bastard wanted to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. If he could obtain the help of a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, the chances of him successfully breaking through would be much higher and faster. It was the same for the primordial Yiksha. He also needed a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. Therefore, as long as Yi Xian opened his mouth, even if he took out a heavenly pill, it would more or less affect him. The void tortoise shouldn't refuse. Yi Xian was quite confident in this point. Boom! Rumble, old bastard, hurry up and come out to die. While Yi Xian was pondering, Lu Zhangke had already waved his hand and opened the entrance to the void passageway that concealed its aura. Following the earth-shattering sound, the voice of his divine sense rang out as well. It passed through the void passageway and into the endless darkness behind this corner of the void. Hiss! Hum! In the next instant, the clear sound of ripping cloth suddenly rang out from the right side of the void where the two of them were, followed by a low buzzing sound. Yi Xian was shocked. A sense of alarm rose in his heart as an inexplicable strong sense of danger enveloped his entire body. He was no stranger to this feeling. It was as though he was suddenly being stared at by a venomous snake at close range. It was the same feeling he had when he encountered the primordial Yiksha. With a slight change in expression, he almost subconsciously turned his head to look. The scene that entered his eyes instantly caused his eyes to narrow as he sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 billion miles to the right of his line of sight, a crack silently opened in the dark void. It was only about 10,000 feet wide. Shockingly, there was a figure standing in the middle of the spatial rift. He stood on his hind legs with a pair of wings on his back. His appearance was incomparably ferocious. Who else could it be but a primordial Yiksha? Yi Xian had seen the inheritance phantom many times in the inheritance picture of the fallen sky bow. It was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Even the aura was the same. Not long ago, he had seen the primordial Yiksha's true body. Although the two of them did not communicate, he could see it clearly. However, what shocked Yi Xian was that the primordial Yiksha stood there silently with his right arm raised high. A giant energy bow appeared, and even his right hand was on the bowstring. An energy arrow appeared. It was the fallen sky bow. Obviously, Lu Zhangke's clamor had angered the primordial Yiksha, causing him to think that an enemy had arrived. Therefore, he appeared immediately, and the battle was about to begin. Chapter 5082. Selah, hum, to the right, there was the clear sound of ripping cloth, followed by a deep buzzing sound. Turning around, the winged primordial Yiksha was standing there silently. His right arm was raised high as a gigantic energy bow appeared. Even his right hand was on the bowstring as an energy arrow appeared. His eyes were glowing with a sanguine beam as the powerful half-step heavenly Tao realm aura remained. But upon contact, it gave off an intense sense of danger. Primordial Yiksha. As the deep buzzing sound sounded behind him, Lu Zhangke's heart skipped a beat as he turned around. A few moments later, in the next moment, his body shook violently, and his expression changed. He gasped and exclaimed in horror, "Hiss! That's the heaven-falling bow." Countless years ago, in the primordial war that had brought chaos to the primordial great world, the primordial Yiksha's ferocity was in no way inferior to that of the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. It was even more ferocious than them. He naturally recognized it at a glance. He originally believed that there was only a void giant tortoise here, but he never expected to encounter a primordial Yiksha before he even saw the real deal. And the other party had clearly been lying in wait. Just as he activated the spatial passageway that the void giant tortoise had concealed with a mystic technique, the primordial Yiksha appeared behind him and tore through the void. Furthermore, he did not hesitate to conjure the heaven-falling bow. Speaking of which, the heaven-falling bow's ferocity was even greater than that of ancient peak desolate supremacies like the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. This was because, in the primordial war, the primordial Yiksha had conjured it and shot an arrow. It had nearly shot the primeval heaven's eye into the dust. That was the primeval heaven's eye. During that battle, he was already at the late-stage heavenly Tao realm at the 7th Order realm. If that was the case when facing the primordial Yiksha's heaven-falling bow, how could Lu Zhangke, who was only a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th Order, dodge it? It could be said that as long as the other party released the bowstring with his right hand, this arrow would instantly kill him on the spot. However, the primordial Yiksha's energy arrow was aimed at him instead of Yi Xian, who came with him. This was clearly because he was the one who had activated the passage to the void giant tortoise's place of seclusion. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Zhangke's mind, his intestines turned green with regret. He stood in the void with a deathly pale complexion, his knees slightly trembling. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself. In fact, there was nothing to explain. He had led Yi Xian here to kill the void tortoise, but the ancient Yikshas were on the same side as the void tortoise. Now that they were here, it was to protect the void tortoise. As for him, he had already roared at the void passage entrance the moment it appeared, calling for the void giant tortoise to come out and die. How else could that be explained? Roar! Who is it? How dare you come to this old man's place of seclusion and make a ruckus? Are you tired of living? At that moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the endless darkness in the depths of the void passage entrance that had been activated. It was the voice of the old void giant tortoise. That old fellow was probably still preparing and hadn't entered seclusion yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have responded so quickly. Breaking through to the heavenly path realm was no joke. When he heard this roar, Lu Zhangke's expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. Originally, he was hoping that the void tortoise was already in seclusion. If that was the case, he and Yi Xian would have to face the primordial Yiksha alone, and the other party would have to protect the void tortoise who was already in seclusion. Therefore, the heaven-falling bow in his hand could only be used as a deterrent. He didn't dare to use it for real, but now, it was over. The void tortoise hadn't entered seclusion yet. Judging from its roar, it was clearly charging in their direction. Once the void tortoise rushed out of the void passage, it would be a 2-on-2 situation. At that moment, the primordial Yiksha, who was aiming the heaven-falling bow's energy arrow at him, would most likely change its target and aim it at Yi Xian instead. Even if he was a heavenly path 6-stage existence, he could only be deterred by the heaven-falling bow that had nearly shot the primeval heaven's eye out of the void during the primordial war. He definitely wouldn't act rashly. However, for Lu Zhangke, it wasn't a good thing that the primordial Yiksha had shifted the energy arrow away from him. Because, once Yi Xian was threatened by the primordial Yixia's heaven-falling bow and didn't dare to act rashly, he would have to face the Void Tortoise alone. Although, however, the Void Tortoise was the same as him. Its cultivation level was at the peak of the Desolate Supremacy 9th stage, which was half-step into the heavenly path. But compared to him, the Void Tortoise was clearly stronger. Its true combat strength was comparable to a heavenly path first stage existence. He was definitely no match for it. Once the battle erupted, although he could hold on for a while, if Yi Xian didn't save him, he would definitely end up seriously injured even if he didn't die. Roar. Rumble. Just as he was feeling alarmed and his face turned ashen, another shocking roar came from the void passage in front of him. Following that, a huge figure rushed out of the void passage. To be precise, it was forcefully squeezed out. This, after all, this was the primordial void. The laws of the void were extremely powerful. Even the Void Tortoise couldn't tear open a void rift that was too big, and it was able to form a stable void passage entrance. Therefore, even though he had shrunk his body to the extreme using a secret technique, his body was still tens of millions of miles wide. This void passage was only a few million miles wide. Since the Void Tortoise had forcefully squeezed in earlier, it naturally had to do the same now that it wanted to come out. In the blink of an eye, as the rumbling of thunder rang out, the entrance of the void passage that he had squeezed back and forth through twice finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Then, under the influence of the powerful primordial laws of the void, it was quickly mended and mended. However, the Void Tortoise didn't care about any of this. Since this place had been found, it could no longer be used as a place for seclusion. There was no need for this stable void passage constructed using a secret technique to exist. The guy who called for this old man to come out and die, was that you? At this moment, as the Void Tortoise squeezed its way out of the void passage, Lu Zhanke, who was standing 10 billion miles away from the void passage and didn't dare to move at all, immediately entered its field of vision. A cold light flashed in the Void Tortoise's eyes. As it reprimanded Lu Zhanke, it looked him up and down. Lu Zhanke almost collapsed on the spot. Even though the Void Tortoise had already come out, the energy arrow on the heaven-fallen bow in the hands of the primordial Yiksha was still firmly aimed at him, with no intention of moving away at all. At this moment, he really wanted to cry. He hurriedly waved his hands and explained, Don't be impulsive, fellow cultivator. If this old man said that this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Chapter 5083. As the Void Tortoise charged out of the void passageway in front of him, the suppressive aura emanating from its body immediately locked onto Lu Zhanke. He was so frightened that he nearly collapsed on the spot. Because, even though the Void Tortoise had already appeared, the energy arrow on the ancient Yiksha's heaven-fallen bow was still firmly aimed at him from 5 billion kilometers away. It had no intention of moving away at all. It was clearly targeting him. By the side, Yi Xian, who had retracted his aura like an ordinary person, seemed to be ignored by these two fellows. With this in mind, Lu Zhanke nearly cried out on the spot. He hurriedly waved his hand and explained, No. Fellow Daoist, please don't be rash. If I were to say that this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Alright, this is indeed a misunderstanding. We are all on the same side. When Lu Zhanke said those words, his face drooped and was filled with despair. However, Yi Xian had already spoken. Yes, that's right. He was indeed on guard against Lu Zhanke, but Yi Xian had always done things this way. Since he had made a promise, he would definitely fulfill it. Otherwise, it would affect his Dao heart. The greater his future achievements, the more obvious the effect would be. Lu Zhanke might have really been scheming, but at least until now, this old fellow had been doing his best to help him find the 5 elemental catalyst. Even if he had any schemes in mind, he would not be able to put them into action in the future. Under such circumstances, since Yi Xian had made a promise to give him one of the great 30 heavenly Tao treasured pills refined, he would not deliberately avoid this matter. Therefore, before the great 30 heavenly Tao treasured pill was given to Lu Zhangke, Yi Xian would not sit idly by and watch him perish as long as the old fellow did not really plot against him. Dang! However, he was now a supreme existence at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm in his Devil Ape 9th transformation state. Although Lu Zhangke was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence, he did not think much of him. It was not worth it to damage his Tao heart for such an existence that he did not think much of. Yi Xian would not make such a choice. Phew! Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, as his voice fell, Yi Xian had already made his move once again. The 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts that he had previously collected were the wood catalyst origin heavenly velvet, the metal catalyst origin heavenly eye, the water catalyst origin heavenly liquid, and the fire catalyst origin heavenly crystal that he had just obtained not long ago. In an instant, all of them were taken out by him and hung in front of him. At the same time, because of Yi Xian's attack, the cultivation aura that he had been concealing in his body was finally released. It was clearly sensed by the void tortoise and the primordial yiksha. Both of them were clearly stunned at the same time. Then, the void giant tortoise's soft exclamation suddenly rang out, "What? 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It's only been a few years, and you've already broken through 2 levels of cultivation, you little bastard." Billions of miles away, the primordial yiksha's eyes flashed with a dark light. He looked deeply at Yi Xian, then shifted his gaze and paused for a moment on the 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts in front of him. He seemed to have understood something, then he lowered his left arm and withdrew the heaven-fallen bow. However, his figure did not continue to linger here, as if he had no interest in communicating with Yi Xian. Soon, the void crack behind him was repaired under the influence of the primordial void laws, and the primordial yiksha's figure disappeared. But, it was obvious that they hadn't left yet. Instead, they were silently lying in wait in different voids just like before. If necessary, they could suddenly appear like they did before and take out the heavens fall bow, to intimidate everything. Heavenly velvet. Heavenly eye. Heavenly liquid. Heavenly crystal. Damn, you brat, you've killed 4 connate ferocious beasts, and none of them were weak. You even gathered the 4 elements medicinal catalysts. At that moment, the void giant tortoise's gaze was also attracted by the 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts in front of Yi Xian. Pang Da's huge figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yi Xian. No wonder you came looking for me at this time. You're clearly thinking about the heavenly core. What's going on? Look! At this scene, Lu Zhangke, who had been thrown to the side in the distant void, was dumbfounded. He stared at Yi Xian and the void giant tortoise in a daze with his mouth wide open. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. Just a moment ago, he was in a situation of certain death. In front of him was the void giant tortoise, whose combat strength was comparable to a stage 1 heavenly Tao realm cultivator, and behind him was the primordial yiksha, whose combat strength was comparable to a stage 1 heavenly Tao realm cultivator. It had even taken out the infamous heaven-fallen bow and aimed an energy arrow at him. Following that, there was a possibility that he would be killed on the spot. But now, in the blink of an eye, the primordial yiksha was gone. The void giant tortoise also ignored him and rushed in front of the mysterious heavenly Tao realm expert. It seemed like they were still talking, and from the sound of it, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Furthermore, they seemed to have a good relationship. That's right. I'm here to get a heavenly core from you. At that moment, Yi Xian smiled and looked at the void giant tortoise. The 4 elements medicinal catalysts have been gathered. All that's left is the earth heavenly core medicinal catalysts. Then, I can immediately start refining a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. It's up to you whether you want to give it to me or not. Level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill. SSS. Darn brat, you should have said so earlier. Upon hearing that, the void giant tortoise's body trembled violently. After drawing a cold gasp, a yellow beam shot out from its body. Phew, the beam shot over with a sharp sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, it came to a halt in the void in front of Yi Xian. It was a crystal the size of a head. It was yellowish-brown in color and it emitted an extremely thick and corporeal aura. Clearly, this was the final earth essence that Yi Xian needed. It was also the heavenly core in the void giant tortoise's body. Although this item was equally important to him, it contained a sliver of the primordial chaos laws, allowing him to accumulate energy in his body. However, there was clearly more than one such heavenly core in the void giant tortoise's body. Compared to a single heavenly Tao treasure pill that could allow him to successfully break through in a short period of time and enter the true heavenly Tao realm, this old fellow did not need to consider at all. He instantly made a decision. Phew. 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 Apart from this, the void giant tortoise was stunned for a moment before beams shot out from its body once again. They were spheres that were 1,000 feet in size. They emitted extremely rich lifeblood powers. They were the lifeblood spheres he had collected from killing desolate supremacy realm astral beasts when he wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way. There were a total of 7 lifeblood spheres. They were immediately collected by Yi Xian and sent into the Shannon cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. Previously, Yi Xian already had a total of 41 desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession. Now that he had 7 more, the total number of desolate sovereign blood essences had reached 48. Among the 48 desolate supremacy blood essences, there were even a few supreme grade items. They were obtained from killing peak desolate supremacies at the 9th stage of perfection. Phew. 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 In an instant, beams shot out. They were spheres that were 1,000 feet in size. They emitted extremely rich lifeblood powers. Before this, Yi Xian already had 41 desolate supremacy blood essence in his hands. For example, with another 7, he had a total of 48. Among them, there were even a few supreme grade items. They were obtained from killing peak desolate supremacies at the 9th stage of perfection. Once the cauldron was opened for refinement, the number of level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pills that could be produced would probably be more than 50. It was absolutely shocking. Of course, apart from that, he still had a heavenly Tao blood essence. It was obtained from killing a scarlet-patterned blood crow. He kept it for the time being as it would be of great use in the future. Just one level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill was enough to allow a desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection to successfully break through the bottleneck of a large realm in a short period of time, leaping to become a true heavenly Tao realm expert. At present, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. He was still 4 stages away from consuming a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. It was only 4 stages, so it would not take long. Therefore, to him, this cauldron of heavenly Tao treasure pills was extremely important. It could not be delayed any further and had to be refined as soon as possible. However, it was still unknown how many desolate supremacy treasure pills could be produced in this cauldron, but it would at least be more than 50. Out of caution, Yi Xian had thought of only using half of the desolate supremacy blood essence to refine it. However, that would not maximize the benefits. Furthermore, it would be difficult to gather the required 5 elemental medicinal catalyst in the next cauldron. Furthermore, he had repeatedly deduced the perfect pill formula for the heavenly Tao treasure pill. This time, he had added the concept of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst. The possibility of an accident was almost 0. Therefore, after some thought, Yi Xian decided to refine all 48 desolate supremacy blood essence in one cauldron. He had already handed over the pills and the 7 aprons desolate supremacy blood essence he had collected. If he did not refine them on the spot, the void tortoise would obviously not agree. Therefore, Yi Xian had no intention of leaving. After instructing the Void Tortoise and Lu Zhanke to stand guard in 2 other directions, his figure flashed, and he dashed into an abandoned planet 10 billion miles away. He directly entered the planet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! With a wave of his hand, he took out all 48 Desolate Supremacy Blood Essences. These Desolate Supremacy Blood Essences would be used by Yi Xian to refine the level 30 Heavenly Dao Treasure Pill, along with a large amount of other top-grade precious materials and treasured bodies of primordial beings. Clang! Apart from these 2 most important basic materials, Yi Xian would also add in some all-evil origin liquid and the top-grade resources he had found in the primordial void. Most importantly, the most important things were the Heavenly Velvet, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Liquid, Heavenly Crystal, and Heavenly Pill. These were the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts that contained a trace of the primordial law's power. They would ensure that this cauldron of level 30 Heavenly Dao treasured pills would be successfully refined without any accidents. After all the preparations were done, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-notch precious herbs required for the recipe. Then, he closed his eyes. God! In the inner space of the known cauldron, in the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Air-piercing sounds rang out one after another. Densely packed dark lights of various colors shot out from the top of the cauldron in the central domain's volcano and directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. After a sudden delay, all of them came to an abrupt halt and hovered in midair. These strands of light were the various top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path pellet. Hoo! In an instant, a sound like the howling of a gale rang out. Below these top-grade resources, a majestic Shinnong 9-colored flame whizzed up from the bottom of the volcano in the central region. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a 9-colored cauldron with a radius of 10 feet amidst the gale. It was small and simple, but it exuded an extraordinary aura. Soon, the Desolate Supremacy Blood Essence and 5 elemental guiding herbs, as well as other materials and resources that had been prepared, automatically flew up and entered the tiny flame cauldron with a radius of 10 feet. From at that moment, the refinement of the first cauldron of level 30 Heavenly Dao treasured pills in Yi Xian's hands officially began. Just one level 10 Heavenly Dao treasure pill was enough to allow a Desolate Supremacy, a powerful existence at the perfect stage of the 9th step, to instantly become a true Heavenly Dao realm expert. Just based on this point, its importance and preciousness could be imagined. And this time, Yi Xian was refining a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasured pill for the first time. The raw materials used were all Desolate Supremacy blood essence. Every essence represented a powerful primordial supremacy. Especially the Heavenly Velvet, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Liquid, Heavenly Crystal, and Heavenly Pill, which were the 5 guiding herbs, they were extremely rare. All of them were precious. All of these were too precious. If he failed, the losses would be so severe that he did not dare imagine it. Therefore, this time, he didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Even if he was 100% sure that there wouldn't be any accidents, he still didn't dare to be distracted. He wholeheartedly controlled everything, concentrating on it like never before. Soon, with his incantation, one alchemy technique after another appeared in Yi Xian's hands. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into extremely obscure and mysterious runes that entered the 9-colored cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Unknowingly, a month passed in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Xian did not feel it at all. His entire mind was immersed in the refinement of the cauldron of Desolate Supremacy treasured pills, completely forgetting the existence of time. Boom! It was at that moment that a loud boom sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the central region. With the arrival of the boom, the cauldron formed by pure Fictional 9-colored flames instantly dissipated, and the 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool below like a river. And what remained above the flame pool were 55 round beads the size of nascent soul fists. These round beads were all steaming with rich black and white colors, and the surface was suffused with an extremely dense fog. There was even a layer of dreamy halo, exuding a simple and heavy aura. It was a level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. Just one pill was enough to allow a Desolate Supremacy 9th stage cultivator to break through the realm in a short period of time after swallowing it, directly stepping into the true level 30 of the Heavenly Path realm. Heavenly Path treasure pill. There are actually 55 of them. After the process was completed, Yi Xian opened his eyes. When he saw the 55 supreme pellets floating in front of him that emitted a dense heavenly Tao aura, his face froze for a moment before he sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out involuntarily. As the soft voice came out, his eyes were burning with excitement, revealing endless surprise. This, Yi Xian only had a total of 48 Desolate Supremacy blood essence used to refine a level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. Although he was certain that he could produce more than 50, the fact that 55 Heavenly Path treasure pills were produced still left him alarmed. It exceeded his expectations. This time, the refinement of the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pills was extremely smooth. Out of the 48 Desolate Supremacy blood essence, a total of 55 Heavenly Path treasure pills were produced. It left Yi Xian surprised and pleasantly surprised. Boom! Rumble, and with the appearance of the 55 Heavenly Path treasure pills, the heavenly Tao nomological powers in the primordial chaos void instantly sensed it. The dark void where Yi Xian was refining the pills was suddenly enveloped by black clouds, and there was a rumbling sound. This, the pill tribulation of the 55 Heavenly Path treasure pills, had descended. After all, it was a supreme treasure pill that was related to the heavenly Tao realm. Under the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos void, a heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was expected. This was something Yi Xian had long expected. Phew! With a wave of his hand, he stored the farmer god treasure cauldron into his body. However, the 55 Heavenly Path treasure pills remained in the outside world. He did not store them in the cauldron. If he did, the pill tribulation that he sensed would instantly dissipate. That was not something Yi Xian wished to see. The 15 Heavenly Path treasure pills gathered together, transforming into a grayish-white blob of light that was about 10 feet wide. It hovered above Yi Xian's head, and with a step, he walked out of the planet where he was in seclusion and entered the primordial chaos void in the outside world. Rumble, ka-cha. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure appeared, the vast tribulation cloud that enveloped the entire area instantly arrived in the sky above his head. At the first moment, a bolt of purple-gold lightning descended from the sky. Too much. It was too thick, over 100,000 zhang in size. Judging from its power, even an ordinary star would be hacked apart with a single strike. Roar! However, Yi Xian did not take it to heart. He raised his head and spat softly. The aura in his body was completely activated, and his entire body was like the most blazing small star. At this moment, it was as if endless treasure light had burst out from the 1.08 billion pores on his body. Ka-cha! A crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation cloud in the sky instantly surged even more violently. In just a short breath of time, an incomparably thick bolt of purplish gold lightning had already smashed down. Rai Di Seal. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian let out a soft cry, and the Rai Di Seal that was hovering above his sea of consciousness shot out. He had originally left the Rai Di Seal in the Origin Nest planet's base camp, but this time, when the Magic Hall's army was in trouble, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over to help and stored the Rai Di Seal into his body. Screech! At this moment, as soon as the Emperor's seal was activated, the Rai Di Seal immediately flew up, and an incomparably loud and tyrannical howl resounded from within the Emperor's seal. This was the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit rejoicing, To it, this kind of lightning tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. The thunder spirit within the Emperor's seal had long since broken through to the primordial sovereign realm when Yi Xian was undergoing his tribulation. Furthermore, after this period of nurturing and absorbing, the moment it appeared, its body emitted a strong desolate sovereign pressure. Such as, today, after sensing the powerful aura of the lightning tribulation descending once again, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal rejoiced once again, because this lightning tribulation was also its opportunity. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the Rai-D seal would become even stronger, and the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal would most likely break through. This great fortune made it extremely excited. It had a feeling that it could no longer hold back and wanted to rush out. It has actually reached the 4th stage of the desolate sovereign realm. Seeing the appearance of the thunder spirit, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said with certainty, "This wave of lightning tribulation is a pill tribulation. There will be a total of 3 bolts of lightning. Let's stick to the old rules. I'll let you devour the first 2 bolts. As for the last one, let the tribulation lightning baptize the precious pill." Just as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head had already smashed down. Although it was falling towards Yi Xian's head, it did not leak out at all. All of it was absorbed by the Rai-D seal. Screech, the thunder spirit's cheers came from the seal once again. This time, it had eaten to its heart's content. After all, the Heavenly Path treasure pill had attracted a special lightning tribulation. The tribulation lightning contained a special kind of energy that was very beneficial to the thunder spirit. No matter how strong the tribulation lightning was, it would not be able to cause any harm to it. It was a thunder spirit, and it had always been nurtured within the Rai-D seal. That was the source of all the lightning in the world. Rumble, Kacha, just as the thunder spirit's joyful cry fell, a second loud cracking sound came from the sky above his head. A bolt of purple gold lightning that was thicker than the previous one instantly pounced over. Facing this wave of lightning tribulation, Yi Xian still did not do anything. With his hands behind his back, he allowed the Rai-D seal above his head to absorb the second bolt of lightning. Screech! Very quickly, an even more cheerful and tyrannical cry came from the Emperor's seal, revealing an even more powerful aura. It was the 8th order of the desolate ancient realm. It was only 1 step away from reaching the great circle of the 9th order, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. If all of this were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone. However, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit was originally an innate thunder spirit. It followed Yi Xian and devoured the power of the lightning tribulation time and time again. The last time the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill was deduced, the lightning tribulation power it devoured already contained a trace of weak Heavenly Tao power. This time, 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills were produced, and at the same time, the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation contained even more Heavenly Tao power. Even if it only devoured 2 waves, it was enough for its cultivation to break through 2 levels. Consider yourself lucky to have stepped into the late desolate supremacy realm. Feeling the powerful aura emitted from the Rai-D seal, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. There was a look of joy on his face. This time, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit's fortune was great. Although it was only at the 8th order of the desolate supremacy realm, due to its thunder spirit body, its combat strength was terrifying. Even a peak desolate supremacy realm great circle of the desolate supremacy realm might not be its match. Once they encountered it, they could only retreat in horror. Below the heavenly Tao realm, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit was basically unafraid of anyone. Of course, the void giant tortoise and the desolate ancient Yiksha, who were peak desolate supremacies at the 9th order great circle of the desolate supremacy realm, but whose true combat strength was comparable to the 1st order of the heavenly Tao realm, were naturally not included. Swish! In his joy, Yi Xian waved his hand. The Rai-D seal hanging above his head instantly disappeared, transforming into a purplish-gold beam of light that entered between his eyebrows. It once again hung above his sea of consciousness. The thunder spirit had only absorbed the energy of the two terrifying waves of tribulation lightning. Now that it was quietly nurturing it, it should be able to slightly improve. Gotcha! Just as the Rai-D seal was put away by Yi Xian, an extremely clear explosion came from the void above his head once again. In his line of sight, this incomparably vast tribulation cloud surged even more violently in an instant. After a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt smashed down. Its power had actually increased by several times compared to before, and the diameter of the tribulation lightning had reached 100,000 feet. Moreover, along with the descent of this bolt of lightning, the jet-black tribulation cloud that enveloped an area of 1 billion kilometers in the sky instantly dispersed. Gotcha! Just as the Rai-D seal was put away, an extremely clear explosion came from the void above Yi Xian's head once again. The final bolt of tribulation lightning descended, and with this bolt of lightning striking down, the black tribulation cloud that covered a radius of 1 billion miles instantly dissipated. It could be seen that all the power in the tribulation cloud was gathered in this bolt of tribulation lightning. Its power was so strong that it caused one to tremble. It surpassed any of the lightning tribulations that Yi Xian had experienced in the past, and it couldn't even be compared to it. It emitted an endless destructive aura. However, Yi Xian was still fearless. He now had the terrifying combat strength of the 6th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, and he had always been known for his powerful body. Even the terrifying tribulation lightning that was 100,000 feet in diameter could only temper his body a little. As for the grayish-white ball of light above his head, it was formed from 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills. During the refinement of these 55 Heavenly Tao treasure pills, 5 types of connate medicinal ingredients were added: Heavenly Velvet, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Liquid, Heavenly Crystal, and Heavenly Pill. 5 these connate medicinal ingredients all contained a trace of the power of the primordial laws. Just this point alone made him absolutely unafraid of the final bolt of tribulation lightning that struck down from the sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian curled his lips. Then, with a flash of his body, he charged straight towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that covered the endless void above his head. Screech! At that moment, his emotions were in turmoil as he let out a long roar. He did not dodge, but instead, he charged forward amidst the roar. In the blink of an eye, he entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Boom! Boom! The scene of the afterlife was too shocking. Within the extremely vast purple-gold tribulation cloud, numerous terrifying explosions resounded incessantly. Enormous bolts of lightning with a diameter of 300,000 m exploded and transformed into a sea of purple-gold lightning. Countless. The vast void that spanned 1 billion kilometers was completely enveloped by the purplish-gold sea of lightning. The void trembled slightly, as though it could collapse at any moment. It was just a bolt of lightning, but it wreaked havoc for dozens of breaths. Then, the vast sea of lightning that covered billions of miles of the void completely disappeared. The vast void was thus cleared. In the darkness, there was an endless sense of tranquility. Tribulation. The clouds dissipated and the sea of lightning was no longer visible. However, Yi Xian remained standing proudly in the dark void. A grayish-white ball of light hung above his head, and the 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills inside were safe and sound. And due to the lightning tribulation's baptism, the Heavenly Tao aura emitted by each treasure pill had become purer and richer. This was a sign that the pill's medicinal effects had been enhanced to the point where they had reached their peak. Without a doubt, any Desolate Supremacy half-step Heavenly Tao realm expert would be able to smoothly break through to the Heavenly Tao realm in a short period of time after consuming one of the Heavenly Tao treasure pills, as long as there were no major accidents. It was as though it was a done deal. Screech. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments that surged endlessly. Yi Xian had spent a total of a month refining a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill. During this month, the dark void he was in was extremely quiet. Separated by a distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers, the void gigantic tortoise, Lu Zhanke, and the hidden primordial Yiksha were in 3 different directions. They were like 3 legs of a tripod as they secretly protected him. During this period, the primordial Yiksha did not reveal himself. He had hidden himself in the void. As for the void gigantic tortoise, it had shrunk its massive body to about 5 million kilometers. It was as though it was in a deep slumber, quietly taking a nap in the void. As for Lu Zhanke, he remained in the form of a remnant expert dressed in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. He had hidden himself in another direction of the void and was silently lying in wait. However, he had never given up on his little scheme. On the 3rd day after Yi Xian entered the abandoned planet and entered seclusion to refine pills, Lu Zhanke had secretly sent a message using a special bloodline mystic technique of the devil pattern blood deer race. The destination of this message was the fiend condor forbidden grounds that he had long calculated. Back in the Azure Qilin forbidden grounds, Yi Xian had killed the primordial mighty figure, an owl-headed condor at the perfected Tier 9 realm. It was the strongest person in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds, a mixed-blood youngling at the late-stage Heavenly Dao realm. Because the reason he did this was because of Lu Zhanke's own greed. Although Yi Xian had promised that one of the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pills would belong to him after they were refined, Lu Zhanke was not satisfied. However, Lu Zhanke was clearly not satisfied with just one Heavenly Dao treasure pill. Such a Heavenly Dao treasure pill could only increase the chances of a successful breakthrough when attempting to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm. However, not every pill that was swallowed would guarantee a successful breakthrough. There was also a certain chance of failure. Once the first pill failed to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm, the second attempt would require at least 2 pills due to the increased difficulty. Desolate supremacy had been at the perfected Tier 9 realm for a long time. He had been obsessed with the research of Heavenly Dao treasure pills because he was not confident in his bloodline and talent. However, similarly, Lu Zhanke's deep desire to step into the Heavenly Dao realm could be seen from how engrossed he was in the research of the Heavenly Dao treasure medicine. After all, his final goal in studying the Heavenly Dao treasure medicine was to make a breakthrough for himself. Therefore, just one Heavenly Dao treasure pill was not enough to satisfy him. He was not confident in his bloodline and talent. At the same time, he knew that this was his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, and the only Heavenly Dao treasure pill he had failed to allow him to successfully break through and enter the true Heavenly Dao realm, he believed that there would never be a similar opportunity in his life. Unfortunately, the primordial era had already descended. The next primordial era was about to begin, especially when the conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain was imminent. Although, up to now, no one knew the exact conditions for entering the Milky Way star domain. However, Lu Zhanke also hoped to enter and vie for the providence of the primordial era. It could be said that there was not much time left for him. No matter what, he had to smoothly break through and step into the true Heavenly Dao realm before the conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain. It was because of these various reasons that Lu Zhanke decided to take the risk and join forces with the Arrow-Plume Demon Condor to attack Yi Xian and snatch the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill from him. He was quite confident about this. On one hand, Yi Xian was an expert of the remnant people. On the other hand, he and the Arrow-Plume Demon Condor were both astral beasts. They were closer to each other. Again, the Arrow-Plume Demon Condor's young son had died at the hands of Yi Xian. Furthermore, he also had some peak desolate supremacies at the great perfection of the 9th stage under him. They also needed the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill. Again, although the primordial Yiksha and the void giant tortoise were extremely powerful, their combat strength was only comparable to the first stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Regarding their existence, Lu Zhanke had clearly stated in the message that the arrow plume demon condor would not come alone. Therefore, in Lu Zhanke's opinion, if there were no accidents, Yi Xian would not be able to escape this time. Chapter 5084. In the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds, in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds was an extremely powerful place. It was famous throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the deepest void of the Forbidden Grounds without warning. Screech. A remnant. An existence who dares to attack my youngest son is actually a remnant expert? It's fine if you escape, but since there's news, I'll definitely drag you out and burn your bones. Screech. At this moment, the one who let out the roar was the strongest expert in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds, a supreme existence at the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. This Aeroplume Fiend Condor was also Owl's biological father. Although Owl was only a mixed-blood descendant, he was still his youngest son. Furthermore, Aeroplume Fiend Condor was a late-stage Heavenly Tao realm existence at the 7th stage. His dignity was not to be offended. If someone dared to attack his descendant, even if Owl wasn't well-liked and was wandering outside, he wouldn't let the matter rest. At this moment, as his angry roar sounded, countless ferocious beasts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds were caught off guard and trembled in fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Boom. At this moment, thunderclaps suddenly rang out from the depths of the forbidden land of the demonic condor. An enormous black demonic condor that was close to 100 million kilometers in length charged out of the void with an unstoppable force of wind and lightning. With the appearance of the strongest expert in the Forbidden Grounds, the entire Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds fell into a dead silence. There was not a single sound. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Next in an instant, the black Fiend Condor that was nearly 100 million kilometers long instantly transformed into a tall remnant expert about 10 feet tall. His figure was extremely burly, and he wore a black robe. He had a black beard on his face and was an old man. His eyes were as cold as lightning, and he exuded an infinite domineering aura that looked down on all life. He was qualified because even the primeval heavens I was only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. As for this Aeroplume Fiend Condor, it wasn't far from the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. This matter in fact, he was the same as the primeval heavens I, an embodiment of the Heavenly Tao. In this primordial era, there was more than just the Chaos World. This is at the beginning of the primordial era, there were 3 star source nests in the primordial void, giving birth to 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. The Chaos World was created by one of the demon gods. Although some of the other existences among the 3,000 demon gods had fallen and accomplished nothing, there were also many who, like the Power Demon God, had opened up different great worlds. As the primordial era gradually declined and was about to dry up, the various great worlds also entered the Doomsday Era. After entering the Doomsday Era, all the great worlds were swallowed up by the endless void turbulence. The wills of the Heavenly Tao in these large worlds, or the strongest experts, brought the living beings of these worlds to the primordial void. They lay dormant on both sides of the Milky Way, establishing the strongest forbidden lands and strongest star regions. That was how the supreme forbidden lands and the supreme star areas on both sides of the Milky Way star area came to be. As for the Chaos World, it was only the last existence among the many great worlds in this primordial era that was heading towards the end of the world. Of course, there were differences in strength between these great worlds. The wills of the Heavenly Tao, or the strongest experts, that came from the powerful great worlds were comparable to the primeval heaven's eye. For example, the Aeroplume Fiend Condor in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land was one such example. While the wills of the Heavenly Tao and the strongest experts that came from the weaker great worlds were slightly weaker, but they were basically existences at the desolate supremacy level. For example, Lu Zhanke was actually the strongest expert that came from a weaker great world. However, although he had once ruled over a great world, Lu Zhangke was clearly unable to match existences like Arrow Plume Fiend Condor or the primordial Heavenly Tao's Azure Eye. He had never even stepped into the true Heavenly Tao realm. Yes, to a supreme existence that had once ruled a great world, it was a great humiliation to not even step into the Heavenly Tao realm. This was also one of the reasons why he was so obsessed with the Heavenly Tao realm. Roar! Roar! Screech! At that moment, as the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor charged out of the cave abode star and transformed into a 10-foot-tall black-robed elder in the middle of the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land stellar domain, there were shocking roars and screeches coming from the other three directions around the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land. From the sounds, the owners of the three roars and screeches were clearly powerful Heavenly Tao realm experts. This was to be expected. For the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land to occupy a stellar domain in the middle of the Milky Way's left bank, it was obvious how powerful the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor's faction was. Although it was not considered one of the top 10 existences in the Milky Way's left bank, it was not far from the top 10. It was probably in the top 10, although the Heavenly Tao realm expert presiding over the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land was the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor. He was not the only one. There were a total of 4 Heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land. First, previously, the message received by the Arrow Quill Demon Condor had clearly stated that in addition to the mysterious survivor at the 6th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, there were 2 powerful ferocious astral beasts by his side. They were the famous Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha of the Great Wilderness World. This, although the 2 existences were only at the peak Desolate Supremacy realm at the 9th stage of perfection and had yet to truly step into the Heavenly Tao realm, their true combat strength was enough to match the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Also, that was to say that in the dark stellar domain where Lu Zhangke was, there were 3 other Heavenly Tao realm experts in the opposing faction apart from him. Also, it was for this reason that the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor made the decision to mobilize all the Heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land. Among the 4 Heavenly Tao realm experts, he was at the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. It was more than enough to suppress the mysterious Heavenly Tao realm expert at the 6th stage. As for the other 3 Heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, one was at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, one was at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, and the last one was at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Once they arrived at the endless darkness at the end of both sides of the galaxy, the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor would first restrain the mysterious Heavenly Tao realm expert at the 6th stage. Demon, the 2 powerful beasts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land were respectively at the 1st and 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. They would hold back the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha respectively. The remaining mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm existence would be able to take action in a short period of time, killing the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha. As such, only one of the 3 Heavenly Tao realm experts was left in a short period of time. 6. His realm was at the peak of the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. Although he wasn't easy to kill, he was fighting 1 against 4. Furthermore, the enemy faction had a late-stage Heavenly Tao like the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor. His death was only a matter of time. There was no suspense at all. Forbidden Land. Roar! Roar! Screech! At that moment, as the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor rushed out of the cave abode star, it transformed into a black-robed elder about 10 feet tall in the middle of the Forbidden Land stellar domain. From the other 3 directions around the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, there were shocking roars and howls. The other 3 Heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land also rushed out of their respective lairs and cave abodes. These 3 beasts had different bloodlines and were of different races. However, they were about 10 million kilometers in size. Their cultivation levels were extraordinary as well. One was at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, one was at the 2nd stage, and the last was at the 4th stage. At that moment, the 4 Heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land were gathered. 2 were at the early stage, one was at the middle stage, and one was at the late stage. It could be said to be an extremely powerful lineup. There was still a certain distance to the Black Bank at the end of both sides of the galaxy. Even Heavenly Dao Realm experts would need some time to arrive. On the way there, they naturally couldn't reveal their massive bloodline true bodies. That would be too ostentatious. The 4 Heavenly Dao Realm experts of the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land would be too eye-catching and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when the 3 Heavenly Dao Realm beasts rushed out of their respective lairs and gathered with the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor in the Forbidden Land Central Domain's void, they immediately transformed and put away their massive bloodline true bodies. Similarly, they transformed into the appearance of the Remnant experts. Cold at a glance, the 4 Remnant Elders standing in the void were clearly the 4 Remnant Elders. Although they had converged their cultivation auras, they gave off a feeling of rich lifeblood that left one trembling. The place we are heading to is the Dark Zone at the end of both sides of the galaxy. The Arrow Plume Fiend Condor glanced at the 3 Remnant Heavenly Dao Realm experts who had transformed into their beast forms. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said in a low, muffled voice, "The remnant who killed my youngest son is there. This person is at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm." In addition, the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha from the Primordial World are also there. Although these 2 old fellows have yet to step into the true Heavenly Dao realm, their true combat strength is comparable to that of a 1st stage Heavenly Dao realm expert. The one who sent the message is Lu Zhanke from the right bank. Although he is a beast, he is proficient in the remnant medicine. According to him, this 6th stage remnant is refining a Heavenly Dao treasure pill that can allow a peak desolate supremacy to smoothly step into the Heavenly Dao realm in a short period of time after consuming it. At this point, the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor's tone suddenly changed. Lu Zhanke's request is to give him 3 Heavenly Dao treasure pills after he succeeds. In my Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, such Heavenly Dao treasure pills are equally important. Therefore, when the time comes, the 6th stage remnant cannot be allowed to escape no matter what. After everything was explained clearly, he didn't say anything else and suddenly waved his hand. Rip. At the next moment, a crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded and a spatial rift appeared in the void ahead. The dark-feathered deity Condor took the lead and stepped into it. The other 3 beast-transformed survivors didn't delay any longer and entered the spatial rift one after another. The 4 of them disappeared in an instant. Silver, in the endless darkness at the right end of the 2 banks of the river, the refinement of the level 10 Heavenly Dao treasure pill was successful and it successfully passed the pill tribulation. Now that the tribulation clouds had dissipated, the sea of lightning was no longer visible. But Yi Xian still stood proudly in the dark void. Above his head was a cluster of gray and white light. The 55 level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pills inside were safe and sound. Moreover, due to the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the Heavenly Dao aura emitted by the 55 Heavenly Dao treasure pills was purer and richer. This was a sign that the medicinal effects of the pills had been enhanced and had reached the peak. As long as any desolate supremacy or half-step Heavenly Dao realm expert at the perfection stage of the 9th stage consumed one of these pills, they would be able to smoothly break through to the Heavenly Dao realm in a short period of time without any major accidents. There was no longer any suspense. It was as though it was a done deal. Whoosh! Whoosh! Screech! One with a wave of his hand, the 55 Heavenly Dao treasure pills were put away. Yi Xian was in a good mood. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments that surged endlessly. This scene was seen by Lu Zhanke and the Void Tortoise, who were guarding the 2 sides of the void 100 billion kilometers away. Both of them were excited as their breathing quickened. Although they were still a distance away, they could determine the effects of the 55 Heavenly Dao treasure pills with a sweep of their divine perception based on the rich Heavenly Dao realm aura they emitted. No! They dared to say that they would definitely step into the Heavenly Dao realm after consuming the pills because everyone's talent, bloodline, and foundation were different. But even if 1 pill couldn't break through, 2 pills would do the trick, at most 3. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Zhangke's mind, he immediately became excited. What he had requested from the demonic arrow plume condor was precisely 3 treasure pellets. Right now, he had a total of 55 treasure pellets. If it was merely 3 treasure pellets, there would be no accidents. He would be able to obtain them. This, at that moment, his entire mind was consumed by greed. He was looking forward to Arrow Plume Fiend Condor's arrival. Rip! At that moment, the crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded 100 billion kilometers away. At the most critical moment, the 4 Heavenly Dao realm experts from the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land had finally arrived. A crack appeared in the void, and 4 figures walked out from it. Roar! 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 With some hesitation, the moment they charged out of the void rift, Arrow Plume Fiend Condor and company powered the powers in their bodies. In a blink of an eye, their bodies expanded rapidly as 4 massive astral beasts appeared in the void. The 3 beasts were 10 million kilometers in size. The strongest among them, Arrow Plume Fiend Condor, was at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. He had already stepped into the latter stages of the realm. The moment his bloodline true body appeared, his extremely powerful Heavenly Dao realm perception enveloped the dark void. Everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers seemed to be sealed. There was no way to escape through teleportation. Rip! Hum! Almost at the same instant, another clear sound of ripping cloth sounded from the right side of the void. Following that was a deep buzzing sound. Looking over, the winged ancient Yiksha stood there silently, but its right arm was raised high in the air. 1. A gigantic energy bow appeared, and even his right hand was knocked on the bowstring. An energy arrow appeared. A sanguine beam flashed in his eyes. The powerful half-step Heavenly Dao realm aura in his body did not dissipate, but upon contact, it gave off an intense sense of danger. Roar! In another direction, the void behemoth's concealed figure suddenly appeared. Its body instantly expanded, but it did not push it to its limits. Otherwise, it would be even bigger than Arrow Plume Fiend Condor. Such as, he had yet to step into the true Heavenly Dao realm, so he was at a disadvantage. His overly massive body was disadvantageous for him in battle. In a blink of an eye, the dark void's atmosphere turned extremely stagnant. 4 Heavenly Dao realm beasts descended, but on Yi Xian's side, Lu Zhangke remained hidden by the side and did not appear. This was clearly a battle of the weak against the strong, a 3-on-4 situation. On the right side of the sky, the desolate ancient Yiksha with wings on its back stood there silently. A mysterious aura spread out like a raging river. He had already raised his left arm, and the originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with golden light. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. The bow's design was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed beast. The 2 heads were facing up and down, and in the middle of the ferocious beast's mouths were the legs of 2 humanoid lifeforms. Furthermore, all of them had their mouths wide open, as though they were roaring. The 2 ends of the bowstring were connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures, which were obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together. This was none other than the most powerful divine power of the primordial Yiksha that was infamous in the primordial desolate universe, Skyfall Bow. Countless years ago, in the primordial desolate war, the primordial Yiksha, who was as powerful as the void behemoth and the golden divine dragon, had once used this powerful divine power to shoot a gigantic, irreparable hole in the primordial desolate universe. 1. It was just an arrow, but its might was truly overwhelming. Even the Heavenly Dao's eye that represented the primordial Heavenly Dao's will was nearly blasted down by that arrow. And at that moment, with the appearance of an energy arrow on the bowstring, the primordial Yiksha's aura suddenly turned intense. His eyes were bloodshot. A sanguine glint flashed in his eyes as the powerful half-step Heavenly Dao realm aura in his body did not dissipate. Just a touch would suffuse him with an intense sense of danger. Primordial Yiksha. With a low buzzing sound, the dark-feathered demonic eagle, who had already shown his bloodline true body, turned around. With a touch of vigilance in his eyes, he said in a low voice with divine sense, "I have to say that your heaven-falling bow is indeed extraordinary. It is said that in the Battle of the Untainted Land countless years ago, you almost shot the green eye of the untainted land down from the void. Unfortunately, you are ultimately too weak. Although your combat strength is comparable to a first-stage heavenly Tao, you have yet to truly step into that realm. If you were a true heavenly Tao realm expert, even if you were only at the third-stage realm, a single arrow from you would have very likely perished. But now..." At this point, the arrow-feather demon condor didn't say anything else. A trace of disdain flashed through its eyes as it withdrew its gaze. It turned to Yi Xian and sized him up with interest. "You're that daring 6th-level heavenly Tao? The existence that killed my son. Hand over the heavenly Tao treasure pill, and I will leave you with an intact corpse. You speak as if you are very powerful. Aren't you just a late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert at the 7th-stage realm? Furthermore, you are about to perish. I really don't understand why you are so smug." Xian curled his lips and cast a sidelong glance at the gigantic arrow-feather demon condor. Halfway through his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to the left and looked in the direction of the void where Lu Zhangke was hibernating. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his voice enveloped the void. "Come out. I know you are the one who lured me here. Don't play dumb. I really don't understand. I have already agreed to give you a treasure pill. Why are you still acting like this?" As his voice faded, Lu Zhangke's figure appeared in the void 100 billion miles to the left. However, it was not his bloodline true body. Instead, it was the form of an old man in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. One treasure pill is not enough for this old man. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, Lu Zhangke no longer had anything to worry about. He had already raised his vigilance and would not approach. Furthermore, the arrival of 4 heavenly Tao realm experts was a formless deterrent. He believed that Yi Xian would not dare act rashly. "I see. Then, I'll let you see the final outcome of this choice." Xian nodded and did not say much. He retracted his gaze from Lu Zhangke and swept it back to Arrow Plume Fiend. The primordial Yiksha has yet to step into the heavenly Tao realm. It's true that he can't kill you with the Skyfall bow in his hands. But, what about me? Before his voice fell, he had already raised his left arm. The originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with a golden light, and a large golden bow in the form of energy appeared. It was the supreme divine power, the Skyfall bow. It was the same as the one in the primordial Yiksha's left hand. The only difference was that Yi Xian was in his human form. Therefore, his Skyfall bow looked much smaller. However, the size of the bow did not affect such a powerful supreme divine power at all. Instead, due to his powerful 6th-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation base, the aura emanating from the miniature heavenly bow that appeared in his left hand was even more terrifying. Even the arrow-plumed demon condor felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His expression changed, and he exclaimed in horror, "Another fallen sky bow. That's impossible. Aren't you a remnant?" Whoosh! By the time his exclamation faded, an energy arrow had already appeared on the bowstring. Yi Xian's aura suddenly turned sharp as he silently released the bowstring with his right hand. A sharp sound that caused one's soul to tremble resounded. A golden beam of light shot out from the bow in Yi Xian's left arm and instantly disappeared. In less than a split second, it had already struck Arrow Plume Fiend's head. Peng! Everything happened too quickly. There was no suspense at all in the next scene. An earth-shattering boom rang out in an instant, in the face of the golden arrow that had teleported and appeared directly in front of him. The Arrow Plume Demon Condor had no time to react at all. It could only open its mouth slightly, and it didn't even have the chance to let out a shocking roar. Then, a majestic force rushed into his body, and in less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc. His entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out, enveloping a corner of the void. Phew! At this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand. Along with the whistling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the arrow feather demon eagle's enormous body and absorbing it into his body. This was the second heavenly Dao blood essence he had obtained. Furthermore, it was obtained by killing a late-stage 7th stage heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast. And all of this happened in an instant. Arrow plume fiend eagle. It was like a dream. It appeared so unreal. Caught off guard, the 3 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts that came with arrow plume fiend were dumbfounded. Until, Lu Zhangke, who was standing on the left side of the void, stared so hard that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. No, what happened? Oni terrifying existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, was gone in the blink of an eye. This was simply a sin. He had calculated everything, but he never expected that Yi Xian, who was considered an expert of the remnant people, would actually wield the most powerful bloodline divine ability of the primordial Yiksha race, the Heaven-Falling Bao. 1. With a cultivation level at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, even a late-stage heavenly Dao realm expert would be insta-killed if caught off guard. It was just an arrow. Caught off guard, arrow plume fiend was instantly killed. The heavenly Bao was just too powerful. Back in that battle of the primordial desolate era, the primordial Yiksha was only at the half-step heavenly Dao realm. Yet, it was able to nearly shoot down the primordial heavenly Dao Azuride, who was at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Now, Yi Xian was at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He was only 1 stage weaker than arrow plume fiend. Furthermore, he had attacked while arrow plume fiend was caught off guard. If he couldn't be insta-killed, the Heaven-Falling Bao wouldn't be worthy of being called the strongest bloodline divine ability. Following, with arrow plume fiend's death, the void fell into a brief silence. But, immediately following that, Lu Zhangke was the first to react. Without any hesitation, he turned tail and fled, taking advantage of the fact that there were still 3 powerful heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts blocking him. He had to escape as quickly as possible. Until, there was no longer any hope of obtaining the heavenly Dao treasure pill. This was because the 3 early and mid-stage heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts were unable to suppress Yi Xian. Are you trying to escape? Do you think you can still escape? Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately sneered. Splash. His figure disappeared. In the next moment, his figure disappeared, and the sound of water splashing could be heard from the space where he was originally standing. Yi Xian's entire body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost in the next instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and violent howls rang out. In the blink of an eye, 3 enormous figures rose from the ground in the boundless sea of blood. They were none other than the 3 primordial demon ape bodies. Split. Apart from the body of flesh and blood, it was the primordial demon ape. There was also the skeletal body without any flesh or blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. Finally, there was the body of black fog. Although it was in the form of a violent ape, its body was a shroud of black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 shrouds of purple light. It looked extremely strange. In a short span of time, the 3 blood sea avatars had condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. But this clearly wasn't the end. Whoosh! As the figure appeared, one of the 3 primordial demon ape avatars, the violent ape, waved its hand. With a sharp sonic boom, a beam of light shot out. It expanded with the wind, and in a blink of an eye, it was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. It was none other than the Empyrean beast at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. In a blink of an eye, the situation on the battlefield had reversed. The three Blood Sea avatars, the Empyrean beast, the Void gigantic turtle, and the primordial Yiksha. On Yi Xian's side, there were already 6 supreme existences that had reached the Heavenly Tao realm. While on the side from the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, there were 4 previously, but now, there were only 3 left. The situation suddenly became 6 against 3. This was completely melodramatic. The 3 Heavenly Tao beasts in the distant void nearly vomited blood. They even suffered internal injuries from holding back their anger and indignation. This was King bullying. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have rushed over to their deaths after being kicked in the head by a dog. Previously, when the arrow plume Fiend Condor was killed by a single arrow, the 3 of them were shocked and appalled. However, they were far from panicking. This was because they did not believe that they would perish here today. Although it was already impossible to do anything, and they had even lost a powerful late-stage Heavenly Tao at the 7th stage, the final outcome was to turn around and leave unwillingly. Although the other party had 3 people, the mysterious expert at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm had already used the Heaven Fallen Bow once. His strength was in a depleted state. Not only was he unable to use this supreme divine power again, but he was also powerless to stop them and forcefully hold them back. As for the Void gigantic turtle, it was completely ignored. Its combat strength was only at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was impossible for the weakest of the 3 to be held back. Although the Heaven Fallen Bow in the primordial Yiksha's hand was a threat, they were already prepared. Even if the arrow was shot, they could still dodge it. However, in fact, the primordial Yiksha had yet to step into the true Heavenly Tao realm. Although the Heaven Fallen Bow was powerful, it might not be able to kill a Heavenly Tao realm expert when used by him. Therefore, it was basically just a form of deterrence. Under such circumstances, the 3 of them could easily leave at any time. They naturally did not feel threatened. All they felt was indignation and resentment. But now, things were different. Right. There were only 3 of them, but now, there were 6 of them. As for the mechanical war beast, it was still fine. It was only at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was neither weak nor strong, so it might not be able to hold them back. However, the 3 demonic ape avatars in the vast blood sea were troublesome. The violent ape's aura was somewhat weak. This was likely the true body that had used the Heaven Fallen Bow. Ignoring him, the other 2 skeleton avatars and the Black Fog avatar were at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Their auras were extremely focused. In a 3-on-3 situation, once they were surrounded, with the primordial Yiksha glaring at them with the Heaven Fallen Bow, as well as 3 6th-stage Heavenly Tao realm existences, 1 weak and 2 strong, attacking them head-on, it was almost impossible for the 3 of them to escape wretchedly, much less leave easily. Roar! Screech! Screech! With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the 3 Heavenly Tao realm beasts from the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land trembled as they finally snapped back to their senses. Everyone. After raising their heads and roaring angrily, they turned around at the same time and shot off into the distance. They wanted to escape before the enemy camp took action. It's too late for you to leave now. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian curled his lips. At the same time, the violent ape suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! A 9-colored beam shot out and expanded with the wind. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a boundless 9-colored sea of flames. It was so fast that it blocked the path of the 3 Heavenly Tao realm beasts. Immediately following that, before they could react, the boundless 9-colored sea of flames closed up, transforming into a circular fireball hundreds of millions of kilometers in diameter. The fireball's interior is hollow. The three heavenly Tao realm beasts that were attempting to escape are now trapped inside. Roar! Screech! There was no need for the void gigantic tortoise or the primordial yiksha to take action. The autarch beast was the first to charge into the fireball. At the same time, the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar raised their heads and roared angrily as they charged forward. At the same time, the instant before the skeleton avatar entered the sea of flames, an extremely ancient cauldron appeared in its right hand. As for the black fog avatar, a huge black club appeared in its right hand. At that moment, the violent ape turned to look at Lu Zhanka, who was fleeing for his life. It was in no hurry as it stepped through the void and calmly gave chase. Lu Zhanka happened to turn his head as well, taking in everything that was happening behind him. His body trembled violently as his expression changed drastically as he drew a cold gasp. But there was a flash of inspiration in his mind, and a voice filled with endless fear came out. Blood Sea's secret technique? Farmer God Treasure Cauldron. And that big-headed black stick. Damn it, you aren't a remnant expert. You are that darn cosmic violent ape from back then. Chapter 5085. In the dark zone, the violent ape turned to look at Lu Zhanka, who was fleeing for his life. It was in no hurry as it stepped through the void and calmly chased after him. At this moment, the latter happened to turn around and take in everything behind him. His body suddenly shook violently as his expression changed dramatically. He sucked in a breath of cold air and a voice filled with endless fear came out. Blood Sea's secret technique? Farmer God Treasure Cauldron. And that big-headed black club. Damn it, you aren't a remnant expert. You are that darn cosmic violent ape from back then. At that moment, he finally understood everything, but his intestines turned green with regret. Although Lu Zhanka had never seen the violent ape from back then, he had heard of the violent ape's shocking battle results after coming out of hibernation. No. That was wrong. Back then, the raging ape had only wreaked havoc on the left half of the galaxy's right bank. It was incomparable to the void tortoise that had stirred up fear on both sides of the galaxy before old freak Huang Zun and supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm appeared. However, in fact, in Lu Zhanka's opinion, the ferocity and monstrous level of the violent ape back then were far above the void tortoise. When the void tortoise appeared in the Milky Way stellar domain and wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way, it made everyone in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar domains panic. Few desolate supremacies had appeared in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar domains, much less supreme heavenly Tao realm existences. However, back then, the void tortoise was already a perfected stage 9 desolate supremacy the moment it appeared, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation level. The few desolate supremacies that it killed were all inferior to it in terms of cultivation level. The strongest was only a late-stage stage 7 desolate supremacy. After the void tortoise killed a few desolate supremacies, the remaining desolate supremacies that had appeared were no match for it as none of them had reached the perfected stage 9 desolate supremacy. Therefore, they hurriedly left and hid in the unknown void. This created the void tortoise's supreme might. Just by itself, it stirred up the winds and cranes on both sides of the Milky Way. However, in fact, the void giant tortoise really couldn't compare to the starry sky violent ape that had appeared before it. Even though the cosmic violent ape had only wreaked havoc on the left half of the Milky Way's right bank, it had always been the weaker party that launched counterattacks. Not only that, but the more it fought, the stronger it became. It advanced triumphantly all the way, and the speed of its cultivation advancement was simply astounding. It was said that when the space berserk ape was first noticed, he was only an emperor level undying. Back then, he was already hunting emperors everywhere, even a few early emperors had fallen at his hands. However, this time, the space berserk ape was only at emperor level. In a short time, the targets he hunted went from emperors to emperors, then universe knights, universe masters, universe supremes. Soon, he started hunting for Universe Emperors, Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supremes. In just a dozen years, he began to hunt down almighty beings of the primordial era. At that time, his cultivation base had reached the primordial era. Not only was the speed of his advancement unheard of, but from then on, he was even able to kill one or two almighty beings of the primordial era. During the period when it was wreaking havoc in the left corner of the right bank of the Milky Way, the ferocious starry sky ape had encountered more than one situation where it had to face a few or even a dozen existences of the same level or even stronger existences by itself. However, every time, he was able to turn danger into safety. Even those powerful existences who were full of confidence in surrounding and hunting him, even if they were stronger than him by an entire realm, were all killed without exception in the end. This ferocious ape was too monstrous. Even the Fictional cauldron, a primordial supreme treasure of the great wasteland world, had fallen into his hands. In addition, he also had a primordial supreme treasure, the big-headed black stick, which was famous for its ferocity. He also had the Fictional nine-colored flame, which even the old monster Huang Zun had to be wary of and avoid. As for his bloodline power, not only did he have the blood sea technique, but he could also form 3 blood sea bodies that were identical to his original body in an instant. Even more so, as for the sky-falling bow, he had even mastered the supreme bloodline power of the primordial Yiksha. There were even rumors in the outside world that his true cultivation base was actually far from being as strong as it was when he fought in the outside world. Instead, it was an entire realm lower. This was because he had grasped a powerful bloodline divine ability, and when he used it, he could instantly raise his cultivation base by an entire realm. Moreover, there was no time limit to this kind of instantaneous increase in cultivation base. Lu Zhangke had heard about all of this. In his opinion, when it came to monstrous means and cruel temperament, the giant void tortoise was far from comparable to him. Yes, the starry sky ferocious ape that had once left behind an epic legend in the starry sky on the left bank of the Milky Way had vanished without a trace many years ago. No one knew where it had gone. According to the guesses of the outside world, perhaps it had perished. Thus, Lu Zhangke had never imagined that he would one day encounter such a monstrous starry sky berserk ape. He had also never thought that he would feel an unprecedented sense of danger under the shroud of the other party's powerful strength. However, all of this had now happened. At this moment, when he saw Yi Xian use the heaven-falling bow and the Blood Sea secret technique to condense 3 Blood Sea clones, as well as the appearance of the Fictional cauldron and the big-head black rod, he instantly understood the other party's identity. At the same time, because he understood the other party's identity, Lu Zhangke suddenly had an even more shocking guess. At that moment, as he looked back and cried out in alarm, despair flashed in Lu Zhangke's eyes. As though he was unwilling to accept this, he said again, "Berserk Ape, you are not a true Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Your cultivation base of Heavenly Dao Realm level 6 was forcefully raised by some kind of heaven-defying secret technique. Is this the truth? Congratulations, you guessed right." Yes. Yi Xian had no intention of hiding anything from Lu Zhangke's question, because in his eyes, the other party was already a dead man. Yi Xian curled his lips. At that moment, he was still walking slowly in the void. Although he seemed to be walking slowly, in fact, he was extremely fast. Lu Zhangke had already pushed his level 9 perfection desolate supremacy cultivation base to the limit. It could even be said that he had used all his strength to run for his life. Although moreover, he'd been running for so long. But now, Yi Xian seemed to be strolling leisurely behind him. In just a few breaths of time, he'd already approached the void that was billions of kilometers behind him. Less than billions of kilometers was a distance that could be considered close combat for a level 6 Heavenly Dao Realm expert. A casual strike could easily hit the other party. Tch, it's time to end this. He's just a half-step Heavenly Dao with a sinister mind. Yi Xian thought nothing of him and had never looked him in the eye. To be precise, this lord's current cultivation base should be Level 5 Desolate Supremacy. Boom! As the voice transmitted through his spiritual perception, Berserk Ape immediately attacked. He threw a punch at Lu Zhanke, causing a thunderous boom to resound. The void collapsed. To be precise, this lord's current cultivation base should be Level 5 Desolate Supremacy. Boom! As the voice transmitted through his spiritual perception, Berserk Ape immediately attacked. He threw a punch at Lu Zhanke, causing a thunderous boom to resound. The void collapsed. Screech! This old man can't accept this. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Zhanke's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He raised his head and let out a thunderous roar, revealing his endless unwillingness. After all, he was a peak level 9 perfection Desolate Supremacy, which was also a half-step Heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, he had been in this realm for many years. His cultivation base had long been consolidated and extremely stable. But today, he had perished at the hands of a level 5 Desolate Supremacy Berserk Ape. Thinking back to the various hardships he had gone through over the endless years, he had finally stepped into the half-step Heavenly Dao realm with great difficulty. He even saw the hope of stepping into the true Heavenly Dao realm right in front of him. However, all of this was like a dream. In an instant, it would be reduced to nothingness. Dust to dust, dust to dust. After perishing, the return to ruins would be the final annihilation. Bang! There was no suspense in the next scene. Everything happened too quickly. As Berserk Ape attacked, even though it was tens of billions of miles away, an earth-shattering boom could be heard in an instant. Lu Zhanke could not resist such a terrifying power. In fact, he did not even have the time to react. He merely opened his mouth slightly, and before he could finish letting out an earth-shattering roar, a majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc. His entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread, enveloping a corner of the void. Huff, whoosh. At the same time, Berserk Ape waved his hand. Following the whistling of a gale, an incomparably majestic power whizzed out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of Lu Zhanke's huge body swept over and absorbed it into his body. The Desolate Supremacy blood essence in his hand had been completely consumed, turning into 55 level 30 Heavenly Dao pellets. This was the first Desolate Supremacy blood essence he had collected. Even if he did not refine the Heavenly Dao pellets, it would still be of great help to him if he consumed it as a cultivation resource. After all, this was obtained from killing a powerful Desolate Supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage. It could be said to be extremely precious. Same as at the same time, there were 4 heavenly velvet tassels. Previously, Lu Zhanke had said that he had 4 heavenly velvet tassels. 2 had been given to Yi Xian as an apology gift, so there should be 2 more. But now, there were 4 heavenly velvet tassels shooting over. It meant that this old fellow was not honest from the beginning. He appeared to be honest and gentle, but in fact, he was sinister and even ruthless. He was not a good person. He deserved to be killed. This was a good thing. Although Yi Xian already had 55 Heavenly Dao treasure pills in his possession, if nothing unexpected happened, there was no need for him to refine more. After all, it was impossible for Heavenly Dao realm experts to be like cabbages on the streets. However, in the primordial chaos, the Heavenly Dao realm was not the strongest cultivation level. Above the Heavenly Dao realm, there were even more powerful realms. Heaven's the perfect pill formula for the Dao treasure pill was already so difficult to deduce. If not for Lu Zhanke's idea of using the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst, Yi Xian might not have had the confidence to immediately begin the refinement. Even if he gritted his teeth and attempted the refinement, the final outcome was very likely to be failure. That would be a huge loss. All the Desolate Supremacy blood essence in his hands would be destroyed. That would drive him crazy. However, from this point of view, the effects of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst could be said to be extremely important. In the future, in order to break through to an even more powerful cultivation level after the Heavenly Tao realm, Yi Xian would very likely refine an even more powerful level 31 treasure pill. Although he did not know what realm came after the Heavenly Tao realm, he could not even confirm the name of the level 31 treasure pill. But one thing was certain, and that was that if he were to refine this kind of level 31 treasure pill, the perfect pill formula that he deduced at that time would very likely also use the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, and even more elements would have to be added. Therefore, it was very likely that the perfect pill formula that he deduced at that time would also use the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and even more elements. Therefore, the 4 heavenly velvet needles that he had just obtained were extremely precious. It would be difficult to find them again in the future. Now that he still had them, he had to treasure them well in case he needed them. Otherwise, it would be too late to cry if they were gone when I really needed them in the future. It seems like I have to get a few more heavenly pills from Old Tortoise. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian flipped his hand and put the 4 heavenly velvet needles into his undying world. Then, as he muttered softly, he turned around and looked behind him. On the other side, the gigantic fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames was still there. From time to time, there would be shocking roars of anger and ruthless roars coming from it. There were also thunderous rumbles. Very obviously, a great battle had already broken out inside, but the Void Tortoise and the desolate ancient Yakshas did not join in. Without Yi Xian's help, they would not be able to safely pass through the 9-colored fireball and enter the inner space. Otherwise, they would definitely be injured. He was in no hurry to ask the Void Tortoise for a heavenly pill because the battle had yet to end. The Void Tortoise was probably more anxious than him about this matter. After the battle ended, it would definitely take the initiative to ask Yi Xian for a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. And he wasn't the only one. It was the same for the desolate ancient Yakshas. The 2 old fogies had long wished to step into the true heavenly Tao realm, but they lacked confidence. Furthermore, they had yet to recover from their injuries. Now that the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill that could help them was right in front of them, it would be strange if they did not ask for it. When the time came, it would be the best time for Yi Xian to ask the Void Tortoise for a heavenly pill. And now, it was best to deal with the 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts and the 9-colored fireball first. Now, apart from the 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts that came with the arrow plume fiend condor, Yi Xian was also battling the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar of the devil ape's 3 avatars. Apart from them, there was the Empyrean beast. The Empyrean beast was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was of little use and could only restrain one of the beasts. As for the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar, although they were powerful existences at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, one of the 3 beasts was at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would probably take some time even if the other party was trapped in the 9-colored fireball. And the reason why the battle was so intense was because it was 3 against 3. Yi Xian's faction held the advantage, but it wasn't an absolute suppression. However, this didn't matter. Ignoring the Void Tortoise and the desolate ancient Yakshas, there was still the Devil Ape's avatar outside the 9-colored fireball. It was also Raging Ape's true body. As long as he joined the fray, the battle situation inside the 9-colored fireball would instantly change. After killing one heavenly Tao realm beast in a short period of time, the remaining 2 would quickly perish one after another. Phew, with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Raging Ape no longer hesitated. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his massive body instantly transformed into a beam of light. He was shockingly fast and in a blink of an eye, he had already charged into the 9-colored fireball. Boom! Rumble, roar! Roar! Inside the 9-colored fireball, the battle was in full swing. The 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts that accompanied the arrow plume fiend condor were completely suppressed. On Yi Xian's side, the Empyrean beast's cultivation level was the weakest. It was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and the one fighting it was the weakest of the three. It was only at the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. The difference in cultivation level between the two was only one stage. Therefore, although the Empyrean beast held the absolute advantage, it wasn't enough to overwhelm it. The two figures occupied a corner of the 9-colored fireball's interior as they exchanged blows. It was a delightful battle. This, however, the intense battle at the Heavenly Tao realm had escalated to the point of life and death. The auras were just too intense. If not for the 9-colored fireball restraining the raging and chaotic auras within, the scene outside would have been unimaginable. In the other two regions of the fireball's interior, the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar each occupied the other two Heavenly Tao beasts. The situation in the two regions was completely different. The skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar had the same cultivation level as Yi Xian. Furthermore, they were in the same state as him when he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power and cast the 9th transformation. They were at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. As for the two Heavenly Tao beasts, one was at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, while the other was at the 4th stage. The difference was too great and they were far from being his match. Now, not only had they lost their advantage, they had even fallen into a predicament of being completely suppressed. The 4th stage Heavenly Tao was slightly better. After all, it was the same as the Black Fog Avatar. They were both at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. However, one was at the early stage while the other was at the peak of the mid-stage. Although it was in a suppressed state, it was temporarily fine. As for the 2nd stage Heavenly Tao realm beast, it was fighting the skeleton avatar alone. In a short period of time, it was already covered in injuries. However, a 2nd stage Heavenly Tao realm existence was far from useless. Although it was no match for it and was even being suppressed, it was still impossible for the skeleton avatar to completely obliterate it in a short period of time. Shoo! It was under such circumstances that the raging ape's figure charged in from outside the 9-colored fireball. It scanned the situation of the 3 battlefields inside the fireball and immediately, a cold glint flashed in its eyes as it charged at the skeleton avatar. Screech, the 2nd stage Heavenly Tao beast naturally knew what was about to happen. Its heart palpitated as it immediately screamed. It realized that death was about to befall it, but unfortunately, there was nothing it could do to change it. Peng, everything happened too quickly. As the raging ape attacked, it threw a punch across the air. The skeleton avatar also approached in an instant. The inverted Shinon cauldron in its right hand was like the flipping sky seal as it slammed down on the head of the Class 2 dire beast. The result of the joint attack of 2 Heavenly Tao Realm 6 was obvious. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom resounded. Face the 2nd stage Heavenly Tao beast could not resist such a terrifying power at all. Originally, he was already heavily injured. Under this attack, he didn't even have the time to react. He merely opened his mouth slightly, and before the earth-shattering roar from his mouth had finished, a wave of majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. It was too much. Soon, the violent force raged as the 2nd stage Heavenly Tao beast's entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading bloody mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Shoo! In the next instant, the raging ape waved its hand. With the sound of a howling wind, a majestic force whizzed out. The Class 2 dire beast's massive body burst into a majestic blood mist that swept over and absorbed it into his body. Until, he now had 3 Heavenly Tao blood essences in his possession. However, this was far from the end. It could even be said that this was just the beginning. After killing the 2nd stage Heavenly Tao beast with one strike, the raging ape retracted its hand. Together with the skeleton avatar, it turned to look at the 4th stage Heavenly Tao beast in another direction. At this moment, at this moment, the black fog avatar holding the big-headed black cudgel was swinging the black cudgel high above its head, smashing it down on the 4th stage Heavenly Tao Beast's head. If it were a moment ago, the 4th stage Heavenly Tao Beast would have had the ability to dodge the strike. After all, it was also at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. However, at this moment, as the Class 2 ferocious beast fell in an instant, the raging ape and the skeleton clone that had killed it also turned to look at him. Their auras locked onto him, and in an instant, half of his soul was scared out of his body. These were peak Heavenly Tao realm existences at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. It would have been fine if it was just one of them, but with 3 of them joining forces, there was no way it could withstand a single strike. It was certain to perish. At that moment, his heart was shrouded by the shadow of death. The only outcome was to accelerate the process of his death. Boom. Rumble. At the same time, the raging ape and skeleton avatars' bodies flashed as they teleported and appeared not far from the 4th stage Heavenly Tao Beast. Together with the black fog avatar, they formed a tripartite confrontation. The former struck out with a punch while the farmer god cauldron in the latter's hand smashed out like the Empyrean seal once again. 3 Heavenly Tao realm existences were attacking with all their strength at the same moment. The final outcome was needless to say. There was no suspense. Bang! With the 3 of them attacking at the same time, the majestic and endless power smashed into the body of the Class 4 dire beast, and an earth-shattering roar sounded in an instant. In the face of 3 such terrifying roars of power, even a Class 4 dire beast could not resist at all. Previously, the 2nd stage Heavenly Tao Beast had let out an earth-shattering roar, but now, this 4th stage Heavenly Tao Beast only opened its mouth slightly and a majestic power rushed into its body. In an instant, as the violent power raged out, the entire body of the Class 4 ferocious beast exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading bloody mist that shrouded a corner of the void. With a wave of the Bao Yuan's hand, a gust of wind was stirred up, and the majestic power whistled out, sweeping up the bloody mist that was formed from the explosion of the ferocious beast into the Bao Yuan's body. At that moment, the number of Heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached 4. However, this was still not the end, but it was already very close. This was because the remaining 1st stage Heavenly Tao Beast could not move at all, nor could it stir up any waves. Screech, bang! At the next moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars turned around at the same time and approached the 1st stage Heavenly Tao Beast that was entangled with the Empyrean beast. It was instantly frightened out of its wits. At this moment, an unprecedentedly strong shadow of death had completely enveloped his entire mind. It was in despair and even lost the thought of resisting. After raising its head and letting out a roar, the 1st stage Heavenly Tao Beast chose to self-destruct. Since it was only a matter of time before it died, rather than face 4 powerful Heavenly Tao realm existences alone, with 3 of them being at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, resulting in it being tortured to death, it was better to end it quickly. Phew, however, this was good as well. It saved Yi Xian the trouble. Upon seeing the blood mist disperse, the raging ape immediately waved its hand and swept it into its body. Until, at that moment, the number of Heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached 5, it was over. Following, with the 3 Blood Sea avatars and the Empyrean beasts quartet attacking, the 3 Heavenly Tao realm beasts that came with the arrow plume fiend condor were all killed without exception. Because of this, Yi Xian once again obtained 3 Heavenly Tao blood essences. Currently, the number of Heavenly Tao blood essences in his possession had reached 5, and he had unexpectedly obtained 4 Heavenly Tao blood essences in this battle. This kind of resource was very precious and rarely seen. Yi Xian always felt that if he kept it in his hands, it would definitely be of great use in the future. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he once again thought of the heaven pellet in the hands of the void giant turtle. In an instant, a playful smile appeared on the corner of the violent ape's mouth. This time, he would definitely obtain the heaven pill, and there definitely wouldn't be the slightest bit of suspense, because the Void Tortoise's life gate was currently in his hands. Xiao! With a wave of his hand, the 200 million mile long Emperor Beast turned into a streak of light and was put away by Bao Yuan. Walala! Xiao! Following that, after calming down his excited emotions, a dark light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. With a thought, the Black Fog avatar and the Skeleton avatar instantly turned into a rain of blood and collapsed. Suddenly, it condensed into a point and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it entered his glabella and disappeared. At the same time, the 9-colored fireball that enveloped nearly 100 billion kilometers of void instantly dispersed, turning into a vast sea of blood. In less than half a breath, it also condensed into a point and rushed into Yi Xian's glabella, disappearing in a flash. At this point, in this vast dark void that was hundreds of billions of kilometers away, Yi Xian was the only one left in the form of a violent ape. The 4 heavenly Dao beasts from the demonic Condor Forbidden Land were all killed in less than 10 breaths of time after Bao Yuan rushed into the 9-colored fireball. Just like that, even the majestic blood mist formed after their bodies exploded was taken away. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. This scene was truly shocking and shocking. Even the eyes of the Void Tortoise and the Primordial Yiksha, who were standing in the dark void 100 billion kilometers away, who could be said to be knowledgeable and had lived from the distant primordial era to the present, couldn't help but focus because of this. They knew that Yi Xian's current cultivation level was only at the Desolate Supremacy realm, so they didn't underestimate him previously. However, they might not necessarily treat him as an existence on the same level as them, but now, through that battle, the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha finally realized how powerful Yi Xian was. The Empyrean Beast and the 3 Blood Sea avatars represented the supreme combat strength of 4 heavenly Dao realm existences. If they were the opponents, the final outcome would probably be the same even if the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha still had more powerful divine powers that they had yet to use. Although they had the combat strength of the heavenly Dao realm, they were only at the first stage of the realm. Against the all-out assault of 4 heavenly Dao realm experts, 3 of which were at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, and the help of a heaven-defying object like the 9-colored fireball, even if it was them, they would definitely die. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha finally officially treated Yi Xian as an existence on the same level as them. They felt wishful. After all, according to what they knew, when the heavenly Dao nascent soul corpse first encountered Yi Xian, he was extremely weak, not even comparable to an ant. In a short period of time, he had grown to such a stage. Just imagining the hardships and dangers involved naturally made them feel emotional. However, from a certain point of view, Yi Xian could be considered their disciple and successor. After all, Yi Xian had grasped the Void Tortoise's ancient cave void art and the Primordial Yiksha's supreme bloodline divine power, Heaven Falling Bao. Furthermore, they were extremely profound. Being able to have such a monstrous and heaven-defying descendant was not a bad thing, it was also a blessing. With this thought in mind, the 2 old men's eyes immediately softened. Previously, they had barely treated Yi Xian as an existence on the same level as them because of the heavenly Dao nascent soul corpse. But now, they had truly acknowledged Yi Xian. Sorry for the long wait. After Yi Xian finished everything, he walked over step by step in the air from afar. He had already used a secret blood technique to remove his violent ape form and return to his original form. The Void Tortoise and the Primordial Yiksha were huge in size, especially the former. In comparison, when Yi Xian, who had a human body, stood next to him, it was as if he was a speck of dust that corresponded to a gigantic giant star. In addition, the aura of his cultivation was completely restrained, so he might not be able to notice it at a glance. However, the Void Tortoise and the Primordial Yiksha clearly did not underestimate Yi Xian at all. They immediately responded and nodded at him. Originally, I only wanted 2 heavenly Dao treasured pills. I didn't expect you to be so shockingly generous. In one refinement, you actually produced 55 heavenly Tao treasured pills. As Yi Xian walked over, the voice of the void tortoise's divine sense also sounded. Compared to before, it was clearly much more intimate, so, this time, you might have to be mentally prepared. The heavenly Tao treasured pills that the two of us will ask for from you will not be a small number, that's right. There are many existences under the infant corpse that urgently need this item like the two of us. For example, the golden divine dragon that you are familiar with. Yi Xian's consciousness was even a little flattered. This time, as soon as the voice of the void tortoise's divine sense fell, the primordial Yiksha, who had always been cold and had never communicated with Yi Xian, actually also sent him a divine sense voice. And his tone was surprisingly good. However, after being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. If the primordial Yiksha hadn't mentioned the golden divine dragon, he probably would have flatly refused on the spot. For these two old geezers to remind him to be mentally prepared before speaking, how could it be a small number? These were level 30 heavenly Tao treasured pills. Yi Xian had been preparing the ingredients for so long, and this was only his first refinement. Although it was a huge surprise to have 55 pills in one go, in Yi Xian's opinion, unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't refine this kind of heavenly Tao treasured pill again. At the very least, the 5 elemental catalysts were a big problem. Even if he still had the 4 heavenly velvet needles, and the void tortoise's heavenly pill wouldn't be a problem, but what about the other 5 elemental catalysts of the metal, water, and fire attributes? Where could he find them? He originally thought that the 55 level, 30 heavenly Tao treasured pills would be enough for him to use no matter what. But now, it seemed that the pills hadn't even warmed up in his hands yet, and someone had already set their sights on them. This time, if he nodded and agreed, he would clearly suffer heavy losses. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became more vigilant. Like a local tycoon sizing up a bandit who came to borrow money, he sized up the void tortoise and the primordial Yiksha several times. Only then did he cautiously ask, "You, how much do you want? Let's make this clear first. Don't ask for too much, or I'll turn around and leave." He clearly had the intention to negotiate. The void tortoise and the primordial Yiksha exchanged glances, then grinned. Chapter 5086. Although Yi Xian realized that he might suffer a heavy loss this time, for the sake of the headless baby corpse, he had no choice but to quickly make a decision. "Look." He glanced at the 2 old men opposite him and carefully asked, "How many do you want? Let's make it clear first. Don't ask for too much, or I'll turn around and leave." Hearing what he said, it was clear that he had the intention to negotiate. The void tortoise and the ancient Yiksha exchanged a look and then grinned. In an instant, the 2 old men's divine sense voices sounded. "Actually, it's not a lot. At least compared to the 55 heavenly path pellets you have, it's definitely not a lot. Let's be frank, we need 20 pellets." "That's right, including us, there are 13 people who need a heavenly path pellet. The remaining 7 are spares. After all, there are a few old friends who still need a heavenly path pellet to fully recover from their injuries." 20. That's impossible. Hearing this, Yi Xian was so shocked that he jumped up in the void on the spot and directly refused. What a joke. He only had 55 level 30 heavenly path pellets in total. The number of 20 was almost 40%. It was more than a third. How could it be called a heavy loss? It was simply robbery. It had far exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. 10 at most. After jumping a few times, Yi Xian did not wait for the void tortoise and the ancient Yiksha to speak again and immediately said his bottom line. With a serious face, it seemed that there was no room for negotiation. "Not one more pellet. If you agree, I'll give it to you. If not, I'll turn around and leave. You're too stingy." 20 treasure pills are only equivalent to 1/3 of what you have. Su said. The void tortoise was obviously not satisfied and continued in a low muffled voice. Besides, looking at the materials you used before, there are only about 40 Baron Supremacy blood essences, but there are 55 Heavenly Path pellets out of the furnace. More than that. It can be seen that 1 Desolate Supremacy blood essence is enough to refine a Heavenly Tao treasure pill. If that's the case, if you need it again in the future, you can just refine it again. After all, you have the 9-colored flame, so you don't lack any refining conditions. This is really good guidance. Even Yi Xian's second batch of pills in the future has been thought out for him. No wonder he asked for 20 pills right off the bat. He's basically treating Yi Xian like a heavenly hen that can lay precious pill eggs. It's easy for you to say. A dark light flashed in Xian's eyes. He immediately rolled his eyes and refuted, even if I can refine a second furnace, where are the materials? Let's not talk about the Desolate Supreme's blood essence. After all, if you put in a bit of effort, you can still obtain it. It's not too difficult, but don't forget about the 5 elements medicinal catalyst. Lu Zhangke was killed just now. I'm sure all of you have seen it. I did obtain 4 pieces of heavenly velvet grass from his body. However, that was only the wood seed's origin of the 5-element seed. The other 4 5-element seed are still missing. This kind of thing is not easy to find. At the very least, I don't have any clues. Although you definitely have more heavenly pills, which are the earth element medicinal catalyst, the old guy who obtained the fire element, water element, and metal element medicinal catalyst has been killed by me. Where else can I find it? Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the void tortoise did not hesitate at all. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, 4 yellow rays of light shot out from his body. The rays of light shot over, bringing with them an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, they abruptly stopped in front of Yi Xian. They were 4 crystals the size of a head. They were earthy yellow and emitted an incomparably thick and solid aura. It was the earth element medicinal catalyst that Yi Xian needed. It was also the heavenly pill in the void tortoise's body. Previously, it had given Yi Xian 1. Now, without waiting for Yi Xian to ask for it, the void tortoise took the initiative to give him 4 more. It was obvious that the void tortoise had quite a number of such items in its body. Even if it was not a lot, there was definitely more other than these 4. Of course, this item was equally important to him. After all, it contained a sliver of the power of the primordial chaos laws within his body. However, on the one hand, there was clearly more than 1 such heavenly pill in the void tortoise's body. On the other hand, compared to the 20 heavenly Tao treasured pills that could help him, the primordial Yiksha, the golden divine dragon, and the other old fellow successfully break through to the true heavenly Tao realm in a short period of time, this old fellow did not need to consider at all. He instantly made a decision. Furthermore, he gave away 4 of them at once. Seeing this, Yi Xian was taken aback by his generosity. He felt a little embarrassed. After all, this item was clearly equally important to the void tortoise. After all, it contained a sliver of the power of the primordial chaos laws within its body. While he was about to attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm, he had already given him 1 heavenly pill, and now, he was giving him another 4. As such, it would definitely affect his impending breakthrough. Now, you even have the Earth Guidance Essence. Yi Xian was taken aback when he saw the 4 heavenly pills floating in front of him. The void tortoise's voice quickly sounded once again. As for the other 3 water guidance, fire guidance, and metal guidance essences, although the 3 beasts have been killed by you, it's not impossible to find similar treasured herbs. The so-called 5 elemental herbs only require 5 connate origins treasured herbs that match the 5 elemental properties. There are quite a number of connate origins beasts in the primordial chaos void. Similarly, there are many existences with connate origins treasured herbs in their bodies. Of course, they all have different properties. To find the other 3 connate origins treasured herbs with water, fire, and metal attributes is indeed not easy. However, it's not completely impossible. At the very least, I know of 2 connate origins beasts with fire guidance and metal guidance essences. Although they are existences at the Heavenly Tao realm, they are only at the early stages of the Heavenly Tao realm. It won't be difficult for you. Whoosh! At this point, another beam of light shot out from the void tortoise's body, heading straight for Yi Xian. This time, it was naturally not a heavenly pill. To be precise, the beam of light was an information blob. It contained the detailed information of the 2 Heavenly Tao realm beasts that the void gigantic tortoise had mentioned. It included their cultivation levels, as well as the location of the forbidden zone they presided over, and so on. But, in other words, once he grasped the information in this light ball, he would basically have the fire guidance and metal guidance essences in his hands. The only thing missing from the 5 elemental essences was the water guidance essence. The void tortoise had given so much, and it could be said that it had provided Yi Xian with great convenience. As such, if he didn't give up the 20-level, 30 Heavenly Tao pills that the void tortoise had requested, Yi Xian would truly feel embarrassed. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he rolled his eyes and put away the 4 Heaven Core pills and the information light cluster in front of him. Then, he waved his hand, and in an instant, 20 rays of light blasted toward the void giant tortoise in the opposite void. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and put away the 4 heavenly pills and the information ball of light in front of him. With a wave of his hand, 20 beams of light shot towards the void tortoise in front of him. The void tortoise had given so much, and it could be said that it had provided Yi Xian with great convenience. As such, if he didn't give up the 20-level, 30 Heavenly Tao pills that the void tortoise had requested, Yi Xian would truly feel embarrassed. It would be a lie to say that his heart didn't ache when he gave away 20-level, 30 Heavenly Tao pills just like that. However, at this point, it wouldn't be right if he didn't let go. That's more like it. Seeing the 20 Heavenly Tao pills shooting towards him, the void tortoise immediately waved its claws and kept them. Next, then, it continued, by the way, you might not know, but the end of the primordial world has arrived. Not long ago, the primordial world was formed from the fusion of countless void fragments. Now, the Heavenly Tao laws have collapsed and have been devoured by the endless void turbulence. As for the countless living beings in the primordial world, they have been brought into the primordial world by the primeval heaven's eye. Not long ago, they had just settled down in a star domain on the left bank of the Milky Way. That stellar domain has already changed owners. It has been named a primordial forbidden land. The strongest person presiding over it is the primordial Heavenly Tao green-eyed. Apart from that, there are more than 10 Heavenly Tao realm generals under him. In this primordial world, the primordial world is the last great world to collapse. Therefore, the new primordial world is about to begin. Before the new primordial world fully begins, the Milky Way star domain will be open to all living beings who meet the conditions, regardless of which great world they are from, to enter and vie for the primordial world's light from Providence in the next great era. That fellow and the infant corpse have already entered the Milky Way star domain, but no one knows what the conditions are for the Milky Way star domain to open up. When the time comes, if you meet the conditions, you can enter and vie for the primordial world's light from Providence in the next great era. This will be of great help to you. You will know in the future. That's all I have to say. Yiksha and I will be leaving. A bunch of old fellows are still waiting in a hidden void. In the coming period of time, we will be in full seclusion to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. Stay here alone. Be careful. Rumble, rip. Having said that, the void tortoise did not say anything else. With a wave of its right front claw, a shocking boom sounded. A huge rift was torn open in the void, but under the influence of the powerful primordial world's laws, it was rapidly mending itself. Swoosh! With some hesitation, the Void Tortoise and the primordial Yiksha took advantage of the fact that the Void Fissure had yet to completely close up. With a flash, they darted into the Void Fissure and disappeared. In a short period of time, the Void Rift was completely mended. Nothing could be seen from it. Even with Yi Xian's present cultivation level and means, he was unable to trace the Void Tortoise and the primordial Yiksha's whereabouts. He did not plan on doing so. They were there to deliver the treasured pills and enter seclusion with a bunch of old fellows under the headless infant corpse in the early stages of the primordial world to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Although they might not meet again in the near future, it was a good thing that should not be disturbed. In the future, when they successfully broke through and entered the heavenly Tao realm, they would naturally meet again. The primordial world has been devoured by the endless void turbulence. At this moment, Yi Xian was digesting the news that the Void Tortoise had revealed to him before it left. A look of shock suffused his face. Although, it could be said that he had expected this day to come sooner or later, but he had never expected it to be so fast. It could be said that the moment he left that place, the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes brought all the living beings in the primordial world over. However, Yi Xian did not plan on paying attention to the so-called primordial forbidden land for the time being. After all, it was located on the left bank of the Milky Way, while Yi Xian's magic hall was on the right bank of the Milky Way. The two were separated by the vast Milky Way stellar domain, so they would not cross paths for the time being. Yes. To him, what was next was to obtain the Fire Guide Origins and Metal Guide Origins. Otherwise, if the Milky Way stellar domain opened up in the future, it would probably be difficult for him to find the two old fellows mentioned in the Void Tortoise's information. No. Before continuing his journey to the Forbidden Land where the two old fellows presided over, Yi Xian had one more thing to do. It was to enter seclusion again to make a breakthrough. First, in the previous series of battles, he had already finished absorbing the gains from his previous breakthrough and integrated them into his soul and body. Coupled with the successful refinement of the Heavenly Path treasure pill, Yi Xian had removed a heavy burden from his heart. His state of mind had improved, so this was the best time for a breakthrough. With this in mind, he turned to look at the giant abandoned planet where the Heavenly Path treasure pill was refined. Without hesitation, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed into the interior of the planet. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shinong cauldron and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Swish, swish, swish. After sitting down, Yi Xian waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In his line of sight, rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. There was the all-evil origin liquid, 9-colored divine herbs, and so on. All of them were top-grade cultivation resources, and all of them emitted an incomparably dense aura of energy. Very quickly. After calming down, he took a deep breath and activated the Shinong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. Then, he swallowed them all into his stomach and quickly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble, the resources that he swallowed instantly dissolved in his body. Then, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. 1. A majestic energy river formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder. This was the most crucial moment, so Yi Xian did not dare to be distracted. He concentrated and immediately began a large circulation cycle, continuing until he completely refined it. After an unknown amount of time, the energy river disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely integrated into his soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. As long as it was torn apart, this closed-door cultivation would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately thought of something. He'd only accumulated enough strength to launch a single attack, but the shackles had already been broken. in the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 6th Order Desolation Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm, 6th Order Desolation Supreme. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy flashed in the bottom of his eyes. 6th Order Desolation Supreme. Breakthrough. M.